Hi everyone and welcome to the 2015 US Closed Chess Championship, coming to you live from the beautiful Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis in Missouri. And I'm Aviv Friedman with Grandmaster Ben Finegold, and we are going to give you some live coverage of the coming of games as they start at 1 p.m. Central Time. Yesterday we had a very bloody day with 3 decisive games. Akshat Chandra won, Evander Liang won, and Yan Liu won, and only 2 draws. Today we have very exciting matchups, and we're hoping for some more exciting and bloody chess. And Ben, can you tell us about the pairings of today's round?
Sure, yeah, we have 2 players who won yesterday playing 2 players who lost. The biggest rating disparity, of course, Akshat Chandra is white against Curran Han. Akshat's the 2nd highest rated player, and Curran's the lowest rated, winning the Junior Open last year. Mika Breton is playing Evander Liang. Evander won yesterday with white, I should say, in a very Karpovian style, very nice game, our youngest participant. Michael Bodek is playing Jeffrey Xiong, our battle of the 2,500 players. Arthur Shen is white against Rufeng Li. Arthur lost yesterday, so he's looking to rebound with the white pieces. And Michael Velotti, who lost yesterday to Akshat Chandra, is white against Yan Liu, who won a very nice game with white against Arthur Shen. So we have a lot of battles with 1s and 0s, and well, okay, it's early going, but still, if the favorites don't start out well, it's going to be tough going in future rounds.
Absolutely, and we have a view from the conference center, conference room of the chess club. We can see Yan Liu standing there, and Jeffrey Xiong in his trademark hoodie coming in for the game.
And most importantly, Michael Kummer doing his deputy arbiter work.
That's right. Is he going to be the wanderer today? And here it is. Mika Breton has been sitting at his board
for quite a long time.
Yeah, 10 or 15 minutes already. He is trying to concentrate, I guess, getting the vibe, getting the mood for his fight.
Maybe he just likes the area because he hasn't played here before. So
that's right, that's right.
Really
for him,
nice.
It's all new.
I want to sit at the board here. This is just beautiful.
Yeah. Well, you got to admit, having sat there, I'm sure you've sat there as well.
Yeah.
It's a very comfortable setting. I actually never played here, but I've given lessons in that conference room. It's really comfortable chairs, beautiful board. Everything is just the right angle to.
I'm sure I've played over 100 USCF rated games in that boardroom. It is very nice. And given lessons and, lectures too. It's really, very nice.
Yeah. Definitely state of the art.
We're going to see the Sinkfield Cup players there next month.
Next month, exactly. Very inspiring to think that you play exactly where you have world champion and ex-world champions play, and the best players in the U.S. and outside of it. Absolutely. Another shot from there. And Ben, can you give us some predictions about how do you think the matches will go today?
Well, you know, normally I'm predicting lots of decisive results. That's my usual, that's the way I roll. But yeah, today I think there'll be a few draws. I think Mika and Evander will draw, Michael Bodek and Jeffrey draw, and Arthur Shen and Rufeng Li draw. I'm expecting decisive games in the other 2 games, Luke and Yan Liu and Akshat and Curran. And I think you also expect decisive games in those games, and maybe not the way I expect them.
That's right, that's right. I thought that there will be only 1 draw, but in the Rufeng Li game.
Right. Well, I hope you're right. I want to see more decisive games like you do.
That'll be really nice.
Yeah.
I'm expecting Michael Velotti, who is really not ever poorly influenced by losses, to just bounce back very quickly with a win today. And I'm really curious about the Bodek Xiong match, because on paper, a solid 2 players.
Right.
Hard to see that Bodek is going to lose with white as he plays, but I've noticed that he is a fearless player. When he plays up, he has absolutely no special respect for ratings or titles, and he just plays to win in every game. So I'm expecting to have a really good fight. And
well, it looks like almost all the players are in their chairs now.
Yeah. And Jeffrey is doing his Unabomber imitation, hiding behind the hoodie, and Michael Bodek is just focused. Everybody's ready for the start, which is going to happen in just about 5 more minutes. And Evander Liang is now ready for his match with Mika.
Yeah, it was his first tournament, you know, the U.S. Junior Championship for him, and 12 years old. He didn't seem nervous at all his first game.
No, well, when you are 2-time world champion, you have played under the spotlight more than once, you know, in very important decisive games.
Right.
Yeah, I suppose that this is becoming second nature to you. And it's nice to see all those young players, you know, when you've seen them in other events, representing the United States in world events, and now you see them playing here for the coveted title of U.S. Junior Champion.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, if I can act like Yasser for a little while,
Yes.
when I played in the U.S. Junior Championships, although it was after Yasser, of course, My first was in '84, and I also played in '86, '87, '88, and '89, tying for first in '89. And well, often we were staying in a dorm, and sometimes we'd have to double up, and there was no cash prizes.
Right.
The winner went to the U.S. Championship. That's what we were hoping to do. And still, you know, all of my colleagues, the top juniors in the country, Patrick Wolf, Stuart Rachels, Vivek Rao, Ilya Gurovich, Alex Scherzer, Alex Fishbein. You know, we had some tough juniors, and for the most part, you know, at least half of those players became GMs. And in one instance, Patrick Wolf was already a GM when he was playing in the junior.
Right.
But okay, Ilya Gurovich, World Junior Champion. Stuart Rachels played the Interzonal, won the U.S. Championship.
That was a
Wolf won
very
the US
strong generation.
Championship.
Everybody became strong.
Yeah, we had some tough players, and a lot of them stopped playing chess and they got regular jobs. And the one exception who actually did both was Alex Fishbein. Fishbein's playing chess all the time, and I think he has a kid who's playing chess also.
That's right.
And he works full time.
Right. He has a some job in the financial
Yeah,
sector.
and I know that, you know, Stuart follows chess, of course, and is currently writing a chess book. So it'll be published, I guess, in 2016. He's been writing it for a couple of years now, and I've seen parts of it. And actually, Stuart, even though he hasn't played chess, you know, rated chess in probably 15, 20 years, actually gave a lecture in this very room at the chess club here in Scholastic Center a few months ago. So he's still involved in chess, knows what's going on.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I've never met Stuart.
Really?
We were never introduced, yes, but we have been corresponding almost regularly. He gave a comment about the videos that I made at the club, and we started corresponding about chess and exchanging informations. And
it's my favorite part of the round, Aviv. It's the wanding.
What is it?
Yeah,
The wanding.
The Wanderer was Mike Kummer this round. Yep.
Yes, I guess he sped up his wandering and
That's right.
got a second chance.
Yeah. No, that's one of the reasons I like getting invited to the U.S. Championship, because I love getting wanded. So, yeah. But okay, we as the commentators here, they don't think we're going to cheat very much, so they don't wand us.
That's a shame. And Tony Rich is on the screen now, giving final instruction before the start of the round.
He has the very nice U.S. Championship shirt on from this year,
Yes, yes.
2015. And I'm wearing the U.S. Junior Chess Championship shirt, so we've covered all the bases.
Absolutely, absolutely. So now we're just waiting for the bell to ring and
He's
the first moves to come.
making the announcements.
Yes. I'm sure he's talking about the no draw rule, which is not really needed here.
Yeah.
Everybody came to
In
fight.
fact, one of the draws yesterday was King and Bishop versus King with no legal way to win.
That's
So
right.
That's what we call playing it out to the end.
Exactly, to the last pawn.
Yeah. When I played Gregory Kaidanov in the U.S. Championship in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the last round, King versus King. It was the last round for basically no prize money, but we still fought.
There's always the honor.
I was the one who was fighting. He was winning or better the whole game, but I somehow escaped.
So if you had to compare this championship to the one you played in 84 or 86, 1-to-1, which one do you think is stronger? This one or the
Oh, in
previous
'84, this is much stronger. In fact, in '84,
No,
my
that's the one.
first junior was Delugi, was 25.05, and the second highest rated player was Wolf at 23.97.
Right.
So
But
Wolf
he
would
was
be
on the way
rated-
up. He was very
Yeah,
strong
but Wolf
already.
would be rated like 8th in this tournament. So yeah, even though ratings are a little bit higher, but
Yeah.
still, like for example, Jeffrey Xiong won the Chicago Open a few months ago. So with like 20, 30 grandmasters.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, this tournament's incredibly strong, and I expect at least half of these players to be grandmasters soon. And okay, we have a wonder who's two-time world youth champion. Akshat's going to be a grandmaster soon.
Yeah, with
Jeffrey
two
already is a
norms.
grandmaster. Yeah. So this tournament's incredibly strong.
Yep. And we see the first handshakes,
Yep.
and the games are starting.
Mike Kummer making sure everything's on the up and up.
Yep. And Tony's pressing the last clock.
Yep. And
Here
the
we
last
go.
handshake.
And we're off. And
And yeah, normally the first 40 minutes or so, the players are blitzing everything out, their preparation, and hopefully what they have on the board is what they had on the board in their hotel room earlier. And then, you know, once they get out of their prep, we see long things and a big lull and everybody trying to figure out what's going on.
That's right.
Yeah. And let's see, let's see if I can get some moves here. Okay, so yeah, Akshat Chandra, white against Curran Han. D4,
No surprise there.
knight F6,
D4, knight of 64, yeah, that's...
So you expect the Budapest, the Benko,
I don't know.
crazy sacrifices.
I have to admit that I don't know Kuran Han very well.
Yeah, because he won the Junior
So-
Open. He's not the 24.
Yes, I was actually looking when I was making puzzles for that we will see during the intermission from the
Right.
best, some of the best combinations of the juniors. I found no games by him. It's very hard, so I don't know what he plays. It's really a mystery.
You know-
But Akshat is playing as a D4, devout D4 player, plays main lines, and so that's no surprise.
Yeah, we see a Grunfeld, which Akshat played yesterday. It's funny when we're doing preparation at the World Youth. For those of you at home who don't know, Aviv's been going to the World Youth since before I was born, and I've gone the last 3 years, maybe the last 4 years. I think it's just 3 years.
3 years.
And sometimes when we're preparing for 6, 7, 8-year-old kids, looking in ChessBase isn't very helpful. But the parents seem to know some websites that have some children's
That's
games.
right. That's right.
So yeah, you can search and find games of really young kids who were rated 12, 13, 1400. It's
Right,
very,
and
it's very shocking.
some enigmatic
Very
club
shocking.
championship and some.
Yeah, and you have to find those games if you're working with a 7 or 8-year-old who's rated 1700, and he's playing someone like that.
Yeah,
they want to see games.
Important.
They want to know what the opening is going to be.
That's right.
Okay, so we have a Grunfeld. Karen Han played the Grunfeld, which Akshat won yesterday against Luke. So he's playing both sides. Reminds me, if you tuned in yesterday, I'm sure you did. I had 6 Kings Indians in the Chicago Open once out of 7 rounds. So you think Akshat's going to have 9 Grunfelds? No, probably not.
No.
But 2 in a row is pretty
Probably just some
interesting. White and
Sicilians.
black.
Yes.
Okay, let's see another game in the opening. We have Mika Breton against Awonder Liang, and I don't know what the opening is going to be yet because we're only on move 2.
Right.
So this could be many different kinds of openings.
That's
Bogo
right.
Indian, Queen's Indian, Queen's Gambit.
Even stuff like Tory or London.
Yeah,
if
it
he decides
could-
not to play C4.
Right, Kali, it could be anything yet.
Some G3 English.
We
black
have,
one's position.
we have to wait for many more moves in this game to see actually what the opening will be.
Yeah, too early.
Now in the game,
Aha.
Bodek versus Xiong, didn't see that coming.
No.
Okay, and not only that, and a surprise to Aviv, who surprised on the position on the board here, I've had this position with White in the U.S. Championship.
When?
I knew you'd be surprised at that against Stephen Muhammad.
When was that?
It was a few years ago. It was in Seattle. So it was
Yeah.
2002, 2003. And I prepared everything.
Yeah.
And I've never played this before. And I very rarely played E4, maybe once every 2 years. The guy blitzed like he knew it was coming. No, I mean, he played faster than me.
Wow.
And I was like, I don't play E4. I've never played D4. And the guy blitzed like he was in my hotel room watching me analyze.
I suppose he was just quick to accept it.
The guy was, no, but I mean, and I was very lucky to draw. So I thought I'd have some surprise value, but instead I had no surprise value. So let's go back for the people at home. We have this Joko piano, and normally in this position, the super grandmasters are playing D3.
Yes.
Unless it's, in the 1800s.
Yeah, D4 is the romantic era,
they're
the
playing
Muller
D4.
attack. And
Yeah.
So he takes and check.
Yeah, but did that happen yet, or is he going to play E5? Because they're playing E5 nowadays. Oh,
No, I
they
think
did.
they played
Oh, they
that
did. They did play
capture.
this. They did
Yeah.
play this whole line. Okay.
Oh, a bit of a disappointment.
You're getting worried.
No, I'm getting disappointed because I was hoping for knight C3.
Yeah, I played knight C3.
Nowadays, this variation is almost refuted because of black's defenses.
Yeah.
But bishop D2 is supposed to be very, very tame.
Yeah,
After
one
takes,
of my,
takes, and D5.
I have a student in Arizona who plays bishop D2, and he has his own ideas of the middle game, so he does okay.
Well, let's see how that's going to fare. Well, black must play D5 right now.
Yeah, he already did.
He did. Okay.
Yeah.
And takes,
Okay.
takes. And now castles. Okay.
Right. So D5. This is the normal move, and also I think in this position isn't Aronian playing knight takes E4 here?
I think it's a bit dangerous, isn't it? Because bishop takes B4 and bishop takes F7.
But he does that.
Oh, he did that.
Yeah, he does do something like that. He gets to some endgame and
In the
yeah.
blitz games or in
No,
regular
in
games?
slow games too. Yeah, he has a game with Ho Yifan, in fact, in this line.
Really?
Yeah, he's done it more than once. Okay, so he's playing this. Of course, if I remember correctly, the famous game Steinitz von Barteleben.
Yeah, it was
this
with
like,
knight C3.
This was like knight C3, then D5 right away.
Yes, which
instead
is
of
a
knight
mistake
takes
instead of
E4.
knight takes E4.
Yeah. Okay, so bishop D2, they traded, D5. And now, in some Grandmaster games,
Queen B3 and a draw comes.
in some, yeah, we see Queen B3, Knight A5, Queen A4 check, Knight C6, Queen B3, and we see a handshake. But this is the U.S. Junior Championship,
That will not
so we're not
happen.
going to see any of that here. Now, if Black wants to play for a win and doesn't
Knight
want this
C7.
draw, then we play Knight E7, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, so instead of all this craziness, White simply castled, okay, which is also quite normal. And now, from Jeffrey Xiong's point of view, isn't he not predicting this is going to happen? Did he prepare for this?
I don't know. I actually have no idea.
Right, this seems
But
like
I don't
something
think he's
you-
too sad because
Right.
this variation really has a very...
No, and he's playing quickly, which is like somewhat surprising. So, okay, he castled
Okay.
after White castled, and White played Rook C1. The other move is Rook E1. And okay, this is obviously Bodek
He's moving fast,
preparation.
yeah.
No.
I thought in this position after Black plays Knight F4, he has really nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I agree. It's not giving white much.
Normally, yeah. Normally the knight ends up on f4.
But that's okay because I predicted a draw. So what's wrong with that?
Right. Yeah. Now I'm starting to believe, but I don't know. If you ask me what color I would rather be or have my students be, I think black. But Michael has his own ideas. And I think Jeffrey went bishop g4, if I can see correctly on the screen.
That's here?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You saw it before it even happened. Wow.
See, magic.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, when you see it live on the...
Yeah, normally when you have some unusual prep, like you play a line you haven't played before, and then your opponent starts blitzing, that's very disconcerting. It's, again, when I played the U.S. Championship, I was like, why is this guy blitzing? I don't play this line.
Yeah.
And this reminds me of another terrible U.S. Championship story. I have a lot of terrible stories. I'm playing Josh Friedel in San Diego. Might have been La Jolla. If it's La Jolla, don't call in complaining. And I played the Caro-Kann, which I rarely play, and I played knight f6 instead of bishop f5, which I never play. And then I played gf, and
he was blitzing.
I mean, and this was my second line, because as you know, Josh always plays the Panov attack.
Right.
And he didn't play the Panov against me. And I was like, wait, what? Because I was prepared for that. So I played knight f6 and gf in case he didn't. And he blitzed every move.
Yeah.
Like he moved instantly every move, and I was like, what? And I just got crushed. And I was like, what happened? Yeah. So sometimes when you have special preparation, an opponent doesn't care.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, so here Jeffrey doesn't care, bishop g4. He's playing even more quickly than Michael, who prepared this.
And has Michael moved immediately, or is he thinking?
No, he's still thinking.
Oh, okay.
So that's...
Now Black wants to play knight b6, right? And then attacking the bishop, and also d4 is loose. Yeah.
But that's amazing that Jeffrey gets to play so quickly when I can't believe he predicted this line. So disconcerting for Michael.
Well, I think that he just knows the line. This is the kind of line that every schoolboy knows nowadays.
Every schoolboy knows?
Yeah, because everybody likes them. Who?
Have Yermo on the show? Yermolinsky?
Yermolinsky, yeah. Why not, if he's willing to call in?
Okay. So let's get to our sharp Sicilian, finally.
Here we go.
Yeah, we were waiting for this.
And Arthur Shen never shies away from mainline Sicilians.
Right. This is Arthur Shen and Rufeng Li. E4, C5. We see a picture of Li up there on the screen.
Yep.
Knight F3, D6. And we see a Najdorf. And we're going to see a lot of Najdorfs and dragons this tournament, I think.
Yes, and thank goodness for that.
Yeah. H3. This is, well, it's old and it's new.
Right. It's an old move that's been revived, played a lot nowadays.
Yeah, and the idea is, when Najdorf invented the Najdorf, a very big coincidence, by the way, he wanted to play e5, but didn't want to allow this bishop e5 check and all this stuff. Now when players play the Najdorf, half of them just want to play the Scheveningen with e6, but they don't want to allow g4, the Keres attack. And white is like, no, I want to play the Keres attack, g4, g4. So, okay, you lose a tempo, but okay, we still get to play g4, and there we go. So basically we have a Keres attack where white's played a very early h3, which is maybe not the most accurate, but okay, it's the Keres attack.
Yeah, you got to enable g4 somehow.
Yeah.
Can't play
and knight fd7 right away. Wow, that's a quick knight fd7.
Interesting. I mean, the concept of seeing knight d7 after g4 is not new, but here it seems really early.
I've never seen it this early.
Yeah.
A lot of times black is even fighting back in the center with d5, so not anymore.
No, not.
That's the earliest knight fd7 I've seen in the Keres
but they're
attack.
moving at fast pace. I see that Arthur
G5,
g5.
b5.
b5.
And now is it time for thinking? No thinking allowed. Okay, so b5, a3.
Bishop e7, bishop e7.
So white played h3 and a3, then pushed his g pawn forward. How do I show this game to my students? It's a good thing I don't have any students.
If you can remember the Yan Liao game from yesterday.
Yeah, f4, g4.
Yes, and then a4 on the other wing.
Yeah.
And then f5 and...
Yeah, push all the pawns.
Yeah.
Okay, bishop e3. Yeah, this is looking like a really sharp Sicilian. It looks like an English attack without f3. It looks like a Keres attack. And white's played h3, seemingly meaningless move. But okay, he's getting his Sicilian attack on.
Well, he has to stop b4 and harassment on the e-pawn.
So this will be a very interesting double-edged game, what we were hoping for.
Yes.
And yesterday we saw a lot of Sicilians. So I think we're going to see a lot of Sicilians this tournament. And the players have to win. You can't win the tournament and go to the U.S. Championship by drawing all of your games.
That's right.
It's very important to win lots of games.
Yeah, and the many players here, I think that they have a chance at least at that.
Well, I think they're right, too.
Yeah.
Okay, and here we have, as opposed
like
to the
Lopez.
very sharp Sicilian, we have Spanish, Rui Lopez, bishop b5, a6, not playing the Berlin. Bishop e7, rook e1, b5, I assume. d6, no Marshall. c3, castles,
D4.
h3, I assume. And
D4,
knight b8, the Breyer variation. Okay. Anybody want some ice cream? No. Okay, so knight b8 very popular now. Other moves are knight a5 and bishop e6 and rook e8, I guess. h6. Every move is possible.
Right.
But yeah, knight b8 is very popular, especially at the super GM level. We see Kamsky playing it a lot. We see Carlsen playing it. We see lots of the top grandmasters playing knight b8.
Yeah, I remember it back in the 70s from Karpov playing on the white side and showing some.
Yeah, looked good for
impressive
white when
ways.
Karpov was white.
Yeah.
And the idea is black is going to put the knight on d7, put the bishop on b7, and if white
moves the
closes the
c-pawn.
center earlier with d4, d5, we can play c6 sometimes.
Right. Or otherwise, black will play c5 himself, sure.
Okay, so d4, knight b d7.
Yeah.
And I can't believe that players haven't made more moves.
Knight d2.
Knight b d2. Yeah, I remember many years ago in Vegas, the National Open, last round, Josh Friedel was white against Kamsky in this line. And they played, I don't know, 22, 23 moves of theory. Very long maneuvering game, eventually ended in a draw, like around move 50, 55. And, you know, Josh was sort of happy he drew against Kamsky, you know, in one of Kamsky's lines. And God is like, well, you're white. So, like, I can't win with black by fours. Yeah.
Right.
So, although, yeah, Kamsky was better. But, yeah, we see lots of long maneuvering games, and that's why players like Kamsky and Carlsen like this with black, because in the longest possible game, they can try to outplay their opponent in various parts instead of having some tactical skirmish that ends in a perpetual.
Absolutely.
This will be some long maneuvering game where the better player will win.
Yeah, that's not a kind of game that's decided in 20 moves for sure. Do you know what the significance of this variation is to me?
To you?
Yes.
What is the significance?
In the first game I ever played, rated game I ever played in my
Wow.
life, that was the
The
opening.
Breyer variation?
I was black in the first game in
The
my
first
life.
rated game ever?
First rated game of my life, yes.
The first rated game ever, I didn't know what the Rui Lopez was.
It was something like December 79,
Wow.
many years ago, yes.
Wow, I've played more rated chess than you have.
I'm
I think
sure
my
of
first
that.
tournament was in 75 or 76.
There you go.
Yeah.
So have they made any more moves?
But how did you do?
I won with black.
Ah, okay. And it was like this?
It was, yeah, it went further theory-wise.
Wow.
He went to the main line with bishop b7, yeah, bishop c2. Knight
Okay,
F-
so bishop b7 was played.
Okay, so we expect bishop c2, rook e8, knight f1, bishop f8, knight g3, g6.
Well, let's not go too fast.
They haven't moved yet?
We have to think 10 minutes per move. No.
Okay. Oh,
No, so is this something that Leo plays, or we're not sure? If Luke is expecting this, he should be playing quickly also. But if
Yeah.
he's
But there's
taking a
several
few
choices.
minutes.
There are the old lines for white, and there's modern ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes white plays with a4, and sometimes with b3. Ideally, what white wants to do is to have a position where he has pawns on a2, b3, c4, d5. If he manages to get this way, but usually black doesn't allow it.
I see some games where white's playing bishop c2 and bishop d3 also after a4,
Right,
putting pressure
to
on
tickle the
b5
pawn on b5, yes.
Yeah.
So
It's
bishop
important
c2
to
was
move the
played.
bishop one square every time.
Yeah.
Bishop a4, bishop b3, bishop c2, bishop d3,
That's
and
right.
white's better.
Yeah.
Only a
So he
little
went
bit.
bishop c2.
Okay. I don't have it, but you do.
Yeah, it's the magic of the
you can
live
actually
TV.
see it on the board.
Yes.
You're cheating. You can see it in real life.
Sorry.
Well, I can play bishop c2.
And Liao played rook e8
Yeah.
instantly.
And the idea is we're defending our e4 pawn because often white plays knight f1 and moves the knight to g3. And
Yeah, I've seen Scholastic games where
Yeah, they do it anyway.
the kids, yes, instead of just understanding, they just try to memorize.
Yeah, I play knight
Then
f1.
they go knight
G3.
f1, and then something takes on e4 in tears. Because the bishop is still on
Wait,
b3.
is the kid having tears or is the coach having tears?
Both.
Both. Okay.
Yeah.
So bishop c2. So this is going to be a long maneuvering game. We'll
Yeah,
have
now
to-
bishop e7 has no legal move, so it's a good idea to put it on g7.
Yeah, we'll have
So
to
rook
postpone
f8.
our dinner reservations though. This game's going to take 6 hours.
This game can take a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you think black's going to play rook e8, bishop f8, g6,
Well, he has to.
bishop
That's the main
Yeah.
plan. I mean, he has to somehow revive that
remaneuver
bishop.
all the pieces around.
Yeah. And that's the big question. Can white somehow
And you're correct.
advance?
He did play rook e8.
Right. White is going to try to, how should I say, stabilize the center and start making mobility on the king side. White that's white, I mean. Black is going to try to hold in the center and start mobilizing queenside. So we're expecting now knight f1, bishop f8, knight g3, threatening knight f5, so g6, and yeah.
Yeah, Luke is looking like, what did I prepare for this? He's already taken a lot of time, and he's like, I looked at this before. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah. Although sometimes they know the variation, they just try to remember or try to think if they can spring another free, some idea that they have some. Yeah, let's see the next game.
Back to the beginning.
Yeah.
This position I know.
Yeah, so this is a known Grunfeld position.
Yeah. So we see the Grunfeld, and white played c takes, knight takes, bishop to d2.
Another one of those relatively modern ideas.
Yeah. And we've seen this a lot in a lot of top-level games.
Sure.
And my student, Matt Larson, of course, has had white and black in this position. And at the same time. No,
But does he know the theory?
He knows a little bit. He knows a little. We had a very funny discussion. We had a lesson last night. And I said, who in the United States knows more theory than you? And he was like, Caruana. So we had to have a new player to know more
That's
theory.
pretty impressive.
And I was like, Nakamura. He's like, I don't know, maybe. Yeah. But he was pretty confident Caruana knew more. So.
Very modest of him.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he's right, but he thought he was right.
But why don't you tell the viewers a little bit about who he is, who that person is?
Well, Matthew Larson's played in the junior before, and actually I'd like to get him on the show at some point, so maybe in a few days. And one of the top juniors in Missouri, and I started teaching him when he was 1100, just 4 or 5 years ago.
And he more than doubled his rating.
Yeah, now he's 2290, and he was playing both sides of the Grunfeld, and this was a line that he knew both sides from. So when there were these super grandmaster games in this position, we would always have interesting discussions. He's like, yeah, Caruana doesn't know what he's doing, and Radjabov doesn't know what he's doing, so it was funny discussions. And okay, we also saw Anand play this against Carlsen and against Gelfand, I think. So, I mean, a lot of super GM games in this bishop d2 line, but as you said, pretty recent. 10, 15, 20 years ago, we didn't see CD5 and bishop d2.
E4 was almost automatic.
Yeah, okay, now the idea is to take with a bishop. And a lot of players won't play knight takes c3, they'll just play knight to b6. And they're like, why did you play bishop to d2? So black is getting sort of a somewhat inferior line, and white's losing a tempo.
Right.
So we'll see something like knight b6, bishop e3, and probably Matt's had this position with both sides more than the knight takes c3 move. Yeah, and I think actually maybe even knight b6 is more common here, but this is fine. This is another line we see a lot in super grandmaster play. Queen d2, that's pretty early. c5, d5.
And he took. And took.
And okay, white wants to play like I play in 1 minute chess. h4, h5, queen h6. This is how I play 1 minute. So I like this as a start. Now the queen is on d2 is better placed than on d1 for a couple of reasons. One is the c3 pawn is defended, so queen f5 doesn't get a tempo. The other is if white ever plays knight f3, to quote Ronan Harzvi, black would play bishop g4 and bang the clock, but not with the queen on d2.
That's right.
With the queen on d1, then bishop g4 pins the knight, and we're all happy.
Unless you forget the access to h6 in some lines.
Yeah. So, okay, white's going to play for a big center and a big attack, and black is going to say, excuse me, all your pieces are on the back row, and I've castled.
Right.
So I'm going to try to punish your king on e1, and white is going to try to punish black on the center and the king side. So we see these double-edged kind of games that the juniors want because they don't want a lot of draws.
Right. So black has great interest to open the center as soon as possible.
And he played e6, backing you up. And I remember we saw this line, a very similar line, in the Shulman-Kamsky game at the U.S. Championship that was drawn, where it was a Grunfeld and white was playing for mate, and both sides forgot their preps. It was very interesting. But okay, black was never in any big trouble.
Okay, why don't we go to the next game?
Yeah, this was the game we didn't know what the opening would be.
And now we do.
Because
like some sort of
so c4, d5. Yep. That's funny. I don't know if I was giving a chess lesson or just talking to a member of the chess club, but I remember talking about this position and saying sometimes white plays queen a4 check just to force the knight to c6. And then I think I was giving a lecture here at the club last week, and I made a little joke. I said, depending on who you're playing, queen a4 check might work out even better.
Right.
Sometimes it might even win a piece.
Especially if there's a pawn like on b6 or something.
Yeah. No, I mean, even in this position, if your opponent's not so good, then...
he might not play knight c6.
Yeah, so here black only has one move. Black is in check, and his bishop is attacked. And if you're playing a beginner or a lower-rated player who didn't see queen a4 check and doesn't know the position, they may get upset now. Yeah. Of course, Okay, now in this tournament, knight c6, defending the bishop. And the queen isn't so great on a4, but with the knight on c6, we can't play pawn c6, we can't play pawn c5.
Right. Usually in the queen pawn openings, the c pawn is used either to hold the center with c6 or hit
And
the
we
c
see
pawn.
this a lot even at the super grandmaster level. I think Levon Aronian likes to have black in these positions. So bishop g5. And I don't know who was talking to me. It might have been you. It doesn't sound like something you would say, but somebody was saying, why would you play the queen's gambit decline with black with bishop e7 when your bishop can go to b4? Play the Ragozin. Like, why would your bishop be on
it
e7
wasn't
here?
me.
Yeah, it didn't sound like you. But it was somebody pretty strong. Like, you got to play aggressive. Why play bishop e7? So, okay, black is playing aggressively. You're pinning the knight on c3. Pieces are out. He's ready to castle. And the big problem that black has in this opening, which we don't see here, is the bishop on c8.
Right.
Normally there's a pawn on e6, and the bishop c8 is crying most of the game. Now we have lots of options.
That's right.
So still I would have white in this position, but okay, black is perfectly fine. Black castled, and white played e3. And I'm guessing if you have a database, you'll see lots of games in this position.
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
So far, white, I guess, is still in his preparation, having all of his time left. And Awander's thinking, but if Awander's playing the Ragozin, then he must know this position.
Okay.
On to the
down
next
we go.
game, and we have
What
lots of
position?
trades. So after h3, well, I'm sorry, to bishop g4,
Yes,
this
h3.
is the game Michael Bodek, Jeffrey Xiong, the highest rated matchup today. You were worried for white that black would play knight b6 and put tremendous pressure on d4. So white played h3. And instead of, he did maintain the pin. And white
That
took
is a
and played rook c5, a little skewer action. These juniors all full of tactics. But yeah, I think this is why you play rook c1, so that bishop g4 isn't so dangerous. I think this is the reason why, yeah. And so I'm assuming Jeffrey,
Bishop
with all of
takes
his time
f3.
left, already knew this tactic. Bishop takes f3 is forced. Knight takes f3.
Queen d6.
And yeah, now if we take the pawn on a2, I'm assuming d5 and
Rook takes
takes
c7.
c7 and d6, and be careful. Yeah. Although this is junior chess, so we have to play as crazy as possible. Now, if you want to play as sane as possible, then your suggestion, queen d6,
d6.
defending the c7 pawn. White has an isolated pawn, but white is very active. He has the c file, maybe the e file. He can attack the b7 pawn. So I would still say just equal.
Right. Normally, with an isolated pawn, the more minor pieces you trade, the better off the side against the isolani is. But I think in this position, the fact that c7 is kind of vulnerable.
Yeah, and he took off the pressure on the f3 knight and the d4 pawn. White got some of the pressure off.
So my guess would be that if queen d6, then the queen is going to maybe go to the c file. That's not very exciting anymore.
Right. I was thinking queen b3. Well, it could get exciting, but yeah, I think we're going to see a really solid game here.
I think so.
Yeah, to me, this is just equal.
Yeah, I'm thinking that this is going to go towards a draw.
And I think this is prep. I think both players know this position.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that Jeffrey must be a little frustrated. Probably he would hope for a full-bodied game.
Yeah, and again, this is sort of like the arena crush method that Bodek is employing. It's not a very well-known method, but I've employed it myself many times. You're paired up. Your opponent's like, I got to beat this guy. So you don't do anything. You play calm, boring, and it really frustrates your opponent. And either your opponent acquiesces and says, okay, draw, or your opponent goes crazy, and then you win.
Right.
And I think Bodek is like, come on, Jeffrey, go crazy and try to refute this boring position so I can win. And Jeffrey's like, I can't draw all my games. I want to win this tournament.
That's right.
So Bodek is sort of like tempting him to do that. And I think Irina Crush does that a lot when she's paired up. She just plays really solid. And if her opponent's like, hey, I'm higher rated than you, I have to play crazy, then she tears them up. So I think this is a good strategy. And I remember actually one of her opponents being mad at her once because she played so solid. Like, you're just playing for a draw. She said, I'm just playing solid. And her opponent went crazy and lost. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, another funny story. I'm playing in the 2001 National Open, and I got married the day before the tournament. I won my first 3 rounds.
Is that
I won
the wedding that I attended?
Yes, and I won a piece on move 8 in my first game against the 2150. That's not the story, though. In the last 3 rounds, I played the three highest-rated Chinese grandmasters, and I drew the first 2. In the last round, I'm worse with black, and my opponent allows a really strong exchange sacrifice. So I played the exchange sacrifice and I offer a draw. He put his head down and shook his head like this, and he was thinking, how could I draw this idiot? I know he was thinking that for like 5 minutes, and he's like, okay.
You had to.
He was so mad, like, how could I draw this guy? So yeah, even if your opponent's lower rated, if you go crazy, then you'll see why they're in the tournament.
That's right.
So you think like, oh, I'm paired down this round, I'm going to win. Not if you make bad moves. If you go too far, and okay, at some point, if Jeffrey does draw this game or becomes too equal, there is a point in the tournament where Jeffrey has to start winning. Didn't win round one paired down with white. If he gets no advantage at all, yeah. So
yeah, perhaps you'll have to play a little more aggressive openings.
yeah, you'd think e4, e5. You think like black can never win, but it seems like this is what Magnus Carlsen does for a living.
Right.
He's like very slightly worse, equalizes better, and wins in 60 moves.
But that's Magnus Carlsen.
That's Magnus Carlsen. For the other players, it's not so
Carlsen.
easy to win with e5. That's why we see so many Sicilians.
Yeah, looking back at this, like at a game like this, if Jeffrey is really trying to win, probably he need to play 2 knights defense, knight f6 instead of bishop c5, and try to make something complicated about it.
Many years ago, a grandmaster told me if you're playing for a draw with white, e4, which I was thinking like, what about d4? But d4 can become interesting. King's Indian, Benoni, Benko, Nimzo Indian, very strategically complicated. If you play e4 and you play solid, the guy's going to beat you with the Berlin, with the Petrov, with Rui Lopez. And when they do try to beat you with a Sicilian, sometimes they just get crushed. Like you have to be careful. Gotta be careful with black. You can't just beat e4 pretty easily.
I agree.
So yeah, this is e4, and white's playing very solid, trading all the pieces, and basically frustrating Jeffrey.
Yeah. And Jeffrey is thinking maybe he's going to gamble with queen takes a2, but
that's a gamble. I mean, if he can win the b pawn and get the 2 connected queenside pawns, I'm still worried about that d pawn,
on d,
and I'm worried about the rook on c7.
But
So
let's
it's
take a look at it
worrisome.
then. Queen takes a2.
Yeah, let's have a look. d5 is my assumption.
But now I'm thinking, does he even have to? Can he play some rook to the d file?
You can, but I have so many queen moves. Also, your
Like
queen's getting a little funny. Oh, you're going to play rook takes d5. You're so mean.
Under some
Okay, so which rook are you playing? This one? Because I'm going to play a move you won't like. Just say yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to play queen a1.
I see.
I wanted you to undefend your a pawn too.
Right. So now after the queen trade,
White's attacking all of black's pawns, and white has h3 in. No checkmate for you.
correct.
Yeah, black will
Well, I
never.
could go knight b4 and then just win the d pawn. But
Yeah, but black will never win. Black will fight for a draw.
yeah, it's
B
not.
pawn's hanging, A pawn's hanging, and
Yeah.
I have lift and you don't.
And if we move the f rook to d8, does it make a difference?
Yeah, okay, then we can agree. Although then f7 is weak.
No, let's go back
95?
a little, see what happens.
Yeah. No, but black's not playing for a win here. Black's struggling.
No, here definitely not. Let's see
Yeah.
with the other rook.
Rook f to d8. Always playing for tricks. Queen sacrifice, take.
You can still play queen a1, right?
Oh yeah, I'm going to play queen a1. I like that all your
And
pawns.
knight b4.
When I take on b7, I'm still attacking a7. Now f7 is weaker, so knight e5 gains a tempo.
No,
knight
it's just
g5.
going to be a draw. I think.
Right, but I mean, if I would rather have white. It's a draw, but I have a rook on the 7th, your a pawn's attacked, f7's weak, I have lift and you don't. That's not playing for a win.
No.
Yeah. But I agree it should be a draw.
Yeah.
I'll take white all day.
Okay, so if you can take on a2, then I suppose that queen d6 is in order.
Oh, queen d6 seems normal. Also, I would be shocked if rook c5 and knight takes f3 immediately isn't prep. Like he knows queen takes e2 isn't, And I think he knows this position and Jeffrey doesn't.
Right.
If Jeffrey knew the position, he would
He would have
be
moved
thinking for
already,
10
sure.
minutes. Yeah.
So after queen d6, what do you think will happen?
But I think he's very frustrated because I think he thinks his winning chances are very small. I'm either going to triple on the c file or I'm going to play queen b3 and attack the b7 and double on the c file. Whichever one is worse. That's what I do. Queen b3 is more aggressive. So after knight takes, if I take the knight, you take my rook and I resign? I hate when that
That's
happens.
not very good, is it?
That's the best I could do.
No. So let's go back.
So already queen b3 is a mistake?
But I was thinking about queen c1. Do you like queen
Queen
c1?
c1?
No?
Wow. Here?
Yes.
It's too aggressive. Why are you playing queen c1 instead of queen c2? I wanted a triple.
Uh-huh.
But you want to play d5 next move.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has to be fine for white. d5's coming.
My thing is, if the queen is on c2, I'm not sure that I'm threatening d5 because of knight b4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yeah, still should be good for white.
For example, after queen c2, some rook to the to d8, and then...
And then you have knight takes d5. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, this is always looking like a draw. Like I'm going to win a pawn, you're going to win a pawn, and
hard to believe that anyone is going to win this
It's
position.
going to be a draw, yeah.
You know, they might test, but I don't think at the end anybody's going to fall into it.
Okay, so pretty equal position.
Yeah. And our next case. Wow.
Probably also equal, but much more complicated.
So let's see what happened after the knight d7, early knight d7 move.
Yeah. So bishop e3 is the last position we looked at.
Right.
This is the game Arthur Shen White, who lost yesterday against Rufeng Li. Bishop e7, h4.
Yeah.
So basically, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a Kara's attack and White's down a tempo. I mean, he played h3, h4. Otherwise, it's like a Kara's attack. It's
Well,
just
but
sort of-
yeah, but the knight is still on b8 as well.
No, but I mean, if
Queen
you
on
played
d8.
just a regular Kara's attack, I think you get this position, but it would be White's move. Okay, knight c6, queen d2, knight d to e5.
Okay, with
So
a small threat.
we already have a threat, knight takes knight, and the
And
game is
something
over.
f3.
And something to f3, exactly.
So bishop e2, did you play or?
I don't think he played.
Okay.
Time for a think. And both players have been thinking, so they're on their own. And this is the kind of Sicilian we want to see. It's not clear where either king is going. I'm pretty sure White's going to castle queenside, and
You think?
I will, yeah, and I will not hazard a guess as to what Black will do with his king. I have no guess.
The question is, should Black even bother to move his king?
Right, he could castle queenside, kingside, or leave his king on e8.
Also, another idea that I'm thinking of, well, after bishop e2 is maybe knight a5 and put something on
Put
c4.
everything on c4.
Yeah, and
Then
if b3, then
I
it's
think
gonna
I
be
have to,
mega
but I
attack.
have to play b3, right?
Yeah,
I can't let your knights all go to c4.
yeah, and then rook c8 and queen c7.
Rook c8, queen c7, e4 is a little tender.
Yeah,
Maybe I can play f4 and push you back. That's why we're sitting in the commentator's chair. We don't want to play this game.
no.
This is too complicated. Is it time for rook takes c3 yet? Not yet.
Well, I mean, it's early. I don't think you have to really panic.
Yeah.
How is he going to answer queen c7 on the next move? That's something
Play
to
now?
think about. Well, no, it's white to move.
No, I'm playing
Oh,
f4.
you played f4, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Queen c7, I might take on b5, although I might not. Yeah, I can't play this position. I have to take 30 minutes to move, and then make a mistake anyway.
Yeah, queen c7, knight takes b5 could be interesting.
Right, and then e4 is hanging, and c2 is hanging, and the knight is hanging.
What a
and
mess.
Yeah, and the knight on a5 could be hanging if you play queen c2. Ugh. Yeah, all pieces hanging.
Better them than us.
Yeah. Okay, so hopefully that won't happen because we'll have to start crying. Okay, so knight e5, black's threatening knight takes d4.
Yeah, bishop
followed
e2
by
looks
a
necessary.
big check. Yeah.
Is there an alternative to bishop
Can I
e2?
just castle?
You could.
Simple. Although I might lose my queen. But oh yeah, if you take and play knight f3, I have queen takes g7. I'm
Right.
safe. So you might just castle. But okay, the knight could come to g4 also. This is another square. So yeah, I like taking that bishop usually, if I can. And bishop e2 stops the knight f3 tricks and the knight g4 tricks. Yeah, this is the kind of sharp Sicilian we were hoping for.
A bishop e2 with the idea of f4, yeah. Pretty
It's
exciting.
unfortunate a lot of times in these games, even with the strongest of players, we just see brilliant play, and then on move 24-25, both players have 5 minutes left, and then stuff
Then
happens.
equality,
Stuff
goes
happens,
down.
yeah. And that's why we see players like Ivanchuk playing this with both colors, because a really creative play can get you a lot of points in these positions. Very dangerous for everybody, but okay. Arthur lost yesterday, figures he has to win today.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that
Especially with white.
he's coming to win in every game, playing to win in every game.
So this will be one of our more interesting Sicilians today.
Yes, hopefully, yeah.
And we
Roy
have our
Lopez is
our
continuing.
Breyer variation
Yes, and I think they're playing exactly into the main line.
with Luke and Jan Lu.
Yeah.
Rook e8, knight f1, bishop
Bishop
f8
f8,
is your
knight
knight
g3.
g3. You were saying all this.
Yeah,
G6,
A4. This is exactly like some of the Karpov games.
yeah, c5.
After d5, c4. And have they played it? Is this the last position? Or?
Yeah, this is the last position. Jan Leo has more time than he started with, and Luke has taken almost half an hour.
So Luke is probably a bit surprised here.
Yeah, it seems like every move he's like, what's my prep? What was I going to do? And Jan Leo is just blitz, blitz, blitz. And he won the first game pretty confident. Played pretty well the first game. Very interesting game. I think the most interesting game of the round. because the most confusing for us.
Yes.
F4,
Yeah.
G4, then positional,
Yeah.
then tactical with F5, and then positional endgame,
Right.
squeezing him.
No
Yeah.
sooner did we started lamenting at the move G4 and how he would want the pawn back on G2, did he play F5, and that pawn caused havoc.
And he's played in this tournament before. Maybe he's one of the dark horses that I've overlooked. Well, this is the game we disagreed about, as far as the result of the game. And I think one of the parents of one of the players might be our special guest later.
That's right.
So I'll have to forget what my prediction was for that, just in case. And
I'll just post mine.
exactly, yeah. So yeah, we have 5 really interesting games, and we don't really have any idea of the result of any of them. And this is the time in the broadcast where, it's move 10, it's move 15, we're out of our prep. Now it's time for big long thinks, which is very typical at the higher levels, atypical at lower levels. I try to explain to my students, when you don't know the position, you can't just say, oh, I don't know this, let's move in 3 seconds.
Right.
I mean, it's for the first time, it's like you've never seen what's
This is
going
the first
on.
intersection of the game where you really have to start.
And I remember when I worked with Gregory Kaidanov in the early 90s, I lost a game to Gatakomsky where I just got totally squeezed in the World Open. And he was very curious when Komsky started thinking. And I said, oh, here, like some move 11 or 12. He says, okay, this was the end of his prep. Because he didn't play theory at all. He played weird in a Slav, but he was blitzing. So this was his prep. And then when he was out, like, big think, 20 minutes, and then he just outplayed me.
Yeah.
But this is typical. We see this in GM play all the time. When the position is new and they haven't seen it before, you have to figure out what's going on.
Right. This is the time not to play a hasty move or hasty plan and realize that your pieces are
Exactly. And it was funny, Stuart Rachels, who we were talking about earlier, when he was in his prep, he still never moved.
Yes.
And there were many games, where the game had been going, he used an hour on his clock and he was still in prep. He was like taking 4 or 5, that's an interesting position. I was just saying, should I play my prep, or this is interesting? And so you really didn't know when he was out of prep because he was playing so slowly.
I thought you meant that he was impractical and was just trying to play to perfection.
That's the other issue.
Yeah. Yeah, there are players like that. Even I'm sure you have some students who just won't move.
Yeah.
They just have this responsibility to play the absolutely best line, the best move every time. And you tell them sometimes you have to be practical. I remember my friend who is now out of chess, but other than Blitz and ICC, Tal Shaked, who is a grandmaster and was a world junior champion. For many years, he had serious time trouble issues in every game, no matter if he played up or down. And at some point, he, by himself, snapped out of it. And when we talked about it, he said that he just decided he has to be more practical.
Right.
If he looks for the absolute truth in the game, he just finds time trouble, and then he just messes up whatever he built.
And the last time I saw Tal Shaked, you know where that was?
When you traveled to Google?
That's correct. Yeah, he works at Google in Mountain View, and I went there and I saw him and I saw the computer program guy, chess player, database guy, Ken Thompson.
Thompson, yes.
Yeah, we spoke to him. Yeah, so that was fun. But yeah, I have a very bad record against Tal Shaked, so we won't talk about that.
Yes,
anymore.
I know. I've witnessed some of those.
Yeah,
accidents.
we won't discuss that.
Yeah,
Even I remember, I hung a piece in the National Open, I move 11.
that happens.
Not too often. Yeah. But yeah, it happened against him.
You're always very nice towards the juniors, the upcoming juniors.
Exactly, always. Yeah.
So I'm thinking that this is a good time for us to take our first 2-minute break. And let's take a look for a moment, just one more game, the one after this, Roy Lopez. Here we go.
Yeah, this is our Grunfeld. And the last time we looked, Black played e6 opening the center, which you were recommending. Bishop c4, which I expected. The bishop's great on d5, although the king is still not so good on e1.
That's right.
Knight to d7, that knight wants to go to f6, which defends the king, attacks the bishop, and white's like, I don't know this position, and I played the Grunfeld.
Well, he needs to think if the knight is going to go to f3 or to e2, but he has a very strong piece on d5, and eventually that piece will have to be captured, and he's going to have a very strong passed pawn, protected passed pawn. So,
seems like a normal Grunfeld position. Maybe Akshat wants to have black. It's Grunfeld-like.
yeah. All right, so let's take a quick break, and we'll be back in 2 minutes from the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. This is Aviv Friedman with Ben Finegold, Grandmaster Ben Finegold. Be back in 2 minutes. Please stay with us.
What about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
And just like that, we are back from the 2015 U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship from the beautiful Chess Club and Scholastic Center in St. Louis in the state of Missouri. I'm Aviv Friedman with local Grandmaster Ben Finegold. Hi again, Ben. And during the break, we saw very small changes in some of the games. We saw that Luke Harmon Velotti is trying one of the sidelines, well, I couldn't even say sideline, one of the main lines, but not the very main line, in his Roy Lopez game against Yan Liu.
Yeah, but it seemed like he was a bit lost in the opening, playing very slowly and
Right.
sort of unsure what to do.
Right, maybe he's improvising, maybe it's not even preparation.
Yeah,
So
but
we know-
B3 is okay.
Yeah, of course, like I said before, the dream position for White is if he pushes the pawn to D5 and then plays C4. That's what he wants. He wants it to somehow just quell the action on the queen side.
Right.
Then he's going to have a free reign on the king side. That's his real hope. Black, on the other hand, of course, if White would have played D5, Black would have instantly played C4
Right.
with Knight C5 to follow and great activity.
Yeah, in fact, let me go back and show the audience. Yeah, D5 with the idea of B3 and C4. And
Exactly.
getting this big space advantage.
So C4 right now.
C4, and now the Black Knight has C5, and if White moves some of his queenside pawns, we can capture them, and C3 could become weak.
That's right.
So, okay, so instead of allowing this, White played B3 first, and the move order of how you're going to entertain all these moves
Right.
is still in question.
Right. Of course, now Black has the option at some point to take on C3 and put a rook on C8, which also makes sense.
Yeah, take on D4.
On D4, sorry.
Yeah.
Of course.
And this seems like after B3, Black didn't move instantly, which means maybe B3, he's out of his prep finally. So Luke can be happy
Yeah.
that Black is finally thinking, because Yan Liu wasn't thinking at all the first 15 moves. He was just playing his preparation. And
that's
maybe
right.
B3 is not the most common move. And again, you never know what your opponent's going to play. Sometimes something they've been playing their whole life, they know you're preparing for it, so they just play something else. And sometimes you forget your preparation. And I've had,
And sometimes you mix your preparation.
yeah, I had many instances of both.
Yes.
So it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
You know, again, another Kaidanov story. Kaidanov's played in many U.S. championships. I believe 22, but I could be 1 or 2 off. And he's never won.
Right.
And he told me a really funny story. Well, not for him, but he thought it was funny too. One year, he went to a convent. He stayed in a room, nothing. No windows, no internet, no phone. And he just studied chess for a week, preparing for the U.S. Championship. He had books and his computer, just chess. He came and everybody crushed him. And terrible, like his worst U.S. Championship. He said, next year, I didn't prepare for my games. And when I went to the board, I'm like, who am I playing? That was his best. Like I'm playing chess. It's time to play chess again.
Very strange.
And not like before the game, I prepared all these lines. What were they? And in 1993, I was at Groningen. Maybe you were there.
Not
And they had the interzonal, like the PCA interzonal, and then they had the open tournament where I was getting crushed. And there was a game, Kramnik-Kaidanov, Semislav. And Kaidanov couldn't remember any of his preparation. So boy, did he get crushed. I mean, he got really crushed.
I think that Kramnik is not the best opponent.
Yeah, and after the game, he was like, oh yeah, I prepared this. And Kramnik's like, yeah, that loses. And he said, Kramnik won the game before I showed up. Like, if I played all the prep I had, I would have lost anyway, so it didn't matter. Yeah, so sometimes all this prep and all the remembering and everything, you're not really playing chess, you forget, you get confused. Sometimes it's good to just go play chess.
Yes, well, at the World Youth, which you have attended several times already,
Yeah.
we see that sometimes coaches have different opinion as to what to do with their players. Some people are thinking that a very hardcore preparation is due, looking at all the games of the opponent, figuring out the style, finding some specific line or move to try to surprise the opponent. And other coaches just say, hey, it's a beautiful day, why don't you go to the swimming pool,
Exactly.
enjoy a few hours of rest, come to the game just fresh and
It took
play
me
chess.
5 rounds to convince Atulia Shetty, just play B3, and then just beat your opponent, you're better than him. And finally, he did it like in round 7 against, he was paired up.
And did he beat his opponent?
He played B3, he beat the guy.
There you go.
But before that, Atulia's like, I moved 20 in the English, what do I do here? I think I'm slightly worse, why can't I equalize? And I'm like, come on, man. Like, you don't have to play 20 moves of theory. You can just play better than your opponent. They don't know what they're doing.
There you
And
go.
I'm not saying you should always do that. Some people believe that. But, I mean, you can do it once in a while. You don't have to play 20 moves of theory every game.
That's right. We saw Icaro in London, I think it was, that playing B3 all the time.
Yeah.
I think, didn't he win this tournament with that
Plays
eventually?
B3, plays G3, plays E4, he plays D4,
Yeah.
he plays knight F3. Yeah, and you don't know what he's going to play. It's confusing.
Well, you see Ivanchuk, right? When you play Ivanchuk, you never know what to expect, white or black.
Yeah, and to give another, at the U.S. Championship, which I earlier talked about, where I drew Kaidanov with king versus king, I did 6 hours of prep for Shabalov. He surprised me on move 1.
And that was it.
I thought he was going to play E4, and he played D4. I did 6 hours of prep in the last round for Kaidanov. Surprised me on move 1. You know what I did? I used my Shabalov prep for Kaidanov. And so I was going to play this against Shabalov. I guess I'm playing against Kaidanov. I drew both games, but still, you work for 6 hours on an opening. On move 1, they play
Yeah, it's very
not their
frustrating.
most common. So I was like, okay.
We have had situations where you prepare for a kid, you see a database, and he could have 1 to 200 games. And of those with white, he always played a certain move, say E4 or D4. And you really try to cover all bases, whatever a kid played even years ago. You go up to the board, knight F3 first move.
Yeah.
Everything to the garbage. But we always now preface it and tell the kids that
Right.
this could be for later preparation.
Exactly. And also, I even tell them we're preparing this, and when your opponent doesn't do what we prepared on move 1, 2, or 3, it doesn't
still have
matter.
it, yeah.
I said it's either going to be move 1, it's going to be move 10, it's going to be move 20. It doesn't matter. Just
Right.
play chess and don't worry about that. I tell them that. I'm not sure if they're doing it or not. So yeah, B3, and that's good though because I mean for Luke because Jan's been blitzing, and now
And
B3.
now he's thinking,
now it's
thinking.
time for thinking. Exactly.
But I think that he needs to take action before white managed to
get this
complete
bind
the
in
wedge
the
of
center with
D5
D5
and
and
C4.
C4. Yeah.
So let's see what is going on.
And knight f6 did have. Okay, so white decided instead of checkmating black, he was just going to develop his pieces. So after knight to d7, white just played knight f3 and castles.
Right.
No more h4, h5 with a king on e1.
Right.
Yeah, and castles. I don't
Well,
think
once-
black should be too unhappy here. This seems like just a normal Grunfeld position. In fact, black even has more time. I tried this once in the 1980, I can't remember. I'm like Yasser over here. I think it was the 83 World Open. I played Golko in the first round. I was black, and I was like 23-50. And I decided to play the Grunfeld because he played the Grunfeld. And I never played it. And so I was worse, and then eventually I got to like some worst drawn ending where I blundered and I lost in 7.5 hours.
But it's not a bad strategy, I think, to
Yeah.
play against someone whose pet opening is with the other color.
Yeah, they don't want to
They find
repeat
it
their own
difficult.
opening.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There are
So,
some-
so I think playing the Grunfeld against Akshat was interesting because Akshat's like, what do I do? I played the Grunfeld.
Right.
Yeah. Very interesting strategy.
So what is going to
And
happen?
maybe he plays the Grunfeld anyway.
So is it fair to say that white should play something like c4 and reinforce his bishop, then put a rook on d1 and
Yeah,
go
put
queen
the rooks in the
f4?
center. Yeah, just play in the center and hope that black doesn't blockade this pawn and get an active position. It seems like I'd rather have white here because I'm not 100% sure what to do with black.
That's
but
right.
white is just I play in the center and I go
That's
forward.
right.
and-
White's plan is very clear, and
Yeah.
black needs to think how to stop those pawns from rolling. I don't think the bishop on d5 can stay there forever.
Right. Yeah, he's going to have to take it eventually.
So I always tell my students that I'm looking at some position you look in the terms of useful moves. And here it looks like white has a lot of useful moves. Right? Really putting rooks, like you said.
Yeah, I could play on
E1 and
B1 or D1 or E1.
Put the queen on
H3
F4
is
seems like a good square.
Yeah, a
Playing
lot of good
C4,
moves are good for black.
But where
yeah.
should black put his pieces?
That's
How
not
to
clear.
develop bishop c8 when the pawn on b7 is undefended right
Yeah.
now? Should he go queen e7, queen c7? Should he bother to play rook b8? Not clear.
Right.
Should he
Easier-
just take the bishop outright?
Easier to play white, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is one of the problems that people have when they rely totally on the computer. If the computer says all zeros are equal, it is equal.
Know what to do.
But maybe like white has 10 moves that are equal and black is walking a tightrope.
That's
So
right.
those positions you just want to have white.
Yeah.
Even if it says equal, it's just much more pleasant to have this position.
Right. And
So we
using-
both would want to have white here.
Yes. And using the computer nowadays is really an art in itself, don't you agree? Some people use it and they, of course, get a lot of insight because when they analyze their games, they immediately find the tactics and all the blunders. But on the other hand, some people rely on them religiously for openings or position where the computer absolutely has no horizon.
And I even know people, grandmasters who are like, computer, I don't use that. So, those are the old school grandmasters,
That's
not
incredible.
the newer ones.
That is
yeah.
really incredible.
Yeah.
Because in the new generation, especially at the top,
Right.
a computer is a must.
At the 94 U.S. Championship in Key West, my first U.S. Championship, I was walking down the hallway, and the drapes were open. I could see in Walter Brown's room. He had a chessboard. He was sitting there, and he had every chess book ever written surrounding it. No computer, but he had.
Yeah.
I mean, he had
That's
a lot
an
of
old
chess
school
books.
grandmaster.
And then Kaidanov, I saw him on the plane actually to the tournament. He says, "I wonder if I'm the only player here who didn't bring a computer."
Kaidanov said that?
Yeah.
I remember he was teaching at a chess camp in Atlanta at the U.S. Chess School, camp, which is run by I am Greg Shahadi, and he was giving a whole lecture about the usage of computers in chess. And one of the things they said that he was mentioning in checking and opening is that he leaves one of his strongest computers all night to churn in a position and find the real truth in the morning. Because if you just put it for 10, 15 minutes, he might give an assessment, but if you give him more time, he might completely change his mind.
It's funny. Josh Friedman was calling this spacebar analysis, where you hit the spacebar, it plays the best move, but you don't let it think for too long. And I played a game with Jesse Cry in Texas at the Spice Cup, and he played a queen sacrifice on move 5 because he spacebarred and the computer did it. And it was like already known to be terrible. And Josh is like, I told you, you don't do spacebar analysis on move 4, 5, 6, 7 when there's like 300 Grandmaster games. Like, you know, just look at this is all trying to sacrifice. Boy, was I confused when he sacrificed his queen. I'd never seen it. So I just thought forever on every move, got a winning position, then I blew it and draw it. But I mean, he was like, yeah, that didn't work out well. Just, computer plays this.
Yeah.
You got to really let him think a long time.
Yeah, and you see it a lot. You see it a lot when people give. And you know, it's really, one of the ways to really be sure that this is, what you're saying is really right is, you check some opening position with the computer has a strong opinion, but then you see that very strong players have played against it, and you wonder why. And then the more he churns, the more the computer thinks, you realize, he's regretting what he said at first. And
yeah, this is why, for the most part, Matt Larson relies on correspondence games. So he has like secret illegal correspondence database. He gets some subscription where they send him correspondence games. Because those guys have computers running maybe more than one,
forever,
and they're thinking for days. And he says, no, those games I trust when they're the top correspondence players more than even like the grandmasters who were playing.
Right, because these were tested for a long time, right? Yeah. Let's go down the list of games, please.
We can do that.
Our next game is the Ragozin, and
is this game supposed to keep me awake? Bishop back to e7 after I was espousing how great the bishop on b4 was. Unpinning the knight on f6. Bishop e2, also not the most exciting move.
Yeah, very quiet.
Bishop e6, also not the most exciting move. Is this the junior championship, or are we preparing for Sinkfield Cup?
Yeah, this is becoming too solid.
Yeah, this is like Aronian. We have to be careful here. Okay, like castles, h6, bishop f6. And are we playing b4, like I would play? Now we're not playing anything. Yeah, this is not the most exciting for either player.
No. I'm expecting some rook to the c file. Yeah, but this is really...
Both players playing very tame. But okay, I wonder does this. He doesn't sack all his pieces. He'll beat you in 80 moves. Yeah, and the world youths, when he's winning, he's grinding and grinding.
Right,
and
he doesn't have miniatures. He has long maneuvering games.
No, but the first game was a masterpiece this tournament. The guy couldn't move the whole game.
Yeah, he played really...
even if he wasn't winning, it was just so hard to play black.
Yeah, Karpov would have been proud of him.
Yeah, especially after losing yesterday to Sveshnikov, your favorite player, your hero, Sveshi.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is going to ensure that we never eat.
Yeah, well, I think that you said right. I think rook to the c file and b4, that's probably the plan for
white. White's going to slowly build and black's going to slowly defend, and hopefully the two bishops will have their say later, is what a wonder is thinking.
I think that white is having a funner game because I don't see what black is attacking or playing against here.
Well, knight on c6 isn't great. Bishop on e6 is a strange square for the bishop.
Yeah.
Blockaded on the diagonal, blocking the e file. Yeah. But again, junior players usually aren't having a lot of experience in boring Ragozin. Maybe like some exciting Ragozin where everybody's sacking everything. But yeah, not in these kinds of positions. This is more Karpov-like.
Yeah.
And he did play b4.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, I would have white in this position because I don't understand my bishop on e6, what to do with it.
Yeah, I don't see what black's plan is, period. What is black attacking?
Exactly.
There's no attack, there's no weakness, there are no files, diagonals, or squares to capture. White is just going to gain space on the queen side.
Yeah, white has the c file, white has more space on the queen side. White can try to play knight c5 later.
Yeah. And the bishop on f6.
I mean, one idea for black, which isn't going to happen, watch how it happens, is to just play crazy on the king side. You know, f5, f4, but
I think it's just long, and you have to make a lot of moves before you get there.
Yeah, so this is just very difficult. Now black will try to probably maneuver his knight to d6 or b6 so he can get to c4, e4, but again, that's going to take 4 or 5 moves. Yeah, knight e7, knight f5, or c8, and eventually try to take advantage of the hole on c4, but yeah, white's quicker here.
Yeah, and white has means to control c4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and very surprising. You ready to be surprised?
Yes.
Okay. Queen's on a2.
He took it. He decided, so let's see.
That was a
After
long
a
think
very
that he had
long think.
also. Yeah.
So maybe he realized that after queen d6, white can really play his queen to the c file, which A, doesn't allow the capture of the d pawn, B is going to go rook d1,
Yeah.
so then the pawn is going to be protected forever, and he's always threatening to push it to d5. c7 is a chronic weakness, which is going to be hard to defend. So he says that the only way to really muddy the water or go for it is, I guess, queen takes a2.
Yeah.
And now after d5,
And Bodek does another move, queen a2. He seems a bit confused. Like, you can't play that.
probably, yeah.
But still, I'm worried after d5, we're going to see a lot of trading. And
Right.
yeah.
So
Again, I think
we're
this queen
expecting d5, right?
I think this queen a1 move is quite good, and I think it actually, you probably shouldn't play rook d8 just because of that. After d5, maybe just move the knight.
Right.
Like knight b4, knight e7, but I don't see how white can lose with his rook on the 7th rank taking all the pawns. So
Yeah, it doesn't look like a winning attempt by black.
now, of course, we're just doing general principles here. You know, white's going to take back, threaten a pawn, rook on the 7th. He has lift and black doesn't. But okay, Jeffrey did some really long calculations, and d5 was played. And I would be
this is
surprised
forced.
if Jeffrey plays rook to d8. I think he's going to play the knight b4, knight e7.
No, we'll see if he's going to move fast after this long think. or
Well,
is he
after
gonna
queen
have to
takes
check and recheck.
a2, it seems like 95% of his calculation should have been d5.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
Yeah.
But he's not moving fast yet.
And this is the kind of tactical melee where we're taking all the pawns, the position's asymmetrical, but it's going to become symmetrical and equal, and we're going to see an equal position, I think.
Now, does it make any sense to play knight a5 here? Not
Knight
really.
a5. You want to defend your b pawn,
No, I'm
Kornfeld
not-
style?
I'm not so crazy about it anymore. No,
Probably just b4
even.
is good,
Yeah,
yeah.
b4 looks really strong. But then again, where do I go with my knight?
No, I think he's going to play either knight b4 or knight e7. A little bit worried. Queen on a2.
Strange, it's a suspicious position.
I mean, I won a game against Scholastic, if you remember, in Spice Cup, where his queen got stuck over there. I know he remembers it. Did I tell you that funny story? I made a move that obviously trapped his queen, and then I was walking around, and I saw Kobian, so I kicked a Kobian, and he looked at me, and I went, and then he looked at my game, and he was like, what? Like, why is the guy losing his queen? He's irate at you. And I remember when the game ended in about an hour, 15 moves, and I was outside, like, not outside, but in the playing, you know, the hallway. 4 people like, dude, why did you draw so quickly? I said, I didn't draw. Yeah, why you take a quick draw with white? You should play for a win. No, come on. Yeah. But yeah, if you get your queen trapped, then
yeah, then the game is over.
that's tough. Oh, Jeffrey's like, no, my queen's fine. See him?
Yeah,
Yeah. Jeffrey's looking right at the camera. He's like, my queen is no problem.
I think he's looking at the monitor.
Yeah. Oh, he's looking at the positions.
I'm guessing.
He's not looking at us.
Maybe.
Also, why isn't his hood on? That's how confident he is.
Yeah, he's one of the calmest people that you
Yeah.
see.
Man, he really dissed me here like a year or two ago. I forgot what he said. It was really funny. He was sitting here,
Yeah?
and he said something to me like, you know, that I wasn't something. It was really funny, and it was total deadpan.
No, he's very good.
Yeah,
He's deadpan.
yeah.
He's
He was
dead-
like, yeah, you're not fun.
One of the advantages is he's deadpan by nature.
Yeah,
He doesn't have to fake it. He is just like that.
yeah.
Yeah.
You're just, you know, he's a comedic genius, and you're not giving him his props. You should see him when he's alone. Then he's all crazy, you know. You just know his comedic face.
Something tells me that he's never crazy. I think his pulse never changes.
Yeah. Like Hannibal Lecter?
Yes, although doing different things than Hannibal Lecter.
Exactly. Okay, so according to this, he played knight e7, one of the 2 moves I suggested.
Okay, so we're expecting the forced rook takes c7, I guess, no?
Well, maybe. I might want to trap your queen, too.
How?
Well, don't ask me tough questions. I can't trap your queen? I can never play rook a1. I can never trap your queen. Rook a5 never traps your queen. Yeah, okay. So rook c7. So this has to happen then, right? What else can happen?
Knight take d5, rook b7. That looks like the game.
Yeah.
And now maybe stuff like maybe a5 or...
I was thinking some rook to b8.
Yeah, that's also legitimate.
Yeah. Well, this is. Well, I mean, I'm trying to win the b2 pawn.
Yeah, so what happens after rook to b8?
Maybe I
actually?
can win the b2 pawn. I can try anyway.
And then takes queen a1. Oh, but then he takes on b2.
Mhm.
Well, has Jeffrey seen further?
This is why Jeffrey did this, because I think he saw this position. But you know, we still don't have luft.
Mm-hmm.
So what if we take and play queen d4? And then if you play rook takes, I play rook d1.
Okay, so rook b5.
Rook b5. That seems sort of weird.
Yes, it is weird.
I don't know why it's weird though. I can't
Because of
figure out
rook
why.
a1.
That's why it's weird?
Yes.
Okay. Then rook b1 check. Well, the rook, actually, what's going
How
on?
does that work?
What's going on here?
I don't know what's going on here. I don't think that black is going to win. Queen b7.
Ah, queen b7. Maybe black is going to win.
That's a move. Queen
Yeah.
b7.
No, I think Jeffrey was
That'll be
going
nice
to take
for
on
black.
d5,
That's
rook
too much.
b8, and thought he was better. Yeah.
And can we go back to the
Yeah, we
initial
have to go
position?
back because this isn't good. Now, what if I try to do some, you know, some rigmarole? Let's play rook e1 like a good player. Isn't that what a good player would do?
First this move?
Wouldn't a good player do that? Oh, maybe b6. Maybe that's why I'm not playing in the turn. I thought it was because of my age. And then if I take and you take, now you're a pawn.
No,
ahead.
now rook e1 didn't make any sense.
No, I'm the worst.
No, so go back.
Yeah. Man, that Jeffrey Xiong, he thinks a long time and plays a good move. So I take, you play some rook to b8, and black seems better. Even though it seems like if I have lift and you don't, I should have some tricks.
That's
Okay,
right.
At least some
Somehow it
drawing
doesn't
tricks.
happen.
At least some drawing tricks. Does queen a1 just draw? Maybe queen
Oh.
a1. Maybe, oh, rook takes b2.
Right?
I have nothing. And I'm struggling to draw. I probably won't do it. Yeah, this is why Jeffrey thought forever, and now Michael's thinking forever.
Yeah, but Michael played really fast. I mean, he anticipated queen a2. And maybe he is just checking his preparation. There's got to be something, though. It's hard to believe that the queen
Yeah, but
a2.
a long think now, so something's off the wheels here.
So go back a few more moves, please. Let's see if we can improve a little bit after rook takes. Okay, so we have
This is the
position.
current board position where
Right.
Michael's thinking. What's more natural than rook takes? Rook takes, knight takes. Rook d7 does nothing. You
No.
can just play rook d8.
Right.
Rook b8. What about rook d7 here?
Okay, try it.
Yeah, this has to be a draw. My rook's on the 7th rank. I can't lose, even if I'm losing.
Like knight f6.
I don't believe it. Okay, now I lose. Yeah, I'm just gonna lose a pawn.
No, I
But my rook's on the 7th rank. It's not fair. I don't see another variation. It just seems like good for black.
Strange.
So this variation we looked at originally, queen d4, rook takes b2. And then after rook d1, what did you do? Oh, rook b5. Could also play rook b1 here.
That's true.
Yeah, and then if rook takes, we transpose. Queen takes queen b7,
That's true.
and black's up a pawn. So this seems like white's just down a pawn. Might not be losing because, okay, we have some attack on the king, knight e5 or knight g5, and this pawn didn't queen yet, but I'll take black all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Michael's body language, like what's going on, I don't know. Yeah, it
I
seems
wonder
like,
why he played so fast. If he
it
now
seems
has
like
to
it
think
seems
about
like queen takes a2 is the right move.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we canceled it out pretty quickly, and now all of a sudden it's a great move. So knight
Yeah, because
e7.
rook d8 wasn't good. It just helped white. But
Right.
that knight e7 is a very good move.
No, your idea that after rook b7 to conquer the file and accentuate the weakness of pawn b2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and can we do something else here?
Well, I mean, just rather have black. Maybe white can draw, but want to have black. All right, let's play b3. stopping knight d5, threatening rook c7. Then you play some rook to d8. Yeah. No, I always want to have black.
Yeah, yeah.
Always. So advantage Jeffrey.
Yeah, but this is poetic justice because this variation for white should really be
Right.
nothing.
Yeah,
Isolated pawn with trades of pieces. Nothing to attack. It's just
All right,
trying to
now,
equalize.
now we got a real Sicilian game going on here.
Let's do it.
We got a real Sicilian game. Arthur Shen, Rufeng Li.
Wow.
And after knight e5, bishop e2 was played as we predicted. And I was saying I will not predict where black's king will be this game. So he immediately castled, making me look bad as usual. f4, which I did predict. Knight c4. We have to take this knight. And castling looks good. Rook b8 looks reasonable.
H5.
And h5 looks reasonable. I don't know. I like whites. I always have black in a Sicilian. I never like my position. So
Well, there is pressure on the b file as well. It's
yeah,
a
that bishop
typical
on
race.
b7 is blocking me. I can't play knight b4. I can't play b5, b4. The c file's blocked.
I think you'd have to take the knight on d4 at some early moment.
Yeah, but the bishop on d4 is great.
Yeah.
What a great bishop on d4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Knight a5 does nothing. Knight a7 to b5 is crazy. So queen
Well,
b6
is there
crazy.
anything to? No, I guess not. Taking on d4 and e5, but I guess the bishop just withdraws.
Oh, you want to play knight takes?
No, I don't anymore.
But you were looking at this line.
This, and e5.
Yeah. And then I go here, you said.
Yes, and then yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm threatening to play e5, f5 on top of everything. So
Yeah. No, this is dangerous position for black.
yeah.
I mean, when
But
you
can
play
we try it? Let's try it one more
I
time.
mean, when you
Let's
play
try it.
knight e5, you don't want to play knight c4 unless you really want to play knight c4, but you're sort of forced
Yeah.
into it.
Well,
try
after
try
f4
again.
you have to, yeah, let's
Try-
see it one more time.
Try it
Takes,
again.
takes e5.
h5.
Yeah. Take e5.
Okay. Bishop e3.
Now bishop e3, ef4,
Haha, I went no. Okay, bishop
and
f4.
queen b6,
Here.
and yeah.
Okay, and go away.
You just go here.
Yeah, go. You have to leave now.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's playable. I'd just rather have white.
Yeah. The b file is a bit illusionary, isn't it?
Also, when I play g6, what are you going to do?
Now,
Yeah, when white plays g6, what's black going to do?
bishop takes e4, I guess.
Bishop takes e4.
Yeah.
What? This pawn's defended.
No. But you said instead of bishop e3?
No,
or-
no. I mean, when the queen was, I'm going to play g6.
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah,
think.
of course.
Yeah, I don't know.
And that's why we're going back.
And then I'm going to keep pushing my pawns.
Right.
This seems really dangerous.
Yeah, if I can't do anything on the file, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, so I don't know, h5, we both like white, yeah?
Yeah, at least for now.
Yeah. And let's see if a move was made. Yeah, he did play queen a5.
Okay. Now he wants to play d5 and something takes on a3, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, king b1 doesn't seem to work.
Well, king b1 is really risky here.
Well, I want to play knight d5 at some point. But, okay, your knight queen's defended, so it should be okay. Well, I like queen a5, because I didn't like anything else.
So after king b1, what happens?
Well, I don't want to play king b1 anymore. I just want to play king 8. I want to play king. I play king 8, so you have knight b4 check, and king a1, your d5 bishop takes a3 is scaring me.
Yes.
So, man, I almost want to roll my king the other way when they attack me. Like play rook d to g1, push my pawns, and I have king d1, king e2 if you start checkmating me.
Just
and
run
then-
the other way.
Yeah, but okay, then it's a Sicilian. Then both sides can win. I mean, black's getting some attack. He's not just getting mated. But still, I like white. And I might just play g6 here because e6 is weak. So if you're trading on d4, my bishop's going to be on d4 where I want it.
Wow.
So I might do that anyway.
The question is, what is black? Well, I guess g6. Can I go d5?
G6, d5. This is what you're hoping for? Well,
I don't know. What I was hoping for is not to get to this position.
yeah. Yeah, and you want to play bishop takes a3.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, this is why you play queen a5.
Yeah.
Black has chances. Yeah, either side can win. Arthur will not be
It's
happy
a
if he
race.
loses this game because
Oh, yeah,
0-2
he's
is
gonna
not
be
a
very
good
upset.
not a good start. But it's okay. He has somebody to blame. We'll get Victor down here and say,
Yeah.
Victor, what happened? Come on, man.
Victor will have to explain.
Yeah,
for
Victor will
Arthur.
have to explain. Okay, so we have a lot of trades in this position, which shocking to both of us.
Yeah, after B3.
Yep. He played CD.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, he has to interrupt the ideal
This
structure.
idea of white just
Yeah.
advancing in the center and queen side.
So took and takes. That's normal.
Okay. Bishop
Bishop
to
B2.
B2. Takes on A4.
Mm-hmm.
And Luke is trying to figure out which pawn to take and how.
No, he has to take on A4, right? D4
Says-
is going to go at some point.
Says you. Yeah. Yeah, but these are the kinds of wholesale trades where both sides can still win because there's a lot of play for both sides.
But it
like-
makes no sense to take on D4 because I just take on B3.
Yeah. Well, maybe he'll want to sack a pawn and get his bishop on B3, but I don't see why he would want to do that.
He can take with the pawn and still have the bishop on B3.
Exactly. So black's going to get the C5 square for his knight and try to put pressure on E4. Black hasn't played bishop G7 yet, but maybe he won't because he wants to keep D6 defended.
Right. Maybe rook takes A6. I mean A4.
Yeah.
I think it makes more sense than to take with a pawn. Don't
That's
you
the
agree?
most creative. Then your rook goes to D4.
Well, first of all, you don't give up the C5 square forever. You always
you
have
can play
B4.
B4, right?
And that seems important to me. And you also pressure A6 in some lines.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the bishop will come to D3, queen E2.
Maybe he'll play B4 now. Won't take either pawn. That'll show you.
That's possible.
I don't think he'll do it, but just to show him.
It's not completely out of the question.
Yeah, then the bishop can go to A4 and pin the knight on D7.
It's funny, temporarily white is down 2 pawns, but he might,
Yeah, those pawns are all hanging,
yeah, he might be just better.
So there's a lot of different moves here for white.
Yeah.
No, I don't think white should be unhappy in this position. I would take white. White's pieces seem like they're on good squares. Black has a
but
weak
now
D
you cannot
pawn.
take. No, B4 seems like to be a really good move here.
You like B4?
If I go rook takes A4, he's going to go knight C5
You-
attacking.
You like my move?
Yeah.
How could you?
If rook takes A4, knight C5 is coming.
Then rook takes D4.
Oh,
Defense.
so it goes on.
Yeah, and then B4 later. And E5 is a threat. Careful. Now B4 is too creative.
You don't like B4?
I don't know, maybe knight B6, defending the A pawn. Not sure I like my knight on B6. Maybe.
And then we take on D4.
Then black's up a pawn.
No, but the pawn on A4 is a gunner, come on. And knight on B6 is just a very passive knight.
Yeah.
I don't know, offhand here I like white.
Yeah. Yeah, usually the side that's just take, and giving away all the tension, Kaidanov would be furious. Maintain tension.
Yeah.
Yeah, and black just took everything and there's no tension
the
anymore.
position
And
seems clear.
White's bishops and knights are coming alive. Yeah.
The black knights have squares, but not forever, I don't think.
Well, we have to have whites in position improve a little bit for our guest later, so that's good.
Okay, let's see the next game then.
Back to the Grunfeld.
Back to the Grunfeld. What happened there?
Okay, so after
After
castles,
knight
he took the
F6.
bishop. White took with the pawn.
Right, queen D6 blockade.
Black blockaded. The knight cheated and went to E4 somehow. C4. No. Rook Fe1. Bishop F5. And here we are. Very normal looking.
You know, I was really happier before with white. I thought he was going to get his queen to F4, and somehow that never happened. He never had a chance, right? Out of the knight F6, he couldn't.
Yeah, because
Can you shoot it? Go back.
Black
3
played
or
queen
4?
D6 really quickly.
I mean, but it's his position. Yeah, wait. What was What was white's last move? Here?
Knight F3.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then castles, and then the queen went right to D6. No queen F4 for you.
I'm curious if he could have done a different move order where he plays quick C4 before knight F3 and castles.
Yeah, but you don't want your king on E1 because I don't know about that. That's dangerous.
Right.
Well, I think white has to play knight C4, but I don't know if he can do it. Knight E5 to C4. Even if he does it, I don't know. Queen A6, B5. Yeah, queen F6. Yeah, black's fine here.
I think the black managed to do it quite
yeah.
well.
Yeah, black's doing fine.
He's blockading the pawn easily. He has some nice pawn structure on the queen side. He's going to go rook e8
And we
as
don't
well.
really know this guy. You could say like his rating's lower than the other players, but sometimes, you know, like when you
Yeah,
go
they
to
can
the,
also
when you
do
go to
it.
the World Youth and the guys have ratings, they don't mean anything.
No. Oftentimes the guy from the middle of the pack wins the tournament.
Yeah. No, I mean Black's play makes a lot of sense this game.
Yeah.
Fiddler
I don't
would be
like what
proud.
White did. I really, I'm
You
thinking
thought
maybe-
White should have more.
Yeah. I think that here Black managed to blockade comfortably, and that's too much. No, the knight is really not. Maybe 95. Maybe that's the only.
Yeah, but Black should be okay here.
Okay, so 95. What do you do?
Normally I put my rooks in the center. Play b5 also. Gives away the c6 square. I don't like it. So rook d8.
Okay, so rook 81, I guess.
I don't know, queen a6 is always my favorite move, but you can play queen f4 at some point. I want to play bishop e6 at some point when you're not looking, but you're always looking.
No, bishop e6, c4 is not.
No, you're always looking, yeah. I don't know, rook fe8. Why not?
Queen f4.
I wanted
F6.
to blunder my queen but mate you. Like rook takes e1, queen d5, rook d8 check. So this will definitely happen. I guarantee this will happen. And then mate. That's many blitz games played here at the Chess Club and Scholastic Center.
Yeah, this is a game between
The triplet.
this. Yeah.
So what are you playing? Queen f4?
No, I can't because you might play f6 here.
Never play f6. Until now. Yeah, Black's pieces are all in the right squares.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, once he gets his queen to d6, it's obvious that
Yeah, this seems fine
he
for
achieved
Black.
something.
Yeah. Yeah, Black actually looks pretty happy. I mean, like just looking at him on the
Right.
video monitor. Okay, so the last position is bishop f5, and White's thinking a lot, and Black looks pretty pleased.
Yeah.
Okay, in our next game, our slow maneuvering positional
Yeah,
Ragozin.
there it goes in. What
Yeah,
happened
b4
after?
was played, a6,
Okay.
a3, the slowest move possible,
Why did he go a3?
knight e7. Well, he wants to move his queen and play knight a4 to c5, which I think he did. So he's just defending his pawn. Although he could have played queen b3. Yeah, a3 is the slowest move. So we have to play...
Why not queen b3? That's what I was
Nah,
wondering.
too quick. Yeah, I don't know. a3 is really slow. And then queen c2. I assume knight a4 to c5 is the idea.
Mm-hmm.
And I assume Black wants to play knight d6, which I said earlier.
And knight
try to get
c8,
to
knight
the-
d6.
Yeah, and the knight's good on d6.
Yeah.
And Black will play c6, and the game will never end. Yeah. It's like Sarah 1, Sarah 1. Slow.
Yeah, I think even if the
positional.
white knight gets to c5 and black doesn't chase it, he just puts his knight on d6.
Yeah.
How good is that knight? How can you continue?
No, I'll still take white.
Yeah, you
'Cause
will.
the black bishops are pretty passive.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a very slow positional maneuvering game. Sometimes when this happens, the players get in time trouble, but look at the time situation. White's playing really quickly, and Black is
Black is
not.
the one who's.
Black has
Even
about an hour.
time.
I mean, Black's used almost an hour, and it's move 14
Yeah.
because he's not really sure how to, how to do anything. And I always think like a wonder's the favorite, a wonder's the favorite because he's two-time world champion, but I forget that he's lower rated than almost
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah, in this tournament.
I forgot.
Oftentimes he is the favorite. He's top seed at the World Youth every year.
Yeah.
But here he is, what, 8 or 9?
Yeah, and
right?
one year when he was in the under 10, he was the highest rated American FIDE.
That's right, in the world.
Even of
That's
the
right.
18s and the 16s,
Yeah.
yeah. So I was expecting a wonder's the favorite, but I'm like, wait a minute. he's rated 9 here out of 10, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, he was the favorite in round 1, but not anymore.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm like, why isn't he winning? I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. This isn't the World Championship where he's the highest rated in the section all the time.
Yeah, he's playing higher up
Okay,
in
so
this
we have a lot of capturing. We looked at this position.
Yeah, that wasn't very hard to.
Yeah, this is Jeffrey's
foresee.
game where we like queen takes a2 now.
Yeah.
And we saw this, and we thought Jeffrey would put one of his rooks
Rook
on
A to
b8. And
B8
it looked
seems
like
like a
the
good
black
move.
was just better, yeah? A7's defended, b2's not.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think that if black just wins the pawn, he's going to win the game because there'll be nothing. White has to resort to something.
Yeah, that's not going to be good. Yeah, I think Jeffrey's just trying to figure out which rook goes to b8. And, well, I mean...
I'm guessing rook
Michael's-
b8, rook d7, right?
Well, then we thought knight f6 was good.
Oh, right. That's
Yeah.
true.
Well, you thought it was good. You're the
Yeah,
one who
yeah, I
refuted
forgot it.
it. Yeah, I was like rook d7. I was all happy. And you just attacked my rook.
So after rook b8, what will you do?
Well, we're going to find out. Michael,
Must I lose a
Michael
pawn?
walked away from the board and he was all happy. So I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy. Or he's feigning happiness.
Perhaps.
Yeah. But yeah, this looks good for black.
Yeah, kudos to Jeffrey for the right evaluation here.
Yeah.
Thought for a long time, we thought that he has very bad choices.
Like the
towards
worst side
draw.
of the draw, but this is the better side of the draw if it is a draw.
Yeah, we're not seeing the draw for white yet.
Yeah, rook b8 and b2 is just weak. In the Sicilian game, white actually did something I suggested. Rook d to g1 by Arthur Shen. This way, if he gets mated, his king
The
can
king
run
is
away.
going to run, huh?
Yeah, and now he can
So
start
maybe
pushing
that
the
takes this
kingside
thing out of
pawns.
d5 now.
Right, now if you sack a piece, I'll take it.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
and
I
then
king
king
d1,
d1,
king
and,
e2.
yeah, and then I'm up a piece. Yeah.
It's amazing that you should show this position to your students. Why not to play king b1? Your favorite
No,
move.
this
The exceptions to the rule.
This game will be expunged. This game was expunged from the record.
Yeah. No, but you should have like rules and then exceptions to the
It
rule.
was amazing. I was playing Matt Larson in like game 30 or something here,
Uh-huh.
and he was winning because I'm playing black, and he castled queenside, and then out of nowhere he played king d2, and I was like, what? Like,
And was it
and then
justified?
the computer said it was fine, yeah, but I was like, a move I never would have thought of, and okay, I won eventually, but I was like king d2, so now these moves don't surprise me anymore. King's just running around. I've done a lot of commentary at the junior tournaments, so seeing kings running around is normal.
King running around.
Yeah, sometimes.
No,
you
we
gotta
were
go for-
talking the other day
gotta go for a
about
walk.
scholastic chess and all the mysteries when you go to one of those very young scholastic players, and you look at the games. In one game, you see that there are no kings, and you ask what happened, and the kid innocently says,
Those
"Oh,
were
I took it
traded
a long time
a
ago."
long time ago.
Those were traded.
Exactly.
Oh, you go to the board and you see a phenomenon. Both kings are in checkmate. Now what? How did that happen? Oh, retrograde analysis do not help there.
No.
Nobody can tell you how that happened. I'm always wondering what the TDs decide when that happens. And you told me, I think, was it you or someone told me that they TD a tournament, and the guy says checkmate, and you look at the position, there is no checkmate.
Yeah.
But then you ask the other opponent, do you agree it's checkmate? And he says, yep, I got
Yeah.
mated, and then
Yeah.
it's checkmate.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
No, my favorite kid story was my son was a floor TD,
uh-huh.
and kid raised his hand. He says, "Yeah." He says, "My opponent keeps going la 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 la." So I was like, "What am I supposed to
Now what
do?"
to do? Yeah,
Now that doesn't happen very often at this term. Maybe only like once a year.
yeah. I remember an Ohioan IM came to me at one of the nationals with a very sad face, and I asked him what happened. He said that his prize student lost. And I said, okay, that happened. He said, well, he was winning in the pawn ending. And he described the pawn ending to me. The pawn ending is that, imagine that there's like 3 pawns each on the king side. Black has pawns like h7, g6, f5. White has f4, g4, h3. And then there's 1 pawn each on the b file, where the black king is about to take the white pawn and the white king is just too far away. And I said, well, that looks like white will lose. He said, no, but white won. And I was, no, that's impossible. There is no way. Then he showed me the continuation.
Did he play g5 then take on Poussin?
Exactly. He
Yes,
advanced g5.
yes.
White took the pawn on b4, and black played g takes f6. Of course, black did not know that that's illegal. And of course, he was behind in the queen race. all of a sudden.
G5 exclaim winning.
Winning.
Unstoppable
Exactly.
on Poussin capture.
Yeah, exactly. In the cheating cycles, that's known as a winning move.
That's right.
G5, 1-0. Okay, so now we have normal chess games.
Normal. That's not.
So what do
fair.
you think? Am I
How come,
alone?
no, but how come in the game we were talking about the guy did the opposite of what we said?
Show me.
Here, he didn't do anything that we said. He didn't play b4.
Oh, he decided to
didn't,
take with a
didn't
pawn.
play rook takes a4.
Well, we
Took with
mentioned
a
it's the
pawn.
first choice, but then we didn't like it because the knight is going to just land on c5 forever. So maybe if knight c5, queen takes d4, right? But then bishop g7?
No, I still think White's
take
doing
on
well,
b6.
but I don't think I would have played b takes.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't look like the natural move.
Yeah, this
I would
to
have
me-
really loved to have seen B4 there.
Right, this to me looks more like it's leaning towards equality than white's, like
Yeah.
pressing. Yeah. Yeah, I would have liked B4 too because I suggested it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I
course.
don't know. Yeah, but this is looking okay. Oh, good. They're showing the picture of this
Yeah, we're looking at Arthur
of this,
Shen
of
playing
this wild
against
game here. Yeah,
Rufang Li.
yeah. Arthur looks pretty happy. Rufang Li always looks the same. So
Yeah.
never
Arthur's
know.
holding his head in his hands, but I
Yeah.
don't think he's worried. I think
he's like, should I
actually
mate
confident.
this way? Should I mate this way? That's what he's thinking.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, very confusing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, why don't we go to the next game on the list and see how that develops?
All right, let's go back to our Grunfeld
going back to the
and
start?
see. Yeah, let's see if the Grunfeld. No, nobody's making any moves anymore. They know
Yeah,
they were
after
doing the
bishop F5,
commentary.
I think that Chandra reached some sort of an impasse. I think that's not what he planned for. As a matter of fact, when I was envisioning the white structure, I did not think that it's going to be so easy for black to blockade the way he did.
Well, white was busy like knight f3 castles. White
But he
wasn't ready.
was-
White wasn't ready to go yet.
You didn't say it properly.
Well.
He was busy.
He was busy. Yeah. No, Karan looks pretty happy.
Yeah.
So is anybody moving on any of the boards? We do have a move. Rook
Yeah.
AB8, as I suggested,
Yes.
and Jeffrey Xiong.
Yeah.
And
Now
we,
we'll see
and
what
we like
Michael
black.
prepared. Yes, we become very optimistic about black's.
Especially if we take that B2 pawn.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to draw a pawn down ending, so you better not lose that pawn, because that passed A pawn's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean it's a outside passer. In the queen
Yeah.
ending, it's hard. Queen and with the knight ending is going to be even easier if they trade queens.
Yeah, Jeffrey
So
looks
must he
pretty
lose the
happy.
pawn? There's no way to do anything or what?
That pawn's attacked from 2 ways from Sunday. The B file on the
Mm-hmm.
7th rank, and the rook on F1, the knight on F3 aren't going to protect it. So it's hard to protect.
Yeah, what is he going to
I
do?
don't know. I don't think he knows what he's
Yeah,
going
I
to do
think that
either.
looking at Michael's body language, he's not
Yeah.
happy.
No.
Yeah, when you rub your head like this, that means something went bluey.
No, I mean, in the games, you're pretty deep into the game, move 18, and Jeffrey's only used half an hour. That's pretty good when you get surprised.
Pretty
in the
impressive,
opening.
yeah, right?
Yeah. It's amazing. It's like he's a 2600 player.
He basically he thought no time except for the move Queen A2.
Right.
That was the one time that he really.
Mhm.
And this is again a typical position to show students. An intersection in the game, the preparation is over. You have to make a decision. If you go one way, you have no winning chances. You have to be risky to take it, and then you calculate it probably after Rook AB8.
But he's
The
been
beat
really
him.
successful in his young career, winning like basically a perfect score in the U.S. Chess League, beating 3 grandmasters a couple years ago.
Winning
And
the
then-
Chicago
and
Open.
winning the
That's
Chicago
amazing.
Open this year. Yeah, so he wins on the internet and he wins here. Now, of course, as we all know, St. Louis Archbishops won the U.S. Chess League this year.
Correct,
And the key matchup was the game Jeffrey Xiong was white against Varakobian. And on board 2, Var and Wesley So prepared for hours for that game in Berlin. And Jacobian played the Berlin, and he just
won.
played a beautiful game and won. Yeah, and of course, Jeffrey being I think 13 years old at the time, not the master of the Berlin. That's more of a game opening. If you've studied for years and you've seen all the Kramnik games and all the Caruana games, okay, then. But okay, Jeffrey being young probably likes more tactical, calculated positions, and that's why Jacobian played that variation against him.
Sure.
But yeah, in general, Jeffrey's winning almost every game in the U.S. Chess League, and also Chicago Open, of course, and he's done well in many other tournaments. So, at such a young age, this is his 3rd or 4th junior championship, so he's really experienced at playing at this chess club. He's
Yes.
played many tournaments here.
And maybe this is worth mentioning that he is part of a group that's called Young Stars that is sponsored by a joint venture of the Kasparov Chess Foundation and the St. Louis Chess Club, where they're providing them with instruction, mainly by Grandmaster Chernin, who's supervising the instruction. But he's not the only Grandmaster who's teaching, and they are recommending them what tournaments to play and getting them invitations to good
Right.
tournaments. And yeah, 2 of the players already become Grandmasters, Sam Savian and Caden Trove. And Jeffrey's the next one.
Yep.
And I'm assuming that A. Wonder Liang will be the next
No, for sure.
next on the list. Yeah, Michael Bodek doesn't show any satisfaction for his position.
Right.
While he's thinking, let's move along.
Yeah, it looks good for Jeffrey. Now, do we have anything in this Sicilian game? Okay, we do have a couple of new moves. So he did trade on d4, bishop takes, and instead of retreating to e3, he played a much more accurate move, bishop to a7. We can retreat to e3 later, but let's get that rook off the b file.
That's right,
That's what he
tempo.
was thinking. I don't like your rook on b8. You might checkmate me. Let's put it on some closed file.
Okay, and how far-fetched is it to give an exchange here?
Well, I was thinking that too.
To
But then,
go
you're,
E4?
but then you're down the exchange and your bishop is so terrible on e7. Yeah, I just don't like my bishop on e7.
Yeah, yeah.
Take this guy. No, I don't like it. I mean, I like white.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
You're excused.
Is there a bishop takes g5 here, or am I missing something? Oh, there's a rook, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like this.
No.
Although to be honest, I don't like the alternative.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't like
the rook
moving.
is
I don't
also
like. I don't like moving my rook and then bishop e3 and my bishop on e7 is just terrible. I've played lots of Sicilians.
both
with black.
bishops are not great.
Yeah, but bishop on e7. Ugh.
Yeah.
Black's only hope is white checkmates him. Then the bishop will get freed f6. You know, g6, h6. Then our bishop's great. We're checkmated, which we have a good bishop.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah, he just gave up the d5 square. And white's king seems safe. Luckily, it's a Sicilian, so black always has tricky chances. There's always chances.
Yeah, but after rook moves to, let's say, c or a8,
Yeah,
bishop back to e3.
like white.
Actually, I think he has to play rook a8. Otherwise, maybe white is gonna play just f5 here.
Oh, if like rook c at f5?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
So let's say rook a8 to attack
That's
the
no
bishop,
fun.
bishop e3.
Yeah.
Can we look at this? And then like takes. And white looks quite comfy here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, black has like bishop on e7 is bad. There's no counterplay on,
Yeah, and
on
g6
white's
is
king.
coming.
Yeah, it's just very dangerous. Yeah, tall would have white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think
Bishop
they look
a7, I like this move. Very nice.
Yeah, very nice
That's,
nuance.
that's one thing I think that's different about the juniors than a lot of stronger players who were older, is that a loss doesn't bother them as much. You'd think like when you're experienced like we are and you lose, you're like, yeah, I lose sometimes. But these guys are like, yeah, I lost. Okay, next game, sack all the pieces, play for me. Yeah,
Well, I
sometimes
think
you
it's
lose.
very individual. I think some juniors are really not affected by losses, and I know some of them who just always get the twofer. They lose
Yeah.
one bad game, they cannot recover. They lose another one for the
So
same
I'm
cause.
supposed to
Thinking
play them
about
the
it.
round after they lose? That's what I
So
should
the
do?
1-2 punch. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like the way Arthur's playing this
Yeah.
game.
So
I
we
like
really
bishop
think that
A7.
Arthur is about to make a comeback here. Liking
Yeah.
his position.
Yeah, we both like Arthur's position against Rufeng Li.
Yeah. And now this is the.
Yeah, Luke's game with Yan Liu is knight c5 was played as we expected.
And now we're expecting queen takes d4. I'm assuming, right?
Well, yeah, the e4 pawn is attacked 4 times.
Yeah.
It's a lot of times.
Yes. Defended 3.
Yeah.
High time to take with a queen on d4. But the question is, if you go queen takes d4, can
And
I go bishop g7?
right? Yeah.
And how can the queen maintain sight of the pawn on e4? You cannot go queen c4, rook c8, and again, there's going to be a discovered.
I could play e5 because if you take on e5, your knight is hanging on c5.
Right, but what if I just move my horse?
Of course. So we're going to do. We're going to look at this variation.
We are. But where am I going to move my horse
That's
to?
a good question. That's the horse of a different color. Yeah.
Oh, so different.
Yeah.
Oh, do I have...
Can I just play knight e6 and then take on e5?
Yeah,
And then I take on e5?
yeah.
And then we shake hands?
Looks like it.
But maybe somebody's better. We should still shake hands, though.
Yeah.
It's only fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, this seems okay for black. Yeah, b takes a4, I'm not impressed. I think b4,
Yeah,
rook takes
b4.
a4 might have been better.
I think that neutralizing the c5 square away from the knight, taking it away from the knight.
Yeah,
and then-
knight's good on c5. I can go to e6 and attack
Yeah.
c4.
Yeah.
White
Also,
bishop
I
on
want to take.
c2.
I want to keep the a file open. I think
Yeah.
sometimes they can
Right.
put a bishop on d3,
Yeah.
the pawn on a6. We need some babysitting. I've seen games where white has 2 rooks on the a file, a bishop on d3, queen on e2, and the pawn on a5 sometimes starts moving. Then he's targeted by other pieces. Well, we'll have to ask Luke if he's here after the game. What happened? Why did he choose what he chose? And maybe he's right. We'll take a look. Are we going back to the famous Grunfeld game?
Only if it's famous.
Yeah. So white, played
For
the natural
quite a
C4.
long time and played
Yeah.
C4. Yeah.
Yeah. The problem is that this is hard to move the queen away. This blockader is hard to move away.
Yeah, we can't play knight C4 anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook E8.
I'm
Just
thinking-
chill.
Yeah.
Well, I'm worried like in 10 moves, the C4 pawn, the A2 pawn could become weak if we trade all the rooks. Then I almost start to like black. I'm just worried that those pawns could become weak. I don't see how the pawn's going to queen.
Do I have any motifs that involve queen h6 and knight g5, or is that primitive thing is not going to succeed because of queen f6 and queen g7?
Yeah, and I can always play F6, my favorite move, stopping everything.
But you say
Never
play.
play F6.
Yeah.
Yeah. So white can't play queen h6. That might force my least favorite move. Yeah, this just seems like if two super GMs are playing, we're going to expect a draw.
that's right.
Yeah. And okay.
I mean, black is good, but he can make progress.
Yeah, Curran has more time, and his position's reasonable. If he plays rook fe8, like I think he should, queen h6, he could also play queen f8 or queen f6.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, after rook f8, there's some sort of a standoff, right, on the
Yeah,
file.
we have to be careful if eventually the c4 pawn or the a2 pawn could become weak. The d pawn's very hard to queen.
And I'm very hesitant to bring this topic because we discussed it many times.
Uh-oh.
But with the four rooks have the potential of disappearing,
Yeah.
we're going to have a queen and knight versus queen and bishop ending.
Again, then you'll like
Who do
white
you
and I'll
think-
like black.
You would like black, yeah?
I like the bishop better here, yeah. I have potential to take all your pawns.
Right.
You won't let me, will you? No, but one of the reasons I like the queen and bishop, other than, that it's better, is because when we trade queens, then my bishop's really going to show your knight who the boss is. I'm going to play king d6, my bishop will take all
Here,
your
of
pawns.
course, because the
You don't
bishop...
get to, I get to cheat, I get to move and you don't.
Yeah. Well, my pawns are on the color of the bishop, so that's very significant. I don't think I want to trade queens here.
Yeah.
I don't think I want to go into a minor piece ending. It's going to be a lot of suffering.
Yeah, no, I think this is
Just
just
put
an
the
equal
bishop on
position.
d3
I think both sides can win.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not an equal where we're just going to have a draw. It's an equal where we're going to
Right.
have a
No,
fight.
there's still potential.
Yeah.
But with only one file open and both rooks being on it, yeah.
So
Not much.
speaking of maneuvering and the knight c8, well, they traded some pieces first. Okay, so after knight e7, black played bishop f5, and white decided to trade bishops, getting rid of black's two bishops.
Okay.
Not that the bishop on e6 was very good. And now the knight's going to
The
d6.
maneuver we expected,
And again,
knight
it's a-
c5,
it's-
knight
it's a-
d6.
It's a snooze fest.
Yeah, this game is not going the right way. This game is really running towards a draw.
Yeah, it's hard even to see anything exciting happening.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. I think that Mika played way too solidly, and it's hard to blame A-Wonder, who just played natural moves just to hold the
And
position.
again, I wouldn't be surprised if the game is decisive, but nothing's happening yet. Very slow maneuvering game, trading
Yeah.
pieces, very solid.
Yeah,
I guess I'd probably still want to have white because I always have white in these positions.
right.
Doesn't mean white's better.
Okay, we're going to take our first major break of the day in just a few seconds. Why don't we do one quick around the horn?
Okay, yeah. So in the Grunfeld, we think black's equalized, and maybe white said something earlier, but
That's
we're
what
not
we
sure
think.
where.
Right.
In Chandra's game with Han, this looked always like it was about equal. Maybe white's a little bit better in Breton versus Liang, but
Right. Probably black
Yeah.
should be holding.
we both like black here. It looks like that B2 pawn of
Is a goner.
Michael Bodek isn't going to live long against Jeffrey Xiong, and Xiong will be pressing for the win when we come back. Wow, and this game heated up since we last looked. D5 was played. That seems pretty desperate.
Right.
But yeah, I really hated that bishop on E7, so I like it better now.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think he's doing it for the sake of the sacrifice on A3. I think he's just going to go rook to the D file.
Yeah,
and
the
try to
bishop on
regain the
E7
pawn.
is just terrible. We have to not lose. We have to get some play. So I like this move. Otherwise, I think we just die without a fight. So we both like Arthur Shen's game, but Rufeng Li is fighting back. Very sharp Sicilian.
Yeah.
The sharpest game of the round so far. And then this game, we thought Luke maybe was getting a little teeny advantage, but maybe not anymore.
Criticizing B takes A4, right or
Yeah.
wrong. We'll
Probably
see.
the computer likes it. We criticize anyway.
Yeah.
That's our job.
That's even funner then.
So yeah, a lot of the games are about equal, and probably of all the positions we like Arthur Shen, but that's becoming double-edged too.
Right.
So and Jeffrey Xiong has a great position.
Agreed.
Looks good for Jeffrey.
Agreed. So we're going to be away for about 10 or 15 minutes. And hope everybody stays on this channel and get back to us at the St. Louis Club and Scholastic Center. While we are away, we're going to leave a puzzle from one of the players' previous games. Hopefully you'll enjoy it, and we'll solve it first thing when we are back.
I hope we can solve it.
I hope so. So until...
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
And we're back again from the 2015 U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship held at the wonderful Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. I'm Aviv Friedman with local Grandmaster Ben Finegold. Hi again, Ben.
Everyone.
And for the break, you had a puzzle by one of the players, by I.M.elect Michael Bodek, and we are going to try to solve it right now. I'm sure that some of you already solved it. In this wonderful position, Black has all his pieces developed and aiming at the poor white king that's still stuck in the center. And the finish was bishop captures pawn on e2. Again, hitting at one of the most defended squares. Black is lost completely. He is about to lose his queen to bishop d3 check, among other things. He tried bishop takes, but then after rook takes e2 check, it's resignation time, because after king takes, queen e4 check, queen e6 check, followed by queen e4 by white. Queen captures e4 is checkmate. So a beautiful win by Michael Bodek against someone who just made an IM norm in one of the norm tournaments here at the club, Michael Brown from California.
No, but this was okay, Aviv, because Brown is ready to set up for the next game with his king on e1, bishop f1, rook h1.
Exactly.
He didn't have a lot of work to do. To
Saved
reset
a lot
the
of
pieces.
energy for the next
Very
game,
good.
absolutely,
Yeah.
we agree.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so that was the solution for the puzzle. And as you can see, we have emerged with a guest at the studio. We have Daniel Velotti, the father of Luke Harmon Velotti, who was playing at the tournament. Nice to see you again. Not the first time we meet, of course. And how does it feel to be the father of a chess prodigy?
Oh, it's great. He keeps me on my toes. So.
Yes, keep you busy.
Yes.
And you're a traveling dad, as we know very well.
That's right.
And tell us a little bit, how did Luke started playing chess?
Yeah, so he started playing chess when he was 4, and we used
Why so late?
we used puppets and
At
stories.
least he's not
and-
nervous.
Well, he is stressed about his position. The position is very exciting, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, he took it like a duck takes to water, and he's loved playing chess ever since.
Yes,
So.
and he had quite a meteoric rise, right? At some point he was just a player. I remember when he was an expert at some point. Then I remember seeing him as a master. And the next step he was 2400 and then an IM.
That's right.
And that happened at a very short span, at least for me. I don't know about you. And how did you tell us a little bit about his progress? How did he take lessons? Did you get him chess?
Yeah. So I helped to coach him, and there's a local master named Michael Gold from Boise who is a doctor who also helped to coach him along the way. But he studies a lot, and he's very passionate about improving and loves to compete. He's very competitive. He hates to lose. So he's a really special kid, and I've really enjoyed watching his progress. So
Absolutely, and I know the chess is far from his only impressive success in life. We know that at his very young age, he's about to be a junior. Am I correct? Am I running?
That's
junior?
correct. At
He's a junior here too, so that's good.
yeah.
Yes, junior at the junior.
Yeah, he goes to UCLA. He started when he was 14 years old, and straight A student, and he's double majoring in math and computer science. So he's got a lot on his plate.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
Where does he fit all this knowledge?
I don't know.
Looking at his head, it's the same size as us, right?
Yeah,
Well,
he's
the cap is hiding some special software you don't know about.
I suppose so. Otherwise, it'll just explode out, huh? So,
Okay,
and I
so
know you have
let's-
another son who is competitive, right? And he's always traveling every time we see him. I forgot his name. Can you remind
that's Carl.
Carl,
his
right.
big brother Carl. Carl's also a junior at UCLA.
Uh-huh.
He's the chess club president at UCLA, and they run the program together. So they keep a lot of the students at UCLA playing chess, and they're growing the club. And they recently beat the Stanford team. So that there's
bragging
a
rights.
little bragging rights there.
In the
so
derby, in the local derby.
That's right. So they're having a good time with chess and
I'm not
with
sure
their
if
studies.
F1 wants to hear that because I see him tweeting all the time. He's playing for Stanford lost.
Yes, of course.
Uh-oh.
He is an alumni of
Michael
that.
is getting upset now.
Yeah. So do you know if what his aspirations? Do you think that he is still striving to become a chess grandmaster?
Absolutely.
Or
Yeah,
he is?
we talked about it this morning. It's something that he is completely committed to becoming. And I would say, it's, depending on how much he wants to
invest in it
and take away from his studies. But homework has always come first for him. And so, that's the most important thing, to our family and to him, I know. But he'd like to get to med school and then
So that is the plan.
become a grandmaster along the way.
Okay, so you saved my next question. I was wondering, he's going to come out of school quite young, in about a year, right? 2 years. And,
Yeah.
And I was wondering if he's going to pursue career, but now you tell me that he's thinking of going to med school.
Yeah, he'd like to do both and everything in between.
Yeah.
So he does piano. He plays 4 times a week. He coaches a little bit on the side too. He enjoys working with boys and girls in the Los Angeles area.
Wow.
And
Tell us a little bit
If we
about his
could
week. He
record
has
some of
24 hours a day or
If we
more?
could record some of his piano pieces, maybe we could play them during the breaks here. Maybe the audience would like
We
that.
are looking actually for intermission music,
Yeah,
Maybe
exactly.
you have
Oh, yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get him his first gig.
Contribute, absolutely. And there are chess grandmasters who are also doctors. One of them is a
Yona
friend of mine,
Koshashvili,
Yona
yeah.
Koshashvili from
Yeah.
Israel, who is
Yeah,
married
yeah,
to
yeah.
one of the Polgar sisters, to Sofia Polgar.
Yeah.
And he's an orthopedic surgeon and as well as a very good chess player, a very strong grandmaster.
Nice.
So he can have role models in that area.
That's very
Although he
good.
didn't do it at that young age, of course. He had to go the long way. Very nice. Ben, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I wanted to look at the game here. Now, what kind of chess player are you? You can tell us your rating.
yeah.
Well, okay, there's millions of people watching, actually.
No. So I'm a Class A player,
Okay,
and
cool.
I enjoy playing.
So what do you think of the game so far? We thought that maybe black had equalized, but actually in this position after e5, I was expecting knight e6, which I guess probably just hangs the d6 pawn, now that I think about it. So he played knight to d5, and then Luke went into quite a think in this position. This seems very complicated from a position
It
that
is
was
very complex.
sort of a maneuvering Ruy Lopez. Do you play the Ruy Lopez yourself with either side?
I taught him the Ruy Lopez. That's
Okay,
right.
there you
yeah.
go.
Wow.
So if he loses, it's your fault. That's
It's
what
my
you're saying.
fault. Yeah, that's right. He's
And he actually did make a move here. He played queen to d2, getting out of this pin of the e pawn. And what's your opinion of this position?
yeah. Let's see.
Materials equal. Pieces are all good for both sides here.
Yeah, the D and E pawn seem to be about to be traded.
Yeah, it looks very close. I know, Jan Lau's a great tactician. So the last time they played actually was in Los Angeles. Luke was playing online for the Chess Vibe team, and
Oh, the
they
US
drew.
Chess League.
Yeah, the U.S. Chess League, and they drew. So they haven't played since then, and I got to be down there to watch that. So Jan Lau's got a great position. I see he's got strong pressure on the e-file. Luke's got his bishop pair aimed at the king side. Looks promising if he can get a few more attackers near the king side. I was thinking if Luke probably intends to try to push the pawn to e6 at some point and create pressure there.
If he could do
Now-
that, he'll be good. But I think
Now,
it's
as a
very well
parent,
protected.
are you worried about the time situation here? Luke has 24 minutes. His opponent has twice as much. Does that scare you?
Never. Yeah, for Luke, it's he's crazy at fast chess. He loves the rush of this. So I've seen him play, whole tournament games with seconds to
Just
go.
the increments.
Just increments, yeah. So he loves that. In fact, I some of his best moves come when he's under pressure. So, but if the pawns trade off, if e takes on d and we simplify, then it'll be wide open. And gosh, I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough to tell.
It may be difficult finding a way to take advantage of any specific weakness, since both sides are
Right.
pretty well defended.
Now, having so many rated chess players in the family, have you guys played rated chess against each other? You paired in tournaments?
We haven't. We usually choose different sections and things like this, so we don't usually have that problem. But yeah, Carl
That's
likes
good.
to-
That would be an unusual problem to have.
And I noticed that your wife, Eva, is also here and
Yeah.
very supportive of her son, as always.
Ava's very
And,
supportive, that's right.
Yeah, does she play chess at all?
She does. She plays a mean game of chess, but she's not
Really?
rated. But I know she's pretty tough. So.
So when she looks at the position, she can actually tell a little bit of what's going on.
Yeah, she can. Yeah, she has.
Some
a-
parents, are very clueless. They know no chess. They don't want to know. They tell me that they're refusing to learn so as to avoid any stress. Other parents are trying to learn more and more. Some have even progressed considerably with their offspring. So she's
Yeah.
one of those who's
She's-
curious and interested.
She does, yeah. She knows about, obviously, the point values. She knows some basic strategy. She's really good at some of the formations that we've, fianchettoed pieces, and we've talked about open files and when pieces are getting close to the person's king. And
Impressive.
so she knows quite a bit about some of the
Chess in
more
the family.
intermediate
And
chess
how many
strategy.
juniors is this for Luke?
This is his third time.
Third time?
Right.
And
Being
all here?
All here, yeah. He loves coming. This is his favorite event of the year. come and compete with his best buddies. So.
And my last question: are you going to play tourist a little bit while he's playing, or are you just going to stay and watch?
Yeah, well, we're going to try to see some of the sights and visit restaurants. We went to the zoo last time we were here.
Yes, my favorite.
And that was really fun. So we'll probably try to get back and do something else this time. Maybe we'll go and I don't know, see some museums or something between rounds.
Excellent. So we wish you a good stay in St. Louis,
Thanks.
and we wish you great luck
Absolutely.
to look in
Thanks,
the
guys.
tournament.
Appreciate that.
Thanks for joining us.
That's cool.
Thank you for Daniel Velotti for joining us, and great. And now on to see the game. Let's see what's going on. So
Yeah,
we
well,
played
Luke just played
D2,
Queen D2, and now Jan's having a very long think.
And my intuitive feeling is that once the E and D pawns are gone, the symmetrical pawn structure occurs. It looks to me like, I don't think, do you think the game is going to be decisive? Hard for me to see how.
No, I mean, it could be decisive, but yeah, here, I mean, equal, I think, is the right evaluation.
Exactly.
And I wouldn't be surprised if it was a draw. Yeah,
Exactly, that's what I meant.
yeah, equal is fair.
Yeah. So on we go with the other games.
Onward and upward.
Next on the list,
Let's go to our Grunfeld game because there's a queen on H6.
as expected,
Yeah, so after
we knew that the queen will get
so
there.
after A6, I guess Black wants to play B5 at the appropriate moment, possibly having some wholesale trades of pawns. Akshat went to the other side of the board, Queen H6, with the obvious threat of Knight G5, and we were assuming that Black would play Queen F6 and Queen G7
Right.
to defend mate and maybe trade queens.
Or he can play the forbidden move.
Also F6, yeah.
Right.
So basically two choices. I don't really see a third choice. So I think
Nope.
it's either Queen F6 or F6.
Correct, yeah.
And it's just a question of which one. Yesterday we saw Akshat play F6. We thought it was a little iffy,
Iffy,
but then
but
he
it turned
immediately
out
played
very
F5,
well.
E5, and,
That's right.
and seized the initiative.
I suppose
Okay,
there's
and
also
he-
the option of putting the queen on the second rank and then playing F6. But
Right. Well, he just did make a move. It looks
Okay.
like his queen's on F6 from the live board that I'm looking at.
okay.
which
So he
makes
chose the
sense.
most solid response.
That seems reasonable to me.
Yeah.
But he took quite a long time. I mean, he has a time disadvantage now, and before he was ahead on time. So he really had a
Yeah,
tough
that's- he really
decision
had some.
on whether to play Queen F6 or F6.
I'm wondering how urgent A6 was in comparison with, let's say, Rook Fe8.
Right. Yeah, I would have played Rook Fe8.
Seems more solid.
Because Rook B1's not coming. There's a bishop on F5.
That's
so,
right.
So I can play
There's no Rook
A6,
B1.
B5 when I want to. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was a little slow A6.
Yeah.
And Akshat trying to take advantage, but
I'm even curious if he can. Well, I don't know. Can he go something like A4 to try to play A5 and fix the pawns? With the idea of playing Knight G5, Queen G7 trade, and Rook E7? But I guess if he can never play Rook B1, then it's harder, right?
yeah, the problem is if you play Knight G5 to force Queen G7, I'll have King F6 forking your King Rook and 9 at the end of that.
That's right.
Yeah, it's
So still, I think Black is. I would have been happier if Black had a Rook on E8 and a pawn back on A7
yeah, I agree.
for several reasons.
Yeah.
But
looks
still,
like-
I think
it
that
looks
he's
like
pretty solid. I don't see anything immediate for
Looks like
Akshat.
Akshat moved quickly. He played your move, I think. Yeah, I think he
did?
played Queen F4. Just looking at the
Uh-huh.
monitor. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so now G4
Yeah, you were
is in
hoping
there.
you were hoping the Queen would go to F4.
Actually, that was a nice trick. Queen H6.
Right.
Discombobulating the
Yeah, and
blockade.
now maybe Queen C7's an idea.
Yeah, well,
attacking-
G4 first of all.
Yeah, but attacking the pawns on
B7
B7 and
and C-
C5 and escorting our D pawn.
Really, really starting to hate the move A6 with all this.
Yeah. A6 was pretty
Think
slow.
about it. If the Rook would have
Yeah.
been an E8, then he would never have to play Queen F6. He could have played Queen F8.
Right. Yeah, and I would be happier to play F6 if my Rook was on E8. It seems like everything's defended.
Yeah, with the Rook on E8 as well, yeah.
Yeah. A6 may be a little inaccurate. But this is nice, Queen H6 to F4.
Yes, very nice
The geometry
maneuver.
is very beautiful.
Yeah, he completely shook the Queen off of, just rocked it off of D6.
Yeah, you were wondering why he couldn't play Queen F4 earlier? Whoa, what's going on here?
Something tells me that the game is over.
Something happened.
Let's go there.
Wow, that was...
And as we predicted, even before the start of the game,
yeah.
the solidity of both players brought a draw in the
So
game.
White
Bodek,
was
Xiong.
able to draw this position. Okay.
And let's take a look very quickly what
Yeah,
happened
let's go
before
back
we
to-
host. We are surprised because at one time we thought that maybe Black is taking over. So what move did White find to
Well, this is the
solidify?
position we left when we went on break, and we were
Right,
talking
and
about all
takes
kinds of checkmates.
And what happened here?
And White played Rook E1, making it not
Very hard
playable
to-
to take on B2 either way.
Right.
Okay, so we should probably try to get Jeffrey down here somehow. Now,
That
I'm
is
going
a
to click.
great idea.
I'm going to click my heels 3 times.
And
Yeah, and say,
teleport.
Yeah, and say there's no place like the Chess Club and
St.
Scholastic
Louis.
Center of St. Louis. Yep. And let's just bring him here now. Oh, here's Jeffrey.
Here he is.
Great.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Now
Welcome
we
to the studio
thought
again.
you were taking over here. We really like Queen takes A2 after you had a long think. When did your preparation end? This seemed like he played a line probably you weren't expecting.
Yeah, I didn't think he would gambit the pawn.
Okay, so like you were playing relatively quickly. Did you already know this position?
No,
Here?
I only know Queen A4. But I mean, it's not really a
Oh,
theoretic
so you know
line.
this position with Queen A4
Yeah.
here. Okay, so Rook C5
So
is
Rook C5 was a
He
surprise.
played pretty quickly, yeah. Rook C5.
Yeah, after maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, so he was also thinking about the position. So you took the pawn, and here it seemed like you thought a long time,
Yes.
and this seemed like the right move, and this all seemed like it was
Yeah,
great for
maybe
black.
go back.
Yeah.
He said he was thinking about after D5, knight E7, knight G5.
Knight G5.
But I don't think this works if I play H6.
Right.
What I thought more interesting is if he plays Rook E1. And then here I have 2 choices. I don't think Rook E8 is that good. But I can play B6.
Right. We looked at this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we looked at Rook E1, B6.
Yeah, exactly, B6.
But without computers, we're always scared. 'Cause
Yeah. Right.
sometimes we hang all our pieces.
Yeah.
So here Rook C3 is interesting.
And this we didn't look at.
And I think I have to take on B2. If I take on D5 with the knight, he plays Rook A3, Queen B2, Rook B3, so Queen C4,
Right.
knight E5, Queen C5, knight E7, so I have to play Queen B5. But now Rook B3, and I lose the knight, Queen A5, knight C6.
Wow.
So, and if I take with the Queen on D5, he plays Rook D3, Queen C5, Rook E5, Queen B4, Rook D4. So
And
I
this
can't
reminds
take-
me of
Wow.
Spassky Fisher, except the queen's on the other side of the
Yeah.
board.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So I think I have to take on B2, and he takes on C7.
Here.
Here.
And this. And
Take
this.
on
Oh,
B2?
take on B2 here.
Yes.
Okay.
Take
Rook
C7.
C7, knight G6. But here I don't think I'm in
Yeah.
danger
Yeah.
because I just play A5, A4, A3.
You would do that. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, the D pawn is not yet queening, so.
Not yet.
Yeah, so he didn't want to take this risk.
Okay. So he played Rook C7
Yeah, here I don't think I have much chances. He
Really?
can, but I thought he would play knight E5 here.
here.
Yeah. And now it's a bit tricky.
So if you take with a rook, you have some issues.
That's what I was trying to
Is
understand.
there some kind of tricks here?
So if knight C6, I think Rook
With,
D2.
with subtle threats of queen takes knight.
Yeah.
Rook D2.
Then queen, maybe queen E1.
A1.
No.
E1.
I just feel like white should have something though. I mean, maybe not after knight C6, but.
But you're a little worried. Okay. So Rook E1 surprised
But,
you.
Yeah, if knight E5, if I do something normal like H6, for example. Here I think after knight C6, I don't know, maybe white can try for something.
Yeah, I would be a little worried here with black, actually. Okay, so Rook E1.
Yeah, after Rook E1, it's H6 is just a draw.
And you play knight F6. And you just get checkmated if you take with a rook.
Yeah, I
Or
think
something
that,
bad
yeah,
happen?
Yeah, Rook E8.
This looks really dangerous. And some kind of queen check. Yeah,
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to have black here. This looks like white's attacking with too many pieces. Okay, so you played knight F6, B4, and this is, yeah. And now you had to make sure you followed the rules. No draws before move 30. A lot of the times when the rules are broken, white makes move 30 and agrees to a draw, which is also against the rules.
Yeah.
But you guys knew what you were doing. Okay, then black made 30 moves and it was fair. Yeah. Yeah, we were wondering if since you're the highest rated player and one of the favorites to win, if when your opponent's playing super solid, does that annoy you because like, give me some chances to win here? I can't draw all my games, or you're okay drawing with black and then pressing with white? Does this annoy you?
And it doesn't really annoy me because at least then it probably means that I'm playing for 2 results.
Mm-hmm.
And also, drawing is not the end of the world. And I try to win the other games.
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, that seemed like a fair result, and you didn't really have any difficulties.
Right, an effortless draw, right?
Yeah.
Really not much energy spent. Who are you playing tomorrow?
I believe I'm playing Arthur with white.
With white. Okay, Arthur's game is very interesting also. Can we take a look while Jeffrey's still here?
Yeah, let's see what
Jeffrey
Jeffrey has to say. This was this game?
This is
This is Arthur's game. Let's go back to where we were looking at it.
Yeah.
Because he played D5 was the last move we saw. That was very interesting. Then we went to break.
Yes.
But yeah, it seemed like if he didn't play D5, his bishop on E7 would just be terrible the rest of the game. So takes, rook D8 as you pointed out, Aviv. Yep. Takes on E8. Boy, this is lots of pawns up. Matt Larson would be proud. All of white's pawns have moved to the 5th rank. Well, black's not getting checkmated anymore. So white's a pawn ahead?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Rook D5. Wow.
He wants the pawn.
This is looking a little dicey to me. Although it was always looking dicey to me.
Oh wow.
Hey, E6, that's what Luke's dad suggested in Luke's game.
Yeah.
E6 should come
But
at some
their
point.
E6 is much harder to execute.
This E6 has a big threat. Queen E5.
Here probably HG7.
And this is the current position? And you're HG7 now or previously?
No, here.
Here, HG7 is suggested by Jeffrey. So you can't take with the king because I trade queen's bishop D4 and you resign. And
So rook F8.
well, I could take with the queen or I can't.
I think you have to take with the queen.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
I don't want to leave that pawn there. Yeah, I can trade queens and play bishop D4. So you want to play rook D8, Aviv?
No.
Because I don't know, F7. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you
it
got
looks
to. You have to
suspicious.
take
You have to
this
take
pawn.
Take it.
Yeah.
And
And now
did you take it?
C4 is hanging.
Yeah, I'll just take on C4.
And take on E6.
Well, who wouldn't want to have white here?
I would want to be white.
Yeah, isn't A6 hanging too?
Yeah, take that one.
Then
Yeah,
E6,
but
then
E6
E6 is hanging, and I'm three past pawns.
No, we agreed that Arthur was in the
This is
driver's
just
seat,
winning,
yeah?
yeah?
Yeah.
So
Wait,
did-
yeah, black definitely.
He did take on G7, and he played like you, Aviv. He played rook F8 immediately, without
Yeah.
thinking.
Well, that's probably his only practical
Wow.
chance.
Because in the other line he's losing.
Yeah, he's not too many pawns.
But this
Well, I don't
position
know.
also looks sad.
This is going to be one of your puzzles. Something's going on here. Something's happening here. I don't know what it is, but there's some win for white.
Can't he just take on F7 and H7?
No, that has to be the start. Yeah. And now either G6 or Queen or Rook F1.
There's
or
something.
Rook
He
H7.
probably-
There's some trick that wins here. I don't know what it
Is
is.
there something?
There's something here that
He
wins.
probably wants to take on G7 first.
First? Wait, here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, now he
Ah,
can.
You're so sneaky.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably
Now
a
the
better
bishop
move.
is in the way.
Yeah.
And what about?
It'd be a miracle to survive this. A miracle.
Well, we don't want to keep Jeffrey from, wasting his free time on us. So thank you very much, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Thank you for
And
having
good
me.
luck tomorrow as well.
Good luck tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'll see you. And go back to the position one more time. Let's take a look at the position. Continue looking at this game because it's really exciting.
Yeah, he played Rook F8 and White's thinking.
And we're thinking, we're assuming E takes F7, but it's not the only move, right?
Well, first
What
of
other
all,
moves do we have there?
with nobody to move, White's 2 pawns up. 6
Right.
pawns to 4.
And I don't think that's the end of
C
it.
pawn is weak, F pawn is weak, Black's
Right.
king is weaker. But we can't play Queen takes C4 because the Queen takes C3 check. If only I could take that pawn on C4, then I would really
That
be
would be
getting
really
him.
nice. But let's not be super greedy.
Yeah. I'll tell you a move I like,
Tell me.
and I'm not even kidding. You're going to think I'm kidding.
What,
I like
G6?
Bishop D2.
Oh, Bishop D2.
I know you think I'm kidding. But now you like it
and
because you're looking at it.
Rook cannot take it, so queen take,
Yeah.
bishop
And I'm going to
takes.
play Queen takes Queen and Bishop C3, and I'm going to
if-
play Rook F1, and I'm going to play Queen takes C4.
Well, yeah.
You like
That
it?
looks-
You
that
hear
looks
me
like a-
talking?
That looks like a shortcut.
Yeah, bishop d2 retreat. I like
Everything is-
retreating.
Yeah, that's a nice
Your
one.
my only problem was you're playing queen takes e3 check. Not anymore.
No.
Yeah, and I stopped you
So,
from
so
messing up
trading
my
queens
pawns.
isn't helping a whole lot because 8-7 needs babysitting.
Yeah, because you'll have to do this. and-
Otherwise, everything is not rook 8-7.
Yeah,
That's just horrible.
that's over. Yeah, I like my
That is
retreating
too
move.
horrible.
Not even with the computer. Can you believe it?
Yeah, so we're expecting Arthur to be here very shortly. I think.
Yeah,
this is not going
oh, it has
last
to be
long.
winning on 2 pawns and I'm attacking. How,
Yeah.
how can I not be winning? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that he can easily find a move like bishop d2.
I have a silly question. Now,
Ask.
now remember, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
I'm almost changing my mind as I'm saying it.
tell me.
Rook h7, and my idea was to take this, but okay, I'm just kidding.
What?
Just kidding. No, I really like
Checking for aneurysms.
I really like taking an f7 and bishop d2.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, sack
I
everything.
didn't understand that move
Then
at all.
g6 check.
I didn't even understand if he took on c3 what we planned to do. It's like,
Then g8 and something.
in Backhouse, that seems like a good solution.
I'm still not losing though. Okay.
Yeah. No. I really like your ef7 followed by bishop d2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bishop d2 hard to find. I mean, people don't like to retreat, but I do.
Maybe even bishop d2 right here. Also.
Well, now you're talking crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the only problem is queen takes queen on c3 ruins my pawns and my bishop's hanging. Bishop
Well,
d2
he
takes
started
care
by
of both.
ef7.
Yeah, good start.
Yeah. And he took on
No, he took on f7.
Without thinking.
Yeah, he should. Well, I think he already gave up. I think rook
Yeah, he's
d8.
playing by
I think he
inertia,
just said
right?
like I'm not resigning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows it's not good. Yeah, this position's not good.
So what to do? Rook h7 is possible. Bishop d2 is still all right.
Rook h7 has to win. Bishop d2
Rook
has to
h7 seems
win.
like the simplest.
Queen takes queen and then bishop f4 and take on h7.
I mean, who could resist rook takes h7?
You know what you can also do? You can play queen takes e5 and then play bishop d2, saving my g7 pawn. That's also very mean.
And he did it. Oh, no, you did it.
Yeah, right, I'm
Sorry.
doing it. Yeah, then bishop c3 is a threat,
Yeah.
rook h7 is a threat, I'm up 2 pawns.
Oh, that's a game that really wakes up the action.
Yeah, so after king f7, yeah. So Arthur getting back on the scoreboard after a tough round 1 loss. Looks
That's
like
right.
he's for sure going to win this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was tough for black. All right, this
Difficult.
is Luke's game we were looking at with his dad.
Right.
And after queen d2, black played knight b6. I assume knight c4 is the threat.
Correct.
Queen f4, I assume that stops knight c4.
So now knight d5, queen d2. Oh,
Right,
you just went
maybe,
knight
but he
d6,
played
okay.
knight e6. Yeah, we're trying to find this repetition exactly.
right. So knight e6, and he plays what? Queen
Well,
e3?
I don't want to say black's better, although Luke's dad left, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Black's
well,
better.
black might be better because the e-pawn's pinned, and the
Right.
white queen keeps getting attacked. So
Now, am I allowed to go queen c1 or
but maybe
bishop
that's
takes
why he
f3?
didn't. That's why he didn't play knight d5. I think black's playing for the win. Also, look at the time situation.
Right.
Yeah, you can play queen c1, but yeah, you're going to claim you're better. I got
No.
bishop f3, and I have rook c8 and knight c4.
No, bishop f3 looks a bit annoying.
Yeah, knight c4, rook c8, bishop. I have everything. Every move looks good.
Yeah.
No,
Knight c4
knight
especially.
c4, yeah. No, knight e6.
Or bishop and-
No, I think queen f4 was like, let's have a draw, knight d5, queen d2, and black
he
is
says
like,
no.
no, knight e6. Let's attack
have
your
a
queen a
move for
few more
you.
times. Yeah.
So where should a queen go to? Queen b4?
Queen b4,
How about queen b4?
a5,
Queen b3?
knight c5.
No, those knights are very
Also,
pesky.
whenever you undefend your knight, I'm going to take it. Can I play like bishop f3 and knight g5? And
No, king g2. Queen d7.
yeah, I know. I'm worried. I don't like my
Queen
pawns like
d7.
that. I know. I don't like my pawns like that. So I'm very worried with white. Black has a lot of play.
I think
and
that white
white's-
is becoming a bit groggy
Yeah,
there.
and look at the time situation. And I'm really worried for you. Because what did I
Because
predict
my
this
bet was
game?
different.
Yeah, what did I
My
predict?
guess was different.
Yeah, so that's not good.
Yeah.
Mike Kummer would be really upset.
So black is playing very
Black
strongly
is
here.
black is doing well in this game. Yeah.
Yes.
He's more time and he's has
But then
the
again, we
initiative.
thought that Jeffrey was just doing well, and then we missed
Yeah,
rook
and he thought he
e1.
had nothing. He's like, oh, 95 is good. I have nothing. Yeah. But okay, he had such an easy draw. I
Right.
mean, he wasn't ever worse
Right.
with the black pieces.
Like he said, he was playing for 2 results. That's not bad.
Now, stuff's happened over here. Lots of stuff has happened. So after queen f4,
Yeah, annoying queen f4.
he played king g7,
Yeah.
which stops g4, or so we thought.
Well, still he played
G4, yeah, and then he traded
then
queens.
he's fine.
He didn't play queen c7.
I have to
because
say
his
that
knight's hang-
offhand, I'm a bit surprised.
His knight's hanging on f3, so after g4 he has to
Right.
trade queens. Yeah. And g5
And then
check.
g5 check.
And he's trying to squeeze him. But I don't know, he's giving away the f5 square, and then those pawns can become weak, and black can play b5 and trade everything. Yeah, I don't believe.
Yeah,
it.
I'm
I
not
think-
seeing yet what's going on.
I think it's yeah, but okay.
Oh, but he
he's-
can play rook e7.
yeah, rook e7,
Yeah.
and then that's why black should have played rook e8 like instead of a6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the intuition is right about that.
Yeah,
Okay.
so white has chances now because we have rook b1, rook e7, knight e5. We have some ideas now. Yeah, and a6 isn't helping at all.
I'd be really afraid to play king f5.
I didn't even see king f5 was
No,
legal.
no, it's, I don't
I
think
didn't even
so.
see it was legal.
Rook e5, king f4, rook ae1. This could be a lot of trouble.
Yeah, let's
Maybe
look at this
bishop
because
f5.
this is a funny mate.
It's
Yeah,
not
you-
made, right?
Well, I can play king g2 here, but let's play like you. All right. And we have, I was
well,
going to
here
go
I thought rook 5, yes. That's
Yeah,
what it,
this
that's
is the,
made.
This is the funny mate I was
Yes,
talking about.
but that's not the move I was
Yeah,
planning.
now let's play a move like rook a7 to defend, and then mate.
Yeah. To defend.
Defend.
I like that.
Well, he played a6, so we might as well give it a reason.
Exactly. However,
Yeah.
instead of taking the horse, I would bishop f5.
Bishop f5.
Now with the mean threat of queen takes f,
So we're playing
so
here.
rook ae1, bishop f5. Now is the king going to get mated or not? I have to say that I'm a bit edgy.
A bit on edge.
A bit edgy.
Yeah, I just play king g2, and don't I just have a great position?
Really?
Why aren't I doing great? I mean, white's
You mean
doing
other
great.
than the file,
Yeah, white's doing great.
the
yeah.
suspicious position of the black
Very,
king?
very suspicious.
But
Yeah.
maybe bishop g4.
Man, I want to sack on f5 too. I know it doesn't work, but I want to do it anyway.
Can do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, black's not going to do this. That's if he thinks king g7 loses.
Yeah. No, but normal would be just to play king g7 and not mess up
Yeah.
with the...
Well, he hasn't moved yet.
Also,
yeah.
rook e7 is coming.
Yeah, so a6 was too slow. White's getting an initiative. Maybe he's not winning, but I think he had nothing, and now he has something.
Now, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what is he going to do against rook e7 and knight e5 stuff?
I don't know what you're worried about. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, you're worried.
A little bit.
I'm also worried.
About what?
What you said. We can play very actively. Can you believe how active this is? No, that's active.
Very active.
Yeah.
And now rook b1.
And rook b6. Now that's
Rook
active.
b6.
And then rook f6.
Rook f6
and
if
then
you
take
let
on
me, and
f7.
then it's going to be a little
Man,
painful.
that's funny, yeah.
And what piece is black moving?
Yeah, we can't play this rook to e8. We play this rook to e8? There we go. Now we're safe.
Oh, you're totally safe.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about totally. Okay, so this is very, very unpleasant for black.
Right,
And that's why he hasn't moved yet.
right.
He's like, king g7 don't like it, king f5 don't like it. So,
And he moves to g7.
yep, that's the safest. And rook e7 for sure.
Looks like it.
Guaranteed.
I
But
think
now
so.
it's funny how much better rook e8 was than a6. We stopped all this
Well, we said it
nonsense.
already 10 times in
Yeah.
different variations.
Yeah.
Because b5 is not coming, and the e file is very meaningful,
Mhm.
even more now.
So Akshat could be on 2-0 after this round.
Could be, yes. Like now, we
Now
really
in the
like-
maneuvering game, we've seen some maneuvering.
Okay.
Okay, so they traded bishops. This is a wonder being black. Mika pretend is white.
Right, and
Mika has a
knight c8.
huge time advantage.
Right, right.
We expected all these maneuvers. And the knight went to c4.
That
The
is a
reason white retreated was to trade the knights off by putting a knight on d2, but still seemed like he could have put the other knight on d2 anyway. So that's
And now
a
b5.
little unusual. Right. And now do we go back? We play knight
Knight
b3.
b3, c5.
Yeah. And he's thinking here? No, he played a4, following my rule. And I don't know who's better. I thought when they play knight c4, you want to play e4, but here I don't know if I want to play e4.
Yeah, because bishop f6 all of a sudden gains
Yeah,
in power.
here I don't know. Well, if you don't take on e4, I can play e5, and if you do, I could take with a knight attacking that bishop and loosening up the pawn. But you have knight, yeah, but you can play knight d2 and take, and the d pawn's weak. Yeah, I mean that's what I want to do when you play knight c4. But if I can't, then
Yeah, then
black
you
has a
just
nice
end
knight
up-
on c4. Yeah. So a wonder is probably equalized, but still his time situation is a bit not
Right,
much.
He needs to hurry a bit.
Yeah, he's got 12 minutes, and we're on move 22, and it's just a slow maneuvering game, so it's not so easy. Again, I keep forgetting. I keep thinking, Wonder's the world champion. He's the favorite in every game, but He's rated 9th out of 10.
You're
So I have
forgetting
to,
that you're no
I have to
longer
be,
in the
wait a
world
minute. Yeah, when every time I see a Wonder play, he's the higher rated player. So
Right.
I'm not used
Not
to this.
here.
Yeah,
Not here.
not anymore. Yeah. So I'm always like, why hasn't a Wonder won yet? But okay, when he wins, it's going to be a mild upset even. So,
Correct.
but very small. Yeah, it's too bad you can't get norms in the U.S. Junior Championship. There's no foreign players. Otherwise, they'd have some interesting last couple
Because
of
the
rounds.
category is pretty high.
Yeah, this average rating is pretty good, and we have
Could have
a
easily
GM
been a
elect
norm
and some
tournament.
IMs. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, definitely IM norm tournament for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, and for those of you who showed up late, what are you doing? Show up on time next time. This game was a draw. It looked like Jeffrey just had no trouble at all. And we predicted a draw beforehand, so we're happy.
Right.
And what do you know? There's a white bishop on d2. Wow.
Let's see how that happens.
So he played king f7, which we thought, and then he took and played bishop d2.
Like you suggested.
Yeah, now the bishop's coming to c3. That's okay. Rook d5. Now, if we go to c3 right away, there's some bishop takes g5 check. But man, I'm really worried. I'm really scared.
Why isn't he taking on h7?
Then I take on d2. Then you queen. You take. Rook takes e7. There's got to be a win.
We're up 2 pawns only.
It's
no?
got to be a win. So the variation we're looking at. Now, it's possible queen isn't the correct move even, but let's win the bishop for the sake of argument. And not only are we 2 pawns up, but the black pawns are very weak.
Right.
Yeah, this should just be easy win. Rook's on the 7th, king's on
Rook
g8.
c7, rook e6.
No, this should be an easy win. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you don't play rook takes bishop, what else can you do? King g6 or king g8. But yeah, that just should be easy win.
I think he did something like that, no?
Yeah, it should just be an easy win.
Yeah,
It looks like he just did play rook takes h7.
no, I mean, it just makes sense.
Yeah. And he got up very happy, and his opponent not so happy.
Yeah.
How many pawns are we up?
2.
Keep going.
Well, right now 3, but one of them
3.
is probably going to go.
Yeah, up 3 pawns.
He can take on somewhere, right? On g5. Or
No, bishop takes g5.
rook takes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
There's not going to be a mate again. Yeah.
No. So king g6 or king g8 are the only moves I
King
see
G6.
that aren't rook takes bishop. But yeah, I mean, this is just a very easy technical win. I check, and that's it. I mean, 2 pawns up and better. And mating attack. And mating attack.
He took on d2.
Yeah, because white should checkmate black here.
Yeah.
3
I
pieces.
think he's trying to weasel in the rook endings.
Yeah.
So let's see what rook
That's
takes
what
d2.
separates man from every animal in the world except the weasel. Yeah.
So take on d2, g8 queen,
And he did play g8 queen.
take it.
He
Take
played.
on
He played.
E7.
Yeah, this is what we looked at
Yeah.
earlier, and we thought nice and easy.
And I'm guessing that c3 will happen.
Yeah. Man, I could take on c3. I can play b4. I can play b3.
b3.
Every move's good.
I especially like the move b3 because then the c3 pawn is going to be corralled and out. Yeah. So this game is gone.
Yeah, after b3, we're threatening rook c7, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Rook e3, rook c7. Yeah. So let's take a look at the next game.
Yeah.
This one is not going to
This
last
is
long.
going to
We're
be
probably going to
a win for Arthur Shen.
Arthur coming to visit us soon.
Queen b4 was played by Daniel Velotti. And then bishop
Right.
takes f3 as we thought. G
Right.
takes f3.
Right.
And now will he play a5? Will he play knight g5?
Now, does it make sense to play knight g5? Oh, because also white has moves on the other side too, like queen g4 or...
After knight g5? Well, then h5.
No, I mean after king g2, queen d7, queen g5.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right.
But queen c2, queen c8 is a little fork there.
Oh,
Luckily, the knight's hanging. Luckily. Although still.
but the bishop on b2 is also hanging.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not good for white.
This is starting to look not good.
No, white's doing not so well, and white's time situation's not so good. But okay, when you play queen d4, queen d2, queen f4, queen b4, you can't expect that your position's very good. Yeah, I really think b takes a4 was the cause. I think he had 2 better moves.
Yeah, we think so. We'll see if they agree with us.
So Luke in a little bit of trouble. This looks familiar. This
Wonder from
position.
where.
Yeah, and so Akshat doing really well, Yan Lu doing really well, and they both won in round 1. Looks like we might have 2 players go 2-0. Arthur Shen winning after having a winning position after losing in the first round. Bodek and Xiong once again drew their game. And then a wonder with 1 out of 1, playing Mika, who drew his first game. And this looks like a really long positional maneuvering game, probably about equal, but I don't think, I think, if anything, Black's position has improved the last 10 moves rather than White's.
Definitely.
Black has a knight on c4, White's knight retreated to d2.
Yeah, it's almost like Black played a bunch of moves and White played 2 moves.
Yeah. Yeah, the only advantage White has is a nice time advantage.
Right.
So a 30-second increment shouldn't be the end of the world.
So I think while the players are sinking into their long thought, maybe it's a good time to take our second break of the day.
Sure.
We're going to be away for about 10 or 15 minutes again. And when we return, we are going to take another look at how the games have progressed. Please stay with us live from the U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship from the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center in Missouri. Be back.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. I've been part of some great clubs, and now I'm part of another. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. Our world-renowned center is dedicated to teaching, playing, and promoting the sport. Because chess has been proven to enhance academic performance, our Scholastic Outreach program now works with over 100 schools. So whether you've played for years or never before, come experience all that chess has to offer.
Welcome back to the 2015 U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship, coming to you live from the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. I'm Aviv Friedman, here with local Grandmaster Ben Finegold. And during the break, you had a chance to take a look at the puzzle by our highest rated competitor, Jeffrey Xiong. And let's try to solve it. I'm sure many of you have solved it. Let's put it up on the screen. Here is his game against Joe. And this is one of those situations where there is a duel, meaning a double solution, just a different move order that is leading to the same result. Obviously here white is up a piece, but the A pawn is about to become a new queen. White must act quickly. There's no defensive measures. There's only one way.
Also, to be careful because there could be mate on
Rook
the side of
a6
the board.
checkmate is another motif, absolutely. So the idea is that white played knight a7 check. He could have started it with rook d8 check, exactly the same solution. Knight a7 check. The rook must take it. If the king moves, then c8 is going to be queen, double check, and mate soon. So rook took on a7. Then rook d8 check. The rook must take. C pawn took on d8 with check. And now you can see that the rook on e7 is discovered at the rook on a7. So when the king had to take the newly born queen, the rook took the pawn on a7, stopping the a pawn. White is up a rook, and Jeffrey won, obviously.
Yeah,
Very nice.
because you have to play the winning combination. Otherwise,
Exactly. Sometimes the
what's
only
that
move is the
counterplay?
only move that's just the difference between a victory and a loss. This was the case.
Brilliant.
And now we're going to take a very quick look at the standings, at the players. Let's take a look. We know that in round one, Chandra, Liu, and Liang have won. Jeffrey Xiong, Bodek, Li Rufeng, and Mika Betain have drawn. And Luke Harmon Valetti, Arthur Shen, and Kiran Han all lost their games. And we see that this is about to change because Arthur, last that we left, was in a dominating position. Let's take a look and we start from that game and see is it still going on and what is going on.
Well, Black's playing for some kind of stalemate that doesn't exist, I think.
But I have a feeling that somehow, just by intuition, what happened since the break is not what White wanted to do. But let's take a look.
No,
Can we go back?
Looks good to me.
No, I'm sure he's still good. But why did he even get to that position?
Okay, so this is where we started.
Okay, so rook here.
C7.
Okay, here.
Always play king b1. Oh, looks
Oh,
good.
G7. Really? G7 is necessary?
G7, I like it.
Okay.
I
If
like
the Grandmaster likes it,
I
then
like
I guess
everything.
it's good.
Well, okay, for sure I would have played a4 here.
Yeah,
I
why
think I
allow
would've
black
played-
to play a4?
Okay, but that's okay.
Okay, so now the idea is he's going to corral the pawns and take them.
Yeah, I mean, this shouldn't be any
The
problem.
good news
at
when
all.
you start with 4 pawns is that you have 2 extra pawns.
Yeah, no, there shouldn't be any problem.
No.
Yeah. There's not really any stalemate tricks. Black always has king h7, so there's no way to.
Yeah, of course. There's no stalemate.
And the
whatsoever.
only tricks are checkmate. But if Black plays for checkmate, White checkmates first.
That seems to be
Yeah,
the
we can
case.
play rook d1, rook h1, rook a1 mate, but only if White doesn't move.
Right.
Make sure White doesn't move, otherwise we're in trouble. And White just made the time control. And
there are more moves coming because I see that
yeah,
Arthur is
rook
about to
b8
move.
was played.
Okay.
Well, I assume Black is going to play c3 at some point.
So you can choose between rook g c5 or rook g a5 or... And he played rook g c5, I see on the live board.
Okay.
Seems to make sense, I guess.
If we allow rook takes c4, we lose immediately, but c3 we still take it.
Yeah, I think
So
this
what?
is just,
So that's it, right?
it's Pac-Man to the pawns. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, that should be it.
Yeah, I think that Lee is going to resign. It's hard to believe. There's just no...
Yeah, there's no stalemate tricks. There's no checkmate
yeah,
tricks.
no moves.
Yeah. So, and they made the time control.
Just no moves. Let's keep it on this board for just another minute to see if there are any more moves. No tricks, right? None whatsoever.
I'll give you a trick. It doesn't work either. Rook b3, hoping he takes it, but you can take it.
Yes, because there's rook c1 in the end.
Ah, you can't
No, you can
take
take
it.
with
A
the
takes
A-pawn.
b. Yes, that's a good 1-minute trick.
We had a trick, but he still made a move.
Yeah, he
He
did.
played, yes.
Played rook e8
He
based
played
on what I'm.
rook
or
d8.
Rook d8.
Okay, and how is this going to help after rook takes c4?
I don't think it
And
helps.
all pawns are falling.
Yeah, I don't think it helps.
I think he's playing by inertia. I think that
Yeah,
he's just taking it hard.
he's taking the
Now
pawn. I
I'm
saw him
really
do it. Yeah,
Anticipating
and we want
resignation.
the audience to see a resignation on the board, but
No, he went back.
so that's the stalemate trick. Finally, rook takes rook, rook takes b2 check.
Very nice.
There is a stalemate. Yeah,
Very nice.
yeah. I didn't think so. Rook c8 check, rook takes h4 is pretty good. Then we're going to be a lot of pawns up, and every other
Right.
move is good too.
That's actually very nice.
Every other move is winning too. So. Yeah, he's
Arthur
gonna
is not
play.
going to miss that. Of course, any move is winning. That is true.
I knew there was a stalemate trick somewhere. I just couldn't find it, but he found it.
Well, it's
So
nice.
for
and
our
cheap.
audience, if you want to find a way not to win the position, this is the way to do it.
Right, and the crazy
and
rook.
perpetual, and if you take it, stalemate. But that's pretty see-through. So rook takes c4, rook
Arthur is
b8.
very strong in these positions.
Yeah, and he did play the way I
Yeah, check,
suggested, and rook
takes.
takes h4. Yeah, now there's no stalemates. And instead of defending his a pawn or taking the c pawn, he took
He could not
this.
defend his a-pawn.
Rook a8. Oh, then rook h8 check.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's too bad.
So he took on a4, he took
Yeah.
on c2.
I assume rook f4 and resigns. That's my
He resigns.
assumption.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have the live resignation.
Mhm.
And we're going to see Arthur.
Wait, what was the result of this game?
Let me hit you in the back of the head to remind you. So while we wait for Arthur to come, can we see the next game, please?
Yeah. Wait, is that Mike Hummer doing
Mike
a great
Hummer.
job? Look at him put the kings in the middle. Can he do it right? Yes, he did it right.
Perfect.
Very good.
Never in doubt.
Well, I don't know about that.
To me, never in doubt.
Okay,
It's
let's
Mike
see.
Hammer.
Let's see what's going on around here. Stuff's happening.
Yes.
Luke Harmon Velotti less than 5 minutes against Jan
What is
Leo.
going on?
And let's see what
Let's
happened.
go back to when he played knight g5.
And then White just ignored it with rook d1, attacking the d pawn.
Uh-huh.
Knight f3 check,
Uh-huh.
king g2, a5, attacking the queen, and queen takes d6.
I'm a bit confused. Was it necessary to play a5? Why couldn't he take the pawn on e5 with the knight? Was that not good?
No, but I like this for black also. I can take the queen and play knight c4.
Say again?
Take the queen and play knight c4.
in
Well,
this
if I take on
position-
e5 with the knight, then rook takes d6, yeah? The point of rook d1.
Right.
Yeah, but here,
Okay,
what
so-
happens if I trade queens? Which way are you taking? Well, this just seems good for black. You can't take it with a pawn. I play knight h4 check and bishop takes bishop. You have to take it with a
Right.
rook. Yeah, I mean, I have knight h4 check and then
Knight c4.
and some move. I don't know where this king goes. Yeah, that's why he played a5. He thought queen takes d6
But now
wasn't
rook
possible.
d4.
Ah, now you can play this with a terrible position.
Yeah, the position is
real,
horrid.
like really terrible.
Horrid.
Yeah.
Bishop e5.
Yeah, and I'm sure I didn't play well with black, but I played well
Yeah, you
enough.
can probably improve.
But I
even,
played
yeah.
okay. Like, yeah, I'm doing really well here.
Yeah. So we think that.
Yeah, so white has very little time, and I don't. It seems like black has at least more than one way to do something good. For example, I should have just played knight c4 right away, because if king takes f3, I can take the rook, and the pawn is still pinned.
Correct.
And then if you don't have knight d4 and rook d4 anymore, if you play rook c6, then knight h4 check.
Yeah, it's over.
Right. It seems to me that queen takes d6 loses, but maybe there's some tactics we don't see. Because
Well,
I'm
what
sure
is
that's
it?
why he played a5. Yeah.
I wonder what it is.
Yeah. A wonder? Yeah, he's still playing. Okay, so we have 2 games that have finished. We've interviewed Jeffrey Xiong already.
That's right. We're waiting for Arthur to join
Yep,
us.
and Arthur
momentarily.
won. Eventually he'll come down.
Yes. And let's try to figure out this queen d6 thing at the Harmon Velotti view.
Yeah, this just looks good for black. Queen
Yeah.
takes queen.
Just
and,
take and play knight c4. How difficult can that be?
Yeah, it's very
It
difficult.
looks like it's going to be costing an exchange, right?
Yeah, Luke's not even sitting at the board and he has 4 minutes left. Very confident.
Well, he's standing by the board shaking a bit, but probably he sees that. Oh, I wonder what he's going to play about that. Really curious. Okay. All right, so let's get back to the studio, and we have a special guest again, the winner of today's first decisive result, Arthur Shen. Hi, Arthur. Welcome to the studio.
So when did your preparation end?
I think I was still in my preparation after bishop e7, but I was kind of surprised because, I mean, you play knight d7, so you don't have to play bishop e7, and he plays it. And knight b6 is the main move.
Okay.
I think, and you know, black doesn't really want to castle into the attack, so he has.
Yeah,
no need to put
actually,
bishop
I was
e7.
saying like I'm sure of this, but I'm not sure what black will do with his king, and he instantly castled when I said that.
Yeah, no.
He showed me, so making the commentators look bad again.
Yeah, bishop e7. I think I remembered queen d2 was in my notes.
Okay, and then yeah, we thought black should be okay here, but after like 3 or 4 moves, we didn't think black was okay at all. We thought You were just running him over.
You
I
tried
like
to
my
make knight
position
a5 work, but simply
It looks
b3.
just
or-
way too slow, yeah. I play b3 and I'm going to play f4 and all your
The
pieces. are-
f4 is just coming way too
And
fast.
so bishop b7 probably inaccurate. Is knight e5 just wrong because you're just kicking it and moving on?
Yeah, I mean, probably still knight b6.
Mm-hmm.
Or I don't really know what to suggest for black in position. It's a little difficult. I think I can just castle here. And
But he needs to play like rook c8 and start.
yeah, he
moving
needs to
on.
start, but I mean, I'm playing h5, g6.
Yeah,
It's
white's pretty quick. Yeah.
White is quick.
I mean, yeah, bishop e7 looks like a waste of tempo.
The castle surprised me.
Yeah, I was
Another
kind
one.
of surprised. I mean, and then knight c4 surprised me too because I thought he had to play knight takes d4. I was going to recapture bishop takes and knight c6. Because I think the structure is just very good for me because my attack is so quick and even his bishop is even on b7, so there's no way he's going to mate me. Yeah, but so here I was like very confident.
Yeah,
in
we
my position.
liked white also.
Yes.
Very
h5.
simple.
Yeah, in fact, I suggested this move because I thought king's going to go to the right, not to the left if he sacks all his pieces.
Yeah, that's why I played rook d1.
Yeah, because
I was
Aviv
looking
was
at some
thinking
d5.
d5 exactly.
Yeah, so it's just
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bishop a7 we thought was
Very
a nice
nice
touch.
tempo.
yeah, and just
Did you consider him sacking in exchange? We did, but I didn't think you had enough. Just taking on
No.
f4.
yeah, I thought I would be up material. Pretty happy.
Okay.
I mean, his position is, it's not like it
No,
really
I
helps
agree.
his position to be
Did
down
d5
material.
shock you like it shocked us?
Oh yeah, d5 surprised me. I only saw e takes f4 and then d5,
Okay.
which I didn't think was working because I think I can just play g6 and try to mate him first.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I can always just take on d5 and have a comfortable endgame, so
Yeah.
it's not like I'm risking anything. Yeah, probably should play knight takes instead of pawn takes.
In this position.
Yeah, I just wanted to keep the queens on because I didn't think bishop a3 was working, but it looks like it just gives
It
him
seems
extra
like the way the
options.
game went worked out pretty well for you.
I mean, it just seems like it gave him more options because we can
And
transpose into knight takes.
should he trade queens here or he can't?
I thought queen d2 was forced almost.
Oh, even better than what he did. Okay.
Well,
and
I
what were you
mean,
going to do?
Just bishop takes.
And bishop c3.
Bishop c3. I'm up a
bishop
pawn.
f4.
He has horrible
Then you like your
structure.
better. Yeah. Up a pawn and better.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook g4 and
Rook g4, and I thought it should be.
Okay.
But yeah, queen takes d5 surprised me a little bit because I thought after queen c3,
Then it's just over.
well, I thought he could play like queen e6 maybe to stop h6 d6 ideas, but
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking I can just play rook d1, and I'm up a pawn, and my position is very nice. So
Time for the Gingy quote.
Up a pawn
The
with
pawn and the
compensation.
compensation.
yeah, I think he missed e6, or I mean, I don't,
Underestimated.
or yeah, I don't know. This just looks like I was just winning. I thought.
Yeah, we actually had Jeffrey in the studio here because his game was over, and he thought that black was going to play king takes g7 here.
That's what
not
I was
knight
expecting
e7.
too, but
Yeah.
I'm pretty. I mean, I'm still up a pawn, and it's not like it changes anything.
Yeah,
Ben,
I
I
think
think
I
it's
think I
just-
suggested bishop d2, but I mean you could
Yeah.
take and play bishop d2 like you did, and just I don't know.
Same thing, I think.
I just thought white's winning.
dynamic.
Yeah. And then okay, it would seem like it was pretty easy. I was talking about stalemate, and I said, but there's no stalemate tricks, and he found
He found one, yeah.
But I was like, there's no
I didn't see
stalemate
it,
here.
but-
There's always king h7. There's no stalemate tricks.
That's
So
what I
that
was
was pretty
thinking
funny
too,
that
yeah.
he. It was unfortunate that it was so obvious.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to hang a rook, so.
Yeah. Right. And
That was
this
simple
just seemed
from
really easy. And then rook b, it's a funny move.
Yeah.
And I suggested basically the way you played because we knew the game was going to end. And yeah, this seemed pretty easy. So that's a nice turnaround from game one. This seemed like a nice
Yeah.
smooth victory.
I mean, I think he got a little tricked in the opening, and it was
Mhm.
difficult for him to play after that. So, got a little bit lucky there.
So what do you think of the tournament thus far? It's getting better?
Yeah, I think it improved from yesterday a little bit.
What happened yesterday?
He ended.
The
very
result
bad
I
things
know,
to
but
me.
what happened in the game?
I just misevaluated the position, and then b5 was very silly, and then yeah, I was very sad. But okay.
But you bounced back professionally.
Yeah, I try.
Played a very good game today, a nice attacking game. Didn't seem too hard, you know?
Yeah,
It's
my-
better
my-
preparation, it seems like.
Yeah, my position was very easy to play,
Yes.
so it wasn't too difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
And
think
how
I
is-
yeah.
How is work with Big Brother?
Oh, he doesn't want to play chess anymore.
No?
Yeah.
Is he working?
He says he
on
is.
chess?
He says he is.
Uh-huh.
For me.
For you, huh? That's the excuse. That's the formal, that's the official version, so to speak, huh?
I mean, he gave me his preparation, so.
That's pretty nice. That's
very
some
nice of
brothers
him.
wouldn't do that.
Would you do that for your brother?
I consider it. He doesn't play chess though.
Depends how much you pay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Always.
This is Aviv you're talking to here.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. Who are you playing tomorrow?
I don't know actually.
Okay, that's the semi-standard answer by now.
Yeah.
Most juniors are playing.
Or they
from
say, I
round
think
to
I'm
round.
playing.
Then they're right.
Yeah,
I really don't know actually.
Usually.
I'm just preparing for one game at a time. So
But today was almost like a half rest day, right? Because it's preparation. The game from the kitchen table, the position from the kitchen table occurred on the board, and
yeah, no, it's
the rest you had to make 3 moves of your own, and then
yeah, that's what it seemed like.
Okay, well, wish you success in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you
very
for
nice
joining
game.
us. Yes, and maybe you can stay with us for the one more position, like we now customarily do. So Ben, choose any game of your choice.
Any game.
Perhaps a Chandra game because we haven't seen it
Sure,
in like 8
yeah.
years.
Yeah, let's go back to.
I thought he was winning the last time I saw it. but-
So did we.
So yeah, the last position we saw in Chandra's game was this one,
Yeah, we're
and
looking
he
at
played
this.
rook
I saw here, and I
e7
thought this
and
was
bishop
interesting.
c8, and this
What
is the
did he
last
do
we
now?
saw.
Yes.
We thought rook b1.
Yes, but
He played rook c7, also attacking a pawn.
Okay.
And
B5.
then he took a pawn. He's a pawn up.
Yeah, I should.
Looks like it.
That's a pretty solid pawn.
Right.
Now it's more solid. And this is it. And the time situation is, Akshat's been thinking.
Yeah, but
Because he was ahead on the clock slightly, now he's slightly behind.
I mean, you can play any move here. So
Yeah, I mean,
was
just
too
bring the
concerned
king
about
closer to
time.
the center, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. King e1, king f1.
Even if black gets his king to d6, rook a5, and I think black can't move.
Yeah, this is very unpleasant. This reminds me of his first game, Han, where he also couldn't move.
Against Leon.
Against the
Yeah,
Wonder.
he
he
wondered.
just
He wanted
was-
to do the
he was-
same.
Yeah. Here he
Yeah.
can move a little bit, but he's down a pawn.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think that he needs to play
So
more
he's suffering.
active openings, or else he's going to be.
Yeah, he's suffering here.
I thought he played
Push.
a Greenfield, so maybe he was looking to get something. But
Mhm. Well, I mean, we thought that was actually a good choice because Akshat played the Greenfield himself.
yeah,
So sometimes when somebody plays both from both colors, it's a bit uncomfortable to play against your own opening. So maybe it was a decent choice, but not the way he played it, I'm afraid. We thought that he stood pretty okay at some point.
Yeah, I thought he equalized, then he just, a6 was too slow.
Yeah, we really hated a6.
Very nice
Rook
maneuver,
F8.
queen h6 to queen f4 was
Right.
nice.
Yeah. He just removed the blockader, then g4 traded queens, and the pieces penetrated. The pawn on a6 looks really funny now, all of a sudden. Managed to get b5, cost him a pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we won't take any more of your time, Arthur. We're assuming you're going to go straight for preparation for tomorrow.
yeah.
Say yes.
He's like, yeah, that's what I'm
Yes.
going to do.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
that's
Yes,
what
of
I'm going to
course.
do.
Exactly what
Right
I
after the next 10 things on the list. Okay. So let's move on to the next game, and we free Arthur to go his merry way.
Okay.
What position are you going to give us here? Very nice. Let's take a look.
Yeah, it seems like Black's doing well, and I think White's the one fighting for a draw here in Mika's game with a Wonder. Although a Wonder's the one with a big time disadvantage.
And is it going to be enough, though?
Well, it looks like I'm taking over the A file, but are you going to just take and play Queen A1?
Looks like it, right?
Let's see.
Well, I
what
have a free
happened.
move before you go Queen A8, so
Yeah, let's see what happened here.
right. We owe
So
it,
he played A4,
right?
and eventually knight B6 sort of forced the pawn to move.
Uh-huh.
He decided to take instead of play A5.
Uh-huh. Maybe a decision he regrets now, right? Because somehow he lost the file. quickly.
Right, yeah, he doesn't have the file, that's for sure. And rook A7, queen A8. And the question is, is White playing for a draw by playing like rook takes and queen A1? Is he risking losing his B4 pawn?
I have to believe he will lose his
I
pawn.
think it's got to be a draw. Yeah, should
I mean,
be
I'm
a
just
draw.
not moving my knight from C2 and my
Yeah.
knight from C5.
Right, yeah.
Then king, 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 and that's it.
I always want to play E4 at every possible position, but you can always just take my knight and take on E4.
That's
I
right.
can't ever do anything.
Yeah, that's not useful.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a draw, but I
Looking
think
at-
Black has the sunny side of the draw. And Akshat has a very nice position. Jeffrey Xiong has drawn his game against Michael Bodek. Arthur Shen won his game against Rufeng Li. And last but not least, we thought that Luke was in a lot of trouble. Let's see if the tactics that we analyzed were correct. After queen takes d6,
Uh-huh.
knight h4 check. I thought he could do without that, but okay.
Right, because of the
that's-
rook d4
That's
thing.
fine. And knight
he
c4
played
right
knight c4
away.
once.
Knight c4 right away. Yeah, but this is also very good because we're just going to win a pawn, right? Or just
the other
winning
one
the e5
seemed even
pawn.
worse.
Maybe, but yeah, okay. Yes. I'm not going to complain about this. And bishop
Actually, with the
takes
king
e5.
on h2, he could not have played rook d4 anyway, so why
Right.
can't he trade queens?
Yeah. No, but this also is very pleasant. Very pleasant.
Is that what you're analyzing? Or is that
No,
the
this
game?
is the game.
This is already the game.
Yeah. Okay, so bishop takes e5. Oh, bishop takes e5 wasn't played. Although I didn't play it, so it was played and then not played.
Okay.
I'm innocent.
Okay.
Yeah. So lots of time extra for Yan Lu. Luke's going to have to hurry up, and he has a pawn minus. His rook is worse. His king is worse. The knight on g3 and the bishop on c2 can't do anything against the pawn on g6. Two isolated pawns on the king side.
So we really.
I mean, it's really, really tough for white. And they did trade on e5 because I see everything's gone. Yeah, I think it went bishop takes and then knight takes.
And then you went rook d1.
And he played rook d1, hoping by trading everything it'll be a draw. I think letting black play rook d4, rook d2 is, you can't do that.
Yeah, that's too much.
You have to play rook d1.
You gotta challenge the file.
Yeah. And, I mean, this just seems like an easy win. Rook c8, and I don't... rook c3, knight f3. Man, I play knight e f3 check, king
And the
h1,
king
and
h1
you're getting mated, yeah.
I don't think I want to trade rooks as black with that.
No,
kind of
I
king.
definitely don't. No, I play rook c8 or I play rook b8 and get my rook down there and trap the king and attack the three weak pawns.
Yeah,
and the
let's
pawn on
start with rook
g6
c8.
pawn g6 is beautiful. That's my favorite thing of all.
Right.
Kills
No
both of
maid,
white's
king
pieces.
on the dark
The
squares,
king goes to
going up.
g7. Yeah.
Yeah, so we definitely are.
I don't know if I
cherishing
like
black's
rook c8
position.
or rook b8 better. I like them both.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just terrible position for white. Hasn't lost yet because there's very few pawns on the board.
Sure.
But it's very unpleasant. And we're criticizing black's play. Why didn't black win easier? So just
Well,
the
we
things,
are, but we
things
have to
did-
admit it would have been better to play takes on these.
things didn't work out well. Queen d4, queen d2, queen f4, queen b4. Lots of
I think
queens
that
for
e5
white.
was probably. He thought it was going to be a repetition of moves of some sorts, but I think that it didn't see. Either didn't see or underestimated knight e6. And here we are looking at the live picture from that game. Liu is in deep concentration, thinking of how to maximize, how to cash in.
Having a nice time advantage as well.
Yeah.
And this is one of those positions where, every chess book you ever read says trade when you're ahead. My least favorite rule.
Yes, of
In fact, I
course.
have the opposite rule, of course.
Of course.
And this is the kind of position I show my students where black's king is obviously safer than white's. Black's rook can attack a4, f2, put pressure on the white king. You really don't want to trade rooks here.
And let's elaborate about that axiom.
Of course, now he'll trade
People
rooks.
say trade when you're ahead because any trade is going to lead you towards a simplified position where the extra pawn, let's say a pawn ending, will be ideal, it will be the easiest to win. But in a position like this, what some students, some players tend to do is they trade the well-placed pieces for the bad pieces.
Exactly.
All of a sudden, there is compensation for the lost material, and the advantage in material becomes less significant.
And the other
Here-
thing is, white has an extra problem here that's not endgame related. His king is just much worse than his opponent's.
That's right.
I mean, this is why he played knight h4 check and bishop e5, so he could get these knights to checkmate the white king.
That's right.
So you really
So
don't
the
want
black
to trade
rook is
rooks.
also actually better than the white rook.
Yeah.
For example, after rook c8.
Yeah, and the only thing he's thinking about is rook c8 or rook b8, because rook b8 we go to b2 and we stop bishop b3.
That's
Not
right.
bad either.
The other one, we attack
In
the
fact,
bishop with a
when I play
tempo.
rook b2, I don't know what white does. I'm afraid to play a move for white there. If I could just put my rook on b2, I don't want to play rook d2, I don't want to play rook c1, and I can't move my bishop. So, I can't play rook d2. There's knight f3 everywhere.
Yeah, there are serious problems.
Yeah, rook c1, what a great rook. Can't move the rook, can't move
The
the
only thing
bishop.
after rook b8, maybe rook b1, trying to insist on trading
Right,
the rooks.
okay, yeah. Then you could
That's
play rook
why.
c8, so it's just a question of rook c8 now or rook
Is
c8
it better than a
later.
rook on d1 or b1 from black's point of view?
Yeah, it's-
All right, let's go into another game.
Very
Here
good
we really
position
love
for
black.
Malu.
Absolutely, we expect black to win. Are we going back to this?
Yeah, and we have
game?
3 games left. Yep.
We do.
Okay.
We have 3 games, yes.
And they did some pawn trades in Akshat's game. H6. King F1
Okay.
was playing, moving the king towards the center.
Right, as
H6,
expected.
H4. Black wants to trade all the pawns. Rook and knight doesn't beat a rook. So we need to trade all the pawns, all the rooks, everything, and get to king and knight versus king and bishop. And I assume he's going to continue moving his king. He did, actually. He played king e2. And the unfortunate thing here is not only does white have a protected passed pawn, bishop on b7 is not too active.
Very pacified.
Yeah. But we need it there to stop rook c6 and knight c6, and defend the a6 pawn.
And the question is, can he continue with king e5 or not?
It's legal.
But is it good?
No.
No, because of knight c4, knight b6, or what?
Yeah, or knight c4 and d6.
Right, knight c4.
Yeah, I don't like, or d6 check, and then knight c4.
Yeah. So, what can he do here?
No, he has drawing chances because white has very few pawns, and the pawn is blockaded, but black's the most passive I can imagine. The rooks and the bishop just can't move.
Very passive.
Yeah, activity of pieces. White's extra pawn actually makes his pieces more active. The rooks can move everywhere, and black is just blockading. So he's just groveling.
Yeah.
Very unpleasant. Both sides have 5 or 6 minutes, but they're on move 34, so that should make a big impact. And unlike Magnus Carlsen, both players know they get extra time at move 40.
Ooh, that was painful.
Yeah, but when's Magnus going to come to St. Louis? He'll never hear about this.
No.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, what's going on around here? He played the John Nunn collinear move. Queen to A4.
A very good move, Queen A4.
Yeah. Who would have thought two-time world champion would play good moves?
So how did it go? What happened there after
Rook A7 and Queen A1, as I suggested.
Oh, and he played this very interesting. That's a great intermezzo.
Yeah, and then Queen A4.
Eliminating the control of the...
Well, so we can play Queen C3 or Queen B1, and we have to, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think if I trade queens, that's going to be so good.
No. I don't want to give him a protected pass.
So I have to play Queen B1 or Queen C3. Maybe I could just hold that. Maybe I'm worried for nothing.
Right.
Seems like I should be worried, though, because Queen A2, like if you play Queen C3, then Queen A2, Queen B1, and I can start a mating attack. Queen D1, Knight D2. I'm getting worried there because white is so passive. Now, Queen B1, that keeps you out, right? You can't really come in. You can't come in, but man, is that passive.
Very.
So, okay, black is still pressing, and black's getting close to move 40. He only has a little less than 2 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, we all want to have black. Seems like black outplayed white in this game. Maybe if I play Queen B1, then I can try to play Knight D4 and attack your pawn on C6.
That's exactly. I was waiting for you to finish your sentence. I'm saying one passive move, but the next one is going to be Knight D4. Lest we forget that pawn C6 needs babysitting as well.
So yeah, I think draw is still the most likely result.
Yeah.
Yeah, good game so far.
Yeah. Maybe after Queen B1, he's just going to go Knight A3 to eliminate that nasty knight.
And that should just be a draw.
Yeah. Very passive queen, but should be enough.
Perpetual check for everybody.
Yeah, agreed. Next game, please.
Yeah, there's only 3 games left. To recap, Jeffrey Xiong and Michael Bodek played a nice peaceful draw. And, well, Arthur Shen won quite handily against Rufeng Li. It's looking like Akshat Chandra is a big favorite against Curran Han to win the game.
An extra pawn in a beautiful ending.
Yeah, a Wonders game looks like probably a draw. And it looks like Yan Liu is very close to winning against Carmen Velotti. Very good chances of winning. So the players who won yesterday, well, actually, I'd rather have their positions now, all 3 of them. Our Wonder's not winning, but the other 2 look like very close to winning.
Right.
So the rich get richer.
Yeah, here's this.
And we have the standings here. Looks like Chandra and Liu will probably both have 2-0. And
Wonder might be 1.5.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
Jeffrey
probably
has
1.5.
Bodek has 1.
And Arthur Shen, who lost his first game, move up in the standings with a win.
Back to 1.
Yep.
So the lowest rated player right now is having a bit of a tough time.
Yeah, he's down a pawn. His pieces are very passive.
And he lost the first
he's
one.
Struggling. He's trying to draw, yeah. Time situation is okay, but G6 pawn is weak. A6 pawn is weak. Pass D pawn is very annoying.
So I have a question about this position.
Yeah.
About the game, the Chandra Han game. Yeah, I thought he's going to go Rook D4 so he can protect the pawn while crossing his king.
Okay.
But then the question was, what happened after King D6?
Yeah, Rook A5.
King E5.
King D3.
And we're not taking the pawn on D5?
You can take the pawn on D5. I'm not sure what your next move is.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. But
first of all, A6 is hanging, so I can play F4 check and then play Rook takes A6 check. Then you'll probably just resign.
F4 check. I
think he'll just resign there.
Yeah, F4 check
the king
is a
upon
good
endgame.
Right.
Yeah. So the crazy variation we're talking about, for those of you at home, bishop takes D5. That's pretty risky looking. And this is and this just wins the king and pawn endgame. Yeah. We just win.
Yeah. This is easy.
And everybody's happy except for black.
Yeah.
Everybody's happy except for. Let's go all the way to the end. No, okay.
Please no.
Yeah. Yes, he's not worried about that. No, I wasn't 100% sure that was the reason he played rook d4. I thought he also played rook d4 because maybe if the king moves away to d6, we'll play rook g4 later. We'll tickle you on both pawns.
I see.
And you're going to be more and more passive defending your pawns with your rooks and your bishop. Yeah.
It looked like he went king f1, king e2. He could not take king d3 because of the pawn. So first of all, guard up, and then king d3. Then he has king d3, king c4.
And king d6, rook a5 was played.
Yeah, okay.
Chandra looks very
but,
happy. I know the happy look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's an obviously I'm winning position.
Yeah, it's just very pleasant. I don't know if it's winning. It's very pleasant.
Well, I mean, it's a huge advantage, and he has reason
It's
to
just
expect it.
really unpleasant for black. The bishop on b7 is just trapped.
Yeah. The more we look at this game, the more I'm thinking of that move a6. And how unurgent it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Traded queens.
Traded queens.
Shocking.
That is a bit
But maybe
shocking.
it's okay.
Maybe he's thinking that his king is close enough to where he can be able to...
Maybe he thought it was okay, yeah, and his knight will go to d4 later. So he just ran his
Let's see
king
if he's
over.
right.
Runs his... Everybody's running with their king. Yeah, I think he thinks I'll run with my king, I'll play knight d4, and now what do? The problem is it's hard to play knight d4, because that pawn might queen. You can't play king b2.
Oh, with the king on c3, you can play knight d4, right?
Then I play a3, a2. Careful.
How
Oh, you have to do it when my pawn's on a4. My pawn's on a3 and you play knight d4, I'll play a2.
No, with the pawn on a3, I'm just going to corral it.
King b3 and go take it?
Yeah, take it.
Yeah. So king c3,
So-
knight d4. And the problem is, what does white do? White
can't-
just plays king c2, king c3.
I think both has...
Draw's coming?
It looks, yes.
Yeah, I agree. That should be a draw.
I think so.
It's strange to give black a pass to a-pawn, but he's like, I'll just go take it.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, I think this is a good time to take a 2-minute break. So, yes, please come back or stay on the channel. We'll be right back from the U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship here at the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. For Aviv Friedman, this is Ben Finegold, this is Aviv Friedman. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Hi again, welcome back to the U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship from St. Louis. This is Aviv Friedman, and with me is Grandmaster, local Grandmaster Ben Finegold.
Wait,
Hi
are you
again,
sure
Ben.
now? Okay.
I am positive.
Okay.
Positive you're the
You
local
checked your ID
Grandmaster.
on the break?
I checked your ID too.
Okay.
And we are back with the last three games of the day. So far we had some good action. One game ended in a draw after a solid fight between Michael Bodek and Jeffrey Xiong. In the second game, we saw Arthur Shen making a comeback after yesterday's defeat, beating handily Rufang Li, who made a little mess up of his Sicilian.
Yeah.
And now we have three more games. Let's start with the most decisive-looking one, I suppose.
Yeah, we actually saw a lot of moves since the break.
Let's take a look and
well,
see
the
what
king
happened.
started on G8, and we walked across the board.
And
King
he's
to
still
G7
walking.
from Curran Han. King D3. Rook attacks the F pawn, which was just left behind, and he checked and defended it with Rook C2. Not sure if the king's better on B6 or D6 or G7. I guess we'll have to find out. He's defending his bishop and pawn, but he's open to checks. The G pawn is weaker now. The king is cut off from the passed pawn. I'm not so sure.
And what if he keeps attacking the deep one now?
Right. Well, let's go back. A couple of moves were made. Let's see what happened. As you suggested, Rook D8.
Okay.
And now Rook B2 check.
Okay.
So where's the king going to go? A7's the safest. C5 and C7 are more aggressive, but sort of walking into it there. And yeah, is it easy if you play King C7, White has an easy King C4 to defend his pawn. You can't
That's
get
right.
The king
There's
out.
no check. And
Yeah, King C5 seems a little crazy to me, but maybe it's time to go crazy. I don't like that move because Rook C4 check, Rook B6
Rook
check.
B6 check,
I'm
yeah.
getting sort of scared there.
Yeah, at
So
the
King
very least-
A7 looks like the move, and then if I defend my pawn with my king, you can check with a
Checkmate
rook.
forever.
Yeah. I don't know about forever, but maybe. Maybe close to forever. I could play King E4, King F4, and move my king over to G5, and my other rook
So
can
let's
defend the
see
pawn.
King A7.
Yeah, I
Try
think
it.
my other rook can defend the pawn here. So let's go here. And I'm gonna play King F4 to escape the checks, and then my other rook will go to D2 to defend the pawn. And then it seems like G6 is also weak.
And maybe the king can just go towards G5. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
So
I
this
like
seems
that
like
idea a lot.
what's likely to happen. And
Right.
something did happen.
Okay. What
King
happened?
A7 did happen.
Okay. And I see Chandra made the move. And he played
I
King
think
E4.
his king's on E4 because I don't see anything on D3.
That's right.
Yeah. So
he
far
went
as
to
we
E4?
predicted.
Yeah.
And did they get to move 40? Yeah, that's move 41. So both players
So
get
time
the extra-
control was made, and they're
Yeah.
getting their extra time.
Yeah, and they both had about a minute left.
Yeah. And Chandra is very confident getting up and starting to walk around. It's just a technical phase of the game.
Well, it's really unpleasant for black. I still don't know if it's a win. I just know that I want to have white.
Well,
It's
like you
just
said,
terrible to have black.
Yeah.
You know, there's positions where I even just give my pawn away or blunder it away, and your bishop's pinned, and my king is better than yours, and your
Yeah,
g
that's
pawn is
enough.
weak. Sometimes you lose when you win the pawn.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
That sounds like a line from White Men Can Jump.
Yeah?
Sometimes when you win, you lose, and sometimes you lose, it's a win.
Yeah. Great quote there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that looks very good. This we thought was going to be a draw.
And we still think it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, it looks like they moved their kings back and forth until they got to the... We saw this last and the king started moving.
So the king on c3 makes sure the pawn doesn't move.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm not sure how that helped black playing g6 and h5. Seems like
Well, I think
C-
that white is to be cautious about how he puts the pawns, because at
Mm-hmm.
one time we can just go maybe a3. Oh, but I guess a3 you don't have to go king d3. You can go knight c. No, I don't know if you want to go knight c2. That's true.
No, I'll just go take your pawn if necessary.
How, by king b3?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then I can play in some lines. You have to worry about knight d2 and knight e4. Like if you go g3, you have to worry about knight d2, knight e4.
I'm not that worried about that. I'll take your a pawn.
I'm worried what's going to happen if the white king is going to end up on a3 or a2
let's,
taking
here,
a pawn.
let's look at a line.
Let's do it.
Let's make one up.
Do it.
Yeah, now I'm going to try to win on the king side, on the queen side over here.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to come get you.
Uh-huh.
I got b5, and I'm going to attack.
Okay, knight e4.
Yeah. I'm going to take on c6.
Right.
Yeah, maybe somebody will win. Maybe black, maybe white. But I'm not worried. My king's better than yours.
Right.
So.
Yeah, so that's not a winning attempt, is it?
Yeah, I'm not really scared here. No,
Of
I
course,
think
maybe I can be smart and put my king on c7 first, but then
I think this should be a
white
draw.
knight
Yeah,
can
but I'll
start
play
jumping.
b5 quickly.
Also knight e6, knight f4.
Yeah, I'm not worried here. The g6 is weak, so
Wait,
I don't see a reason why you
So
should
after
play
now I'm
g3.
confused. After g3, wait a minute, play g3.
Okay.
What is black going to do? Oh, he can just move his knight, I guess, right? No.
Yeah,
What move is he making?
I mean, to be honest, I don't like
What
putting
black
this
did.
pawn on h5 and f5, leaving g6 weak like that.
Right. What was the point of that?
Yeah, I keep saying this is going to be a draw. Now I don't know.
Well, I'm starting to find moves for black. Looking for moves for black.
Yeah, because g6 is weak.
Looks
now.
like knight e5 is the only attempt, right?
Oh, and then just go back to c4.
Or to g4.
Okay.
Because I haven't pushed my a pawn, it's going to take you several moves to try to get there. And if you go to b2, I might consider knight c4. Although then king a2. Now, this could be some sort of a zugzwang,
Oh,
you know?
and then just play king a2 and say it's your move.
Yeah, like the a2, yeah, I know.
Interesting. Yeah, because
If
the
knight
black
moves,
king
I'm going
moves,
up.
we're gonna, yeah, and
If
the
king
black
moves
king
knight
moves,
e6 or knight takes e6.
we're coming somewhere. Yeah, and the
And
g6.
this could
pawn
be
is
a little
weak.
annoying for black.
Mhm.
I wonder if a1 didn't just outplay his hand there. Overplayed his hand.
Well, his opponent's walking around happy, and a wonder doesn't look as happy as usual.
No, well, we see why.
Yeah.
Yeah, if this happens, then black is hurting
And he
a
ended
little
up, I
bit.
think he played knight e2.
Did he move?
Yeah, he just moved his knight back because now it can go to f4. Yeah,
Oh,
just
so
play-
he's just not fencing around
he's
too
just
much,
playing
huh?
knight f4. How do I defend my pawn? If you
Wait,
play
but-
if you play knight e5, my king runs over to your a pawn.
Wait, and what if I go king e6?
Well, then knight f4, and then
In
if
my
you
line,
play,
black just got into some zugzwang.
yeah. So you want to do this and
then?
defend.
And then here.
I want to do some crazy stuff, but does it work? Nah, it's all crazy.
Or b5 maybe.
Anything crazy. Yeah. But okay, white
Yeah, but I
can,
don't understand what was wrong with the knight on d4 just to play.
I can still check, always repeat, and then play
Right.
what you want. Yeah.
Yeah.
If anything, white's pressing now.
Mhm.
Like white's playing for the win.
Yeah.
Amazing. White traded queens and gave black a passed a pawn, and now white's playing for the
Yeah,
win.
but he calculated that his king can easily stop it, and the
Yeah.
knight jumps to the d4 square.
So that would
So-
change the standings quite a bit if Bika can win this game.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to the other game because he didn't check. He played rook f8.
Now we're
Keeping the-
talking about the Chandra game. Yes?
Yeah, Curran kept keeping the king on e4.
Now he wants to play rook to e7. So the king has to go back.
That's the idea. Now my question is, do I have time to put my knight on e5 and put a pawn on f4? Well, you're always playing g5 then. And I can't make illegal moves like d6, although I'd like to. Yeah, so he's still fighting. Looks really good for white, but black is still in there. But yeah, just a very unpleasant last 20 moves. Down a pawn, suffering,
Totally.
trying not to lose. No fun at all. And the last game where black was doing really well, black is still doing really well. Luckily, he didn't trade rooks, making us look bad.
No.
And this is the last position we looked at was rook d1. Rook c8 was
c8.
played. Bishop e4. I was expecting it to go to b3, but I guess stopping knight f3 check is a good idea.
And rook c4, what happens?
Yep. Rook a1, bit passive. We
Wow.
got to defend the pawn.
Wow.
Rook d4 going to d2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks just terrible for white. And this is the current position. And the players are on move 41.
And he wants to play rook f2 or knight d3.
Yeah, this is
Looking horrible for white.
Not good.
Yeah, this is, I think, is going to be over soon. It's not. I don't see how white. What move is white going to play?
The only move I can see is knight e2. I don't know why it loses. I just feel it does. I don't see another move.
Knight e2.
I don't see another move. Knight d3 is winning right away, isn't it?
Yeah, knight d3.
d3 is winning. Well, okay, it's winning. I mean, all of black's pieces are perfect. Extra pawn, isolated pawns.
So
bad
knight e2
king.
right now.
I don't see another move.
So what will black play after that? Let's see.
If knight d3, we could probably check and take on d4.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just knight f3. Play knight d3 next move. Yeah, it's just,
d2.
it's just a terrible position. Yeah, black's winning, but it's a question of how long. And if he wins, he'll be 2-0. I mean, Akshat Chandra is probably winning, but it's a lot of work, and this is probably winning, and it's a lot of work. So if they want to get 2-0 to start,
So I guess
back to work.
to the mix of players who are favorites now, we have to add Yan Liu.
Yeah. No, I mean, Jeffrey was the favorite. He won the Chicago Open, Grandmaster elect, but starting out with 2 draws, he's going to
He's going to be a point
the 8 ball.
behind. But
Yeah.
okay, he has yet to play those people. so
Luckily, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
that's
9
right.
rounds.
7 more rounds,
Yeah.
and he hasn't played the leaders yet.
Yeah, but Yang Liu is really impressing this tournament.
Yeah, first game he won convincingly. Now he's also seeming in complete control.
Yeah.
Really outplayed his opponent impressively. But he hasn't won yet.
Also true, but very pleasant positions.
Yeah.
But it's funny, like I was pretty sure a Wonders game looked pretty equal, but now I don't know. Now decisive result is possible.
Yeah, we like Mika's position.
And he did play king e7 instead of king e6. Same idea. If knight f4 moved the king back. All right, I have a crazy idea. Well, I don't want you to laugh at me, so I'm thinking about it some more.
Do it.
Okay. With whites in this position, I want to play knight b2.
With white.
Yeah, move my knight to b2 somehow. f4, d3, b2, c1, d3, b2.
No, but the moment you go to b2, I go a3.
That's okay.
Why?
Ah, it's not okay. I thought I could just move my knight, but then a2.
Yeah.
So I can't do anything.
No.
Now what about knight d2? You still play a3.
That's right. Same
But
story.
I could play knight b3. Okay, but I don't want to do any of that. Yeah, so all my tricks don't work.
Yeah, but why do I need to make a big effort? Why can't I
make
put
a
my
big
knight on
effort.
d4
Yeah.
and then go g3? And what is the...
Play for Zugzwang?
Yeah, I'm not following it.
Why can't I play for Zugzwang by playing king c2? I don't want to play g3.
Okay, do king c2.
Yeah, I like that better. So let's attack the pawn and just play king c2 and say it's your move.
Right.
I want my pawn on g2, so when you play your knight moves, you're not forking all of my pawns.
So knight e5, I'm guessing.
Okay, so let's go. And you want to win my pawn? Yeah, what's going on here?
Offhand, it feels really good for white.
Yeah, it's really hard to take all these pawns, but it's easy for me to get a queen over here.
I'm about to go king a5, king b6. If you try to stop it, I'm going to win
maybe
the
knight d1,
g
I'm
pawn.
okay.
Really?
Yeah, attack this pawn. Maybe.
All right, so king a5.
And king b6. And here. And you're in Zugzwang, I just play g3. You can't move?
I like that.
That's too bad. Maybe
Not
you
exactly
can't-
sure what would have happened on other moves, but
Maybe
yeah,
you
this
can.
is-
Maybe you can move
No, but then
something. Yeah, this is waiting for white. Okay, so you play king c8, I mate you.
Right. Right.
Yeah, this is good for the crowd.
Yeah.
Not good for black. And if you let me queen d6 check wins the king and pawn
Correct.
endgame.
That is correct.
And probably there's other ways to win, but yeah, this is just
Check
forced.
and check.
And wins.
Easily.
And I won't stalemate you, I promise. So yeah, black has to be careful. There's more than one way to try to win for white, just to put black in zugzwang. But knight e2 wasn't the right start, because then if knight f4, king f6, then that's not really the way to go. So it's weird to play knight e2 and then go back to d4.
But if he, sometimes catching himself.
So king
correcting
e7,
himself.
let's see what he did. Yeah, he's still thinking.
Yeah.
But yeah, we like white.
Yeah.
Because g6
You
is
can
weak.
easily just jump back to normalcy with
Yeah,
knight.
g6 is weak, c6 is weak. The white king is stopping the pawn on a4.
And the outside passer is just not.
And it's funny how black
cutting
can't move. All the pawns are stuck. The
Yep.
knight has to stay on c4 to stop the king. And you have to defend everything. You can't move anything.
Agreed.
So this is very difficult for black. It'd be surprising if white won. It seemed like white was a little worse the whole game. Okay, now what's going on over here? Now somebody's going to get checkmated
Oh, wow.
or win right away.
So Akshat decided
Wow,
to
he
push his
played
king.
king e5. I was going to suggest that, but I thought you'd laugh at
Yeah,
me.
it was.
Wow, king e5. Yeah, and you checked him into d6. That's a surprising decision by
And this
white.
is the position current.
Yeah. I'm very surprised by this.
Wow.
Not saying it's bad, just
Gutsy.
shocking. Yeah.
Gutsy, very gutsy.
You were wondering how he defend his d pawn.
There it is.
Pawn's not even attacked anymore. Defended 3 times. Wow. That's a gutsy. That's junior chess for you. Or if Kramnik did it, would be great, but otherwise risky. If I did it,
Yeah, well, he's attacking a rook. How can he defend the rook?
I don't know. Sacrifice the rook. Just let him take it. Yeah, I'd be really scared to play king d6.
But he played it confidently. No, I'm guessing he calculated it already, right?
Yeah.
Where's the rook going?
Well, I either defend my rook or I move it away.
What if I went? I was thinking of either rook ef7 or rook h7.
Yeah, this attacks a pawn, right?
Uh-huh.
Although, if you take the pawn, you might lose. But that's not the point. I'm not the one on trial here. That d pawn's pretty strong then.
Yeah.
Well, we can play rook e4 so we can defend from the side if he checks us and just give our pawn away. But okay, then 2 pawns each, hard to
What
win.
move are you talking about?
Rook e4.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this king e5 to d6. Not a fan.
Looks a little unnecessary, right?
Yeah, f2's weak, the king's open.
To me, it looks like that at one point, the smartest thing to do was to have moved the rook from d4, put the king there.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Free that square for the
That's
king.
a good square for the king.
It's a dark square, the rooks can get there. Then move your rook laterally somewhere, let's say g4 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is going to be defended. Even the rook can defend the pawn from g5 if needed. Right? Then rook b2 is free. You can do whatever you want.
The problem is rook and knight never beats a rook, so this could be hard to win.
Well, I
if
wouldn't
he
say
can
never.
take
I've seen that
no,
happen.
I just
so.
mean normal positions. Yeah.
No.
I've tried to.
You have?
Against
In tournaments,
Salvis,
yeah?
against Birchies, yeah, I talked about it yesterday.
Oh, yeah, right.
153 moves.
Yeah. That's all?
146. It was a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not a fan of the technique. And yeah, all the games could go 2 different ways. White could win this, it could be a draw. And white could win, it could be a draw. And I think the clearest is this one.
Oh, they traded
Yang Lu
pieces.
and
Show how
Luke.
that happened?
Yeah. So he played king e1. He didn't play knight e2. I didn't see king e1. Okay.
Wait.
I'm waiting.
What is going on here?
King takes rook is the threat. I would be very tempted to move my rook to b2 or a2.
Right. And why didn't he?
Yeah, I would not play knight f3 check. Although he might just win the a4 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, probably it's not bad, but I mean the bishops look so bad on d1.
Right, but now he's not defending a4 anymore. So I play something like rook a2, but okay, rook check, and I don't want to play king h6. Maybe I do want to play king h6. Yeah, maybe that's okay.
Well, maybe do it. Maybe let's go for the pawn.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he has to go for the pawn, right? No?
You can't defend it, so that's a good idea. Yeah, should just
rook rook c3.
Should just be winning. Give you a check, and then king e1.
Mm-hmm. Then I might play rook c4 and just passively defend it. I don't know if really.
I don't like knight f3 check. I would have played
Exactly.
rook a2 or rook b2. Probably rook a2.
What was the rush to do that? The bishop on d1 is just not going anywhere.
Still like black a lot.
No, of course. Extra pawn and activity is not that bad.
Rook check is the right move here. If king e2, knight check attacks the h pawn and the a pawn. And here, this is just winning. Attacking all the pawns. Yeah.
Because of the king e2, knight g1?
Yeah, attack all your pawns.
And after knight g2?
Knight
King
g2?
g2, sorry.
Well, then knight h4 or knight e1. They both win. Your a pawn's hanging. So just go take it.
Yeah.
Knight e1's also good.
Nice.
No, it's winning, but I wouldn't have played this way. Okay, he played rook a2. And white's thinking, okay, extra pawn, better knight, better rook, better king, better pawn
win.
structure. Yeah.
Eventually it should win.
Yeah. It's torturous for white.
Okay.
And okay, he played rook d to d2. He did double rooks on that file, and white doubled on the 7th rank, the wrong one.
Well, he wants to clear the square d4 for the king, I guess.
Yeah, we can just
He's
check
making
him
a
away.
comeback.
We can just check him away. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like black
How?
strokes are active and whites aren't.
Yeah. No, the king is really asking for it there. Why did he do that?
Endgame technique, not necessarily the strength of the junior players.
No.
Calculating 30 moves ahead, maybe.
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, with
We
the
don't
king
have a lot
there,
of experience in slightly better endgames.
but still, I think white should win it, right? I mean, should just consolidate back.
I'll take white.
Yeah, any day.
It's really just unpleasant to play black.
Right.
White's technique is very strange.
Right. He might have to play some moves.
And he went back to
consolidate.
d4. And now we'll see if he plays king c2 or g3 and tries to put
King C2,
a
very
wonder
strong.
in Zugzwang.
Yeah.
Yeah, another strange game where it looked like I thought a wonder was better and taking over, and all of a sudden he's fighting for a draw.
Yeah, queen a4 looks like such a strong move. And then
But it
all of a
was
sudden,
nothing.
the last move we thought about, the trade, followed by just knight d4. And we thought it's going to be a draw, but I think the plan with h5 is
Yeah,
gonna be-
g6, h5,
We can
f5,
ignore
weakening
that for
g6
what?
isn't good. And he played bishop c8.
Okay.
I like retreating. He gives his rook some more checks.
What is he afraid of?
He gives his rook some more checks, rook d7.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how white wins. Now he's going to have to defend his f2 pawn the whole game. It's going to be long and arduous.
Yeah. Somehow I'd like to bring my knight to c4, a5, or e5, and c6.
Knight c6
But
would
that's
be
going to
good.
take a while, isn't
Knight
it?
c6 would be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might play
How
knight
do I
c4
execute
here.
it? Knight c4.
Yeah, he might play knight c4 here.
Okay, so if rook d7.
Let's analyze knight c4. Rook d7, okay. King c6 maybe. Keep the king forward. And then if rook f6, I'll play d6. Punishing you for playing bishop c8. Yeah, and d6 next move
Yeah?
is the idea. Yeah, I don't know about bishop c8 either. Yeah, I like knight c4. I want to play knight
But he didn't
e6,
play,
knight
did he?
a5, knight e5.
He played something else, I think.
He wouldn't do that. He played rook d to c2. Okay, if he plays rook c7 check, then he's a favorite.
Can you stop it? Well, he needs to start giving some
Yeah,
checks, right?
and if rook d7, then I play king c6. Now you can play rook f6 check. I can't play d6 anymore.
Right.
Yeah, I don't like bishop c8 because you're taking pressure off of d5 and you're giving away the c6 square. You probably just have to go back. So you're losing
Also,
time.
you expose the king to the check.
Yeah, you're losing time. Yeah, that wasn't a good move. So white has very good
So
winning
if I go rook
chances.
d7, where do you go?
Probably e5
And then d4.
eventually. Possibly even d3. I don't
Rook
know if
e7,
keep
king
checking
d4.
me. Now I can go
Rook
up, I
f4.
think. Yeah. And here's my idea.
What is it?
Now king e5. Aha.
Tempo.
Yeah, your bishop's hanging on c8 and your rook.
Yeah, so you gotta go rook f8.
Yeah, okay, but now it's my move. So I could play rook c6, attacking g6, sheltering my king a little.
It should win.
Yeah, if rook e8 I can play... Well, actually, this is a funny variation. You play rook d5. That's the kind of trap I fall into.
Yeah, let's not do that.
So very good winning chances for Akshat. I think he'll win. What about you?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's just going to take some consolidating. It's not that
Oh,
he
oh
messed
wow,
up
he
position.
repeated?
Uh-huh.
Wait, knight e2,
Remember,
knight
always
e2
repeat.
again. Yeah,
Oh, so this
but
might
if
be
he
a
plays
draw?
knight g4, black can claim a draw.
Oh.
So you got to be careful.
Oh.
Not always repeat every time.
So what if I go king c2 first?
He did play king c2.
He
I
did?
just saw him do it.
Okay.
I just saw his hand do it.
Okay. Logical.
At least he knows the always repeat rule. So yeah, he's playing for a win, like he should be. Let's see how Luke is doing against Leo. Yeah, played rook check and king g2. Now the question is knight h4 check or knight e1 check.
Aren't we winning another pawn after knight h4?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
You ready for my question? It's not about rook takes. What if I just attack this pawn? Well, rook f1 hangs my rook, so that's not good. What if I play f4?
Wow.
I want to checkmate you.
Why don't you just take him to pawn on a4? Why do you have to explore? Why do you have to...
I want to checkmate you.
You want to check me?
I got nothing. Okay, I got nothing. So just
I want
take.
to checkmate
I
you.
want to checkmate you. Yeah, this is unpleasant.
That's discouraging. Like, after rook a, this is where a human should resign.
Does that mean we won't resign?
No.
So if you've joined us late, Jeffrey Xiong and Michael Bodek drew their game. Arthur Shen won a nice game against Rufeng Li. Chandra is squeezing Han. Wonder's getting squeezed by Britain. And Elon Liu looks like he's winning against Luke Harmon Velotti.
Right.
So we'll probably have 4 decisive games. Well, 3 decisive games. One of
That's a
those
good
will be a
ratio. We
draw.
agreed that this ratio of 3 to 2.
Yeah, somehow we'll have 2 decisive games and a draw in the next 3. We're
Right.
not sure how exactly.
Why don't we take our potentially last break of the day,
Yeah.
last short break of the day, and get back to you in just a few minutes from the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, back with the U.S. Junior Closed Championship of 2015. Back in
I'm Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Welcome back to the 2015 U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship from the Chess Club and Scholastic Center in St. Louis. I'm Aviv Friedman with Grandmaster Ben Finegold, and we have 3 more games ongoing. 2 of them at least we expect a decisive result, the third one potentially. Let's take a look at the game who is the potential, and it is between Mika Batain and A-Wonder Liang.
Yeah, no wonder just played knight a3 check,
Yes.
and king b2 was played, knight c4 check. Now here's the question: Can I play if I play king c3, so I can triangulate and make it your move? Then what would you do? You can still play knight a3.
Why can't I go king A2?
You can. I just like to triangulate.
I really like king A2.
Okay. I mean, that's the normal move, but then I
Now
don't
the
get to triangulate.
king is stuck,
Yeah.
because if you go to D7, I can choose between knight F4
We're
and
going
knight
to see a
D4.
move right now. He almost moved.
Oh, he made the move. Wait,
King a2. Yeah.
king
There we
A2.
go. Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, if the horsey moves, king A3, king takes A4, etc. If the
Etc.
king moves, then the only move that he can move to is E6. So
Well,
he can.
you forgot e8.
Okay, same position, same idea.
Yeah, obviously.
But then how do I get the Zugzwang that I had before? Before it was nicer.
Well, I'll play knight d4 check, then I'll play the Aviv like g3.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess the G3 move still works.
That's the Aviv like move.
Yeah.
Funny position. I mean, f5, h5, g6 really weakened his position.
That's right.
He didn't have a pawn that could be attacked, and now he has to have his king defend the g6 pawn and the f5 pawn. So very good winning chances for white.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
And a nice time advantage, too, getting to about 10 minutes. And they don't get any time at move 60.
I'm dying to see what's going to happen after king e6, knight d4, check, king d7, g3. What is he moving?
Here he comes.
Wait for it.
Play king e8. That's the professional move.
Wait for it.
Ah, king
King
e6.
e6.
That's
expected.
the Aviv move.
Well, okay, same thing. So now knight d4 check. Gotta go king d7. And I'm going to go g3. Now, if you move your king one way, I'm going to win the g6 pawn.
Yeah, because if you play king c7 and you defend your pawn with your knight, then you can't defend your pawn on a4. And this
Right.
should just be winning.
This just looks really bad for black, this whole position.
So did he
Had there
play-
been a
it
pawn on
look- it
h7, I don't
looks
know
like
what he would have
played-
done.
Did he play knight d4 check, or I can't see?
No, he hasn't moved yet.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but this looks very difficult for black, and
It looks really
maybe just winning.
nearly Zugzwang.
Yeah.
Okay, while Mika is thinking, let's jump to the next game and see if Akshat is making any
Let's
progress.
go back here.
Okay, so A4 was played.
Yeah, what happened here? How did this king get back?
Okay, so he
king
went
c5,
check. He chased him
check,
back.
and then chased him to where you wanted to go. So you're happy.
I'm amazed. I think the black did really poorly.
Black really helped white get his king.
Why
to
didn't he
d4.
check from? I thought he was going to check from F4 at some point.
Yeah. No, now this is what you wanted. Yeah. Now you're all happy.
I am happy. Oh, he's really maximizing here.
Yeah. Now we're going to go back and do it again, double on the second pawn, and come around.
I don't think he's even threatening the pawn on F2 because of rook C7, right? Or maybe he does.
Yeah, so I could play rook b6 here. Then if rook takes f2, rook c7 looks
And then rook B8.
looks really bad. Yeah, that looks good for white.
He's not really moving, is
We
he?
got d6, d7, knight c4, knight d6. That's not good. No, a4, a5
But
really
maybe
helps
we cannot.
white.
Maybe we can save the pawn too as well.
No, but a4, a5 really helps.
Yeah. Can I go
Helps
knight?
white.
Oh, sorry, I cannot. Definitely cannot go knight G4.
Yeah, this is
Not a
just
good
going to
idea.
be winning. Even when you win the f2 pawn, my d pawn's really strong. It's funny how black moved his king over
Okay,
to the
but the
queen
question
side,
is, let's
but
be
he got
direct.
pinned.
Can I go D6 here, or am I crazy?
Why can't you play d6 and be crazy? What's
can
the
try.
problem? So d6, are you going to save your pawn? You're just going to play knight c4?
Yeah, but again, rook F4 check is coming.
That's okay.
No, it's nothing. It's nothing.
I've been checked before. Such things have happened. I don't know where to go. Anywhere but here?
Yeah, here I don't want to go.
No, I don't want to go there either. I want to go to E2. Yeah, and then if he checks, I go here.
Yeah,
And rook C7 next move.
maybe rook c3.
We have a rook C7 next move.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, this is going to win.
So yeah, not
Looks
the
like
best
he
defense,
made it
but
more difficult than it
it's,
should have
it's
been.
such a long, complicated defense, though, which is very hard to play black. Especially when your opponent's playing king d6 and confusing you. You know the famous game between Martinovsky and Shirazi? It was queen and bishop versus queen and pawn.
Okay.
And the queen and bishop was squeezing.
Oh, yeah, he
squeezing,
hung the
squeezing,
queen.
and then he forgot which way the pawn was going
Right,
after
and he hung his queen.
about 7 hours of play. Yeah, you get confused easy.
7 hours.
Yeah.
So okay, let's try to see if we can find something like really forcing. Because it's we keep saying it's winning, but we keep not winning.
No, you should never play forcing. Always gradually squeeze. Yeah. Well, I like d6, and I like rook b6. I like even doubling like rook c5, c2, and just calm. Also good.
Are you sure we can escape the checks comfy?
Always.
You're positive?
No. No, rook c2 I probably like the least. Like, because, yeah, again, you check, and the d pawn's not defended. I like that the d pawn's defended.
Right.
So, yeah, d6 or rook b6 I like.
Wait,
I
rook
like-
c2 is going to go rook f4 or what?
Yeah. Then what, we escape the checks in one move?
Can we go
I
king
hate-
e5 and
I
end
hated
of
to
story?
escape the checks. It took so long. Now we're threatening rook c7 again.
Right.
Yeah, it's just terrible for black. Because another idea is if we play rook b6, we're all still attacking the g6 pawn.
Right. Okay, so that looks all right.
No, just everything's good for white.
But how to make progress? Let's say I go rook c2 and he makes a move, whatever.
There's no move.
No move?
Yeah, this is why I don't like rook c2. I want to actually do something. But I'm not really in a hurry, so I sort of like it for that way. But as an analyst, we're supposed to find the winning plan. My winning plan is always to move around and let them blunder something.
Okay, my winning plan now is really to play d6, I think, in the initial position.
Yeah, I think you could play d6. Yeah,
I have
here.
a feeling you
just
can
play
get away
d6
with it.
here. Yeah, but I'm not going to play d6 unless I'm sure. I'm not going to just
Yeah,
guess,
well, you can...
because I don't want to lose my d pawn. Yeah.
Right.
But I want to play rook c7. So.
Wait, after rook... What do you play after d6?
Well, I have white. I wouldn't have black here.
Uh-huh.
We were
So
looking
you-
at rook f4 check.
I thought we were looking at rook d8, knight c4, then rook
Yeah,
f4.
also
But here
maybe-
maybe rook c... Oh, you can play rook c7, sorry.
you can play rook c7.
And regret it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So knight c4.
Yeah.
And now rook f4 leads nowhere, so...
Well, I mean, it has to be winning. White has all the
Yeah,
advantages.
we keep saying it, but... it's
Yeah,
not-
you
not
just
yet
win.
winning.
You don't have to win by force. You just keep going and you win. It's not going to take 2 or 3 moves. It's going to take a long time. That's what you want to
Has he
hear.
moved?
What? No, you can see them up there. He's thinking and thinking.
So while he's thinking, let's jump to the next game.
Okay. King to d7, and you're waiting patiently for g3?
Very patient.
Very patient. You've been waiting a long time for this position.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think that he could have gotten to this position without his, with black to move already.
That's possible.
I'm nearly sure. But now I'm afraid to do it because I might repeat. But okay, let's say king a1.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I can triangulate, yeah.
King a1, some knight move. King b1,
Or
some
king,
knight
or
move.
king b2, knight c4, check king a2.
Yeah. Without
That's
even
pretty
touching
funny.
the... Because in some lines, the g3 pawn hangs.
Yeah, you want it on g2 when he takes on f2.
Correct.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
So I don't know if it really matters. Do we need to be that sophisticated or...
No.
Or maybe it's not even needed. And our third game?
Isn't his pawn on g3?
What? Oh, he went
on
G3.
the video, his
Okay,
pawn's on
wonderful.
g3. So,
Well, because we haven't seen the
so he
update
played
yet.
g3, and now
Yeah,
Wonder's...
now he's zooging.
Oh, Wonder's moving. Was about to move.
Well,
I don't know where he was about
maybe
to
he
move.
planned something. I think A Wonder is in trouble. Yeah. His knight is
The
moving
threat to
somewhere.
move is stronger than the execution.
Knight E5, I'm guessing?
Well, he's going to put a knight on e4 and take on f2. But I
Knight
think-
d2.
Yeah, same thing.
So now we're going to the primitive plan of king a3, knight e4, king a4, knight f2, king a5. And then maybe king c7.
I'm trying to think of a way
But
of
then
not,
even b5.
of not losing a pawn.
He moved also. What did he do?
Yeah, he played king a3.
King a3. Okay, so he
So
calculated
he's going
that.
to play knight e4.
Has to.
And then what's going to happen? He's going to take.
Wait a
gonna
minute. Do I want to be fancy here with some f3 or no?
No, no.
Sure.
Yeah.
Positive.
Hmm?
Why?
Because you take on g3 and play knight f1. And then g5 and h4 and h3. No. You want to keep your g pawn so that the guy doesn't queen on the king side. No being fancy. No Iggy Azalea. Yeah, now
Okay, so
we have to worry
takes.
about g5 and h4. And then you lose. You won't lose, but be careful. Yeah, and I want to play knight f1, knight takes, knight c4 check if he goes to... Yeah, I don't want him to take the g pawn.
Okay, so forget
I
about
want
it.
him to take the f pawn. Yeah.
So take on a4.
Yeah, and then I don't know if b5 or king a5. I don't know why. If king a5, maybe then knight d3. Maybe king a5 is nothing.
How? Oh,
Knight d3.
knight d3.
Knight d3. Knight d3.
So he went knight e4.
Yeah, so maybe just b5. And then if knight d3, I take with check and play king b5.
Right,
So this is probably right.
right.
I mean, that's hard to stop the white pawns.
Yeah,
and
the
king
pawn
and
is
knight
very
from-
fast.
They're all coming up
Oh,
there. Yeah, and the white has a king and black doesn't.
Yep. It's almost like he's playing without his g6 pawn. If you set a position without the g6 pawn, would say, okay, up a pawn, win.
Yeah, it's terrible. When black wins the g3 pawn, he's got to play g5 and h4 and go crazy.
That's very,
Which
very
lets
bad.
white get all kinds of pass pawns. F5's hanging and g6. But if you don't do that,
Looks bad.
it's taking so many moves to get a pass pawn.
I agree.
Okay, and this is
Okay,
all
so
happening.
Mika
Everything we suggested hasn't happened yet, but it's all going to happen.
Right.
And king takes a4 happened. It's hard not to play knight takes f2 here.
Especially when there's nothing else. He's going to go up anyways.
And it's a question of king a5 or b5, but king a5, knight d3 seems like it's okay for black. Although I still take white there. Still looks terrible.
Okay, so I think white is on the verge of winning.
Yeah, white's very close to winning.
And let's see the third game.
How did he lose his f pawn? I'm not saying it was bad. I'm just wondering how it happened.
He kept his a pawn. Let's see.
Okay, so... Oh, he pushed it and the guy took it. Yeah, I'll do it.
Oh, why did he need to do that? He's up 2 pawns here.
Well, his knight's trapped, so he's playing knight f5, getting his knight out.
Could he not do it by not losing the
Yeah,
pawn?
g5, knight g6.
Yeah, that route.
I still don't know how he lost his pawn. Ah, because he had all his pawns attacked. Yeah, that'll do it.
Oh
And
boy.
knight f6. Okay, so he had some tricks.
Okay.
Wow.
And he couldn't take the f pawn.
Well, then king g3.
I'm saying he could not.
Yeah, unless he can. Check
Hmm.
king there.
He made it
I
harder.
guess not. That's for sure. When you say harder, maybe it's impossible. This might not be a win. Yeah, I just lost his f pawn.
And they're making a lot of moves there.
Yeah, that's not good. We still might have 2 decisive games in a draw, but not the way we
Not
thought.
the way you expected, huh?
Yeah. Wow, this game is turning around too. We thought a wonder was going to draw easily, and then looks like he's losing. And we thought black would win easily. Now I'm not so sure.
He really should win easily.
Yeah, and here we thought, in the Chandra's game, I thought white was going to win easily, and I'm not so sure here either. Oh, he did retreat his bit rook and defended. Yeah, he's really taken his time. Really
Yeah.
patient. No, but this is actually good for your dinner plans. No, it is. Because otherwise, now,
Right.
airport, dinner. Yeah, these people know what we're thinking. And it's funny, yesterday the round was much quicker than we expected and all the games finished at the same time. We had a talk with the players, and now they don't ever finish. We told them to finish every 20 minutes.
Well, the technique is really suspicious.
Yeah, now they
in
just
this
don't
game.
finish. Yeah. Well, the first round,
Akshat is
everything's
really
feeling it
working
out.
super hard to win a position.
Yeah.
Probably should have done already.
Yeah.
Should have been.
And
done
he
already.
hasn't won yet. I mean, he might not win. Look at the time situation. 7 minutes to 20.
Right.
And there's no more time.
Soon he'll
There's
play
no,
an increment, and then we'll see how it.
Yeah, and then if he thinks there's more time to move 60, then.
That's why I'm saying, because I've had games where I said to myself, I know I'm winning, but what is the winning plan? And then all of a sudden you're just not winning. I mean, you keep.
Well, you
you're
know,
better,
what we do in
better,
those
better.
situations, you become a commentator.
That's right. Good advice. And the rook is now on D2.
Yeah, nobody wants to win.
How did the rook get to D2? Show me again.
I'm not going to show you. I'll show the
You have
audience
to
though at
show me.
home. So he did defend rook c
Yeah.
c2, which I don't like.
Right.
And then he played rook
went,
d2.
whoa.
Check.
Why did he go rook D2?
I don't like it.
So after rook F4, where did he go with the king? King C3
He moved his king?
to C3. And rook D8.
Wow. Yeah,
Who's gonna win?
this isn't Kramnik-esque technique.
We were talking about dreams like rook C7, and
Yeah. So now Black's playing for a win.
let's not exaggerate.
I'm only exaggerating a little.
Let's not exaggerate.
Well, the king on c3 is terrible.
Yeah.
Blocks the c file.
Maybe
It's
you can
open
go
check.
rook
It
d4.
doesn't defend d5. No, this is terrible. The last two moves by White.
Can he go rook D4?
No. Yeah, rook d4 maybe. Wow, he played d6.
Now he played D6?
Finally. I saw him do it. That's why he played rook d2. Rooks belong behind passed pawns.
Oh, yeah.
Although, if the guy takes his a5 pawn, which, can I just take your pawn? Oh, you have knight c4? Wait a minute, rook c8? Yeah, you can still play knight c4.
What?
I'm thinking of rook a4,
Yeah.
and then if knight c4, rook c8, I can just play rook b4, rook d4. Oh, then I can take this. Then d7, and White wins.
Right.
Okay. And I can defend my pawn again with rook b6. I'm sort of worried about leaving my a5 pawn out to dry like that. I'm not convinced, though. I mean, if he loses the d pawn, he's just worse.
Why would he lose his D pawn? How is he going
I could try to take it. Yeah, you can play rook b6 and be solid. I can never take it. And knight c4. Okay.
Although I still don't see the progress.
Well, pawn's moving up. But yeah, you're right. How do I win?
I don't
White's
know.
king is more exposed.
Rook on B6 has about 0 moves.
Yeah.
Knight on C4 would have also very few moves. The pawn on D7, D6.
No, this isn't easy at all.
I'm thinking a position where the king on D4, a pawn on D5, and a rook on the C file. And
Yeah, rook c7
What happened?
and knight c4, and not here. You
you
don't
could have
know.
played D6, I think, under much more favorable circumstances. And the knight could have been on C4.
Okay, let's look at a wonders game because all that stuff happened. We
Oh
talked
yeah,
about.
like we said.
Everything we said.
Yes.
And what's the time situation? Not good for a wonder.
Yeah, 6 minutes.
That's not good.
That's very little time.
No.
But
Also, he might be losing.
I was about to say the comfort is that the position looks.
Yeah.
It's another
No, but
time.
maybe like with an hour, you can calculate all the way to the draw by sacking for all the pawns. But yeah, I don't see it.
No, Mika played his part pretty
That's
nice.
amazing. He traded queens and just came all the way over to the a file and took the a pawn with the
Right.
zugzwang because the knight on c4 couldn't move.
Right.
And I think the
That's what he
zugzwang
said.
was created by black by playing f5, h5, g6.
Agreed. Now, is this really winning?
I have a king and you don't.
Okay, I'm guessing that you have to take on b5. That's my first
I
guess.
have a king, you don't have a king. So yeah,
Can we take on b5?
plus king. I take with the king.
Yeah. King c7, forced.
Okay.
Now, how are you trying to beat me?
King c5, knight e6 check. Everything beats you.
Well, the trick
Okay.
is, let's see.
First of all, white, I could just take all your pawns, right? Like check and knight f4.
That's going to win.
It won't. Where's your king going? I
I
don't,
can
I
also
don't,
take
I don't like
pawns.
I don't like knight e6 check. I just like queening.
That I like.
Yeah.
That is the most logical thing. And now, Must I play knight e4?
Knight e4, I agree. I think you should play king c8.
I will.
Okay.
Okay, now you're looking for several
I'm
moves.
trying to mate you instead of like win all your pawns.
Yeah. So you need to have a knight on d6 or something, or e7.
Well, I'm going to try to put my knight on d5. I take a pawn, or knight g6 is good too, because I queen either way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and when I play knight f4, you can't stop them both. This is the most unpleasant.
Yeah, it's
Well, you
very
have a king and
unpleasant.
you don't. I have a
That's
pass
right.
pawn on the
That's right.
7th or 6th. It's just terrible.
Yeah. I don't
I'm not
see,
saying he's winning, but,
yeah, but this looks like it should win.
but I want to have white all day.
Right. And twice on.
Every day, twice. No, this is just awful. Yeah. Very, very unpleasant for black. And the time situation, too. It's a double whammy.
Yeah.
Knight e4 was played without taking the pawn. You're shocked. Because after takes, he wants to be able to check. Like black
On
wants
c3?
to. Yeah, black wants to be like, aha, you can't come in. You can't play king c5. Your pawn's there. Very sneaky.
And he is also attacking
c5.
Oh, that's a
And
nice
g3.
move.
Yeah.
That is a nice move.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That knight e4 was the best. Yeah. So if I play king b4,
you lose a tempo.
Maybe, because yeah, you're right. I'll lose a tempo. So what if I play knight takes c6, which I'm not going to play, and then move my king? Now what's going on?
No.
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 Yeah. Here.
Yep. King c7.
This is good winning chances too.
King d c7.
I don't like king c7 because I'll get king c5 in quick.
Well, where else can I go?
d6.
But then king a5 and b6 is.
Yeah.
coming.
Okay. Well, everything's good for white. That's what I'm saying.
It's very possible. It looks good for white.
Yeah. King d6.
It needs to be checked, but I think it just.
Can I play? Can I play here?
Where? I take the knight. Oh, what am I thinking about?
I don't know.
I thought knight c5 and the king is not there anymore.
Wow. And now I'm going to play king b5 next move.
So knight c5.
Well, I'm going to win if you don't do anything. I'm worried about moves like this. And now I'm winning on both sides of the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just terrible for black. It's suffer, suffer, suffer.
Yeah.
King b4 is winning chances. Knight c6 is winning chances. Pawn takes, pawn check is probably winning chances. It's just a lot of suffering.
Wait, what happened if king takes pawn?
King takes pawn? Where?
I mean, pawn takes pawn, king. Oh,
King c7. Yeah. No, I don't think pawn takes pawn is the right move. I think either king b4 or knight takes. Yeah, king b4's got to be good. I could even play b5, c6 check here. And then king takes b5. Yeah, it's really difficult for black. Okay, let's see if anything's happening here. d6, he didn't move.
I guess.
Okay, so nothing happened. And what's going on? Why is white moving his king away from his king side? Wow.
Well.
So he played.
What?
So he played knight d5 here.
Yeah.
Ah, and we have this mate trick.
Oh, nice.
Ah, so knight d in this position. What if can he just defend his pawn, like king g3 or king g1? But he thought rook takes was impossible. He didn't see rook g2 check.
Right. Just when he.
Yeah, he
almost
thought,
saved the
okay, you
game.
can't take on f2, and then he gave away his f2 pawn.
Right.
Yeah, and then he played rook g2,
What a
and he's like,
surprise.
oh yeah,
Can do that.
yeah, king takes and g5 mate for the audience.
Right.
But okay, that's last century or 2 centuries ago. Oh well, now this is an easy win. Yeah. I don't think I need the a pawn to win now. I'll take the h pawn and I have 2 passed pawns.
Right.
Okay, so this is definitely winning, but he didn't see this rook g2 check. It's very sneaky.
No, still, I don't. You think this is an easy? Yeah, probably, because the king is too far.
I'll play king g6 and h5 and take your point. Yeah, it's got to be a win.
Right, right.
Every white piece is over
it's
there.
easy,
It's terrible. Yeah.
Not happening. And any progress at the Chandra.
We could see 3 decisive games.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 out of the next 3.
Yes.
And then we already had one.
Yeah. He moved bishop c6.
Bishop
This
c6.
move I am not following.
He played bishop c8, then bishop c6. He's trying every square out for size. Well, that stops the d pawn from moving.
But if I go rook b6?
Chandra has 5 minutes left.
Yes. If I go rook b6, what happens?
I assume bishop b5 is his idea.
Oh.
It's my assumption. Otherwise, I wouldn't play bishop c6.
Mm-hmm.
He just made a move. I just saw him
Rook
move.
b4, it seems.
Is that what he played?
It looks like it.
Yeah.
Some tribe trouble.
Yeah, there's no way out. You know, the first time I played this time control was actually game 90 with 30. I was playing Dina Polito in round 1 of the Spice Cup. First time game
Ever.
90, 30 increment. And I'm about to move 25, 30. We were in time trouble. And the game ended at 93 moves. So for 60
Much of the
moves,
game?
we played on increment.
Like
And we never had more than 4 minutes. Between like 0 and 4 minutes for 60 moves.
That's tough.
Yeah, and I won because I moved like 91. He blundered or something in equal position. Yeah. But we were like, what is this? This isn't fun. Yeah, so the players are going to learn how not to have fun now because there's no extra time.
Wait, so what happened in this game?
Nothing happened.
No, the Mika game.
Oh, no, actually, he played rook f6 and rook d4.
Or rook d4.
Okay.
Okay, now we can
Mika
see some
Mika did
progress.
what I thought he shouldn't do.
Okay, let's see what happened.
He took on c6.
Wait, I'm lost. After
Took on
he took,
c6.
he played here.
He played king b4.
Oh, king b4.
Yeah, now there's no knight check, so he has to take on g3. It makes sense.
Ah, that's over immediately.
And then he played
How
king
could we
here.
not see that? That was really silly of us. Now he has 2 c pawns. That has to be.
So if I move my king, like king c8, I can still play king b5. Yeah.
King b5.
Yeah, if I play king c8 here.
And after knight c3 check.
King b6.
Knight a5 check.
King b5.
a4.
Yeah, that was good. I repeated. Yeah, you're right.
Knight
Maybe,
c3
maybe,
check, yeah.
maybe. Oh, so I could just play knight e6.
Yeah.
Knight e6 probably.
Yeah.
Maybe that was better than knight takes g3 though. I don't know. Is this over?
This looks like it's just
Is it over?
game over.
Why?
Because knight e6 check.
Oh, king c8. No, now maybe black plays g5.
You think? He's fast
Oh,
enough?
you could take a knight f3 and as a pass g pawn. No, that doesn't work. Unless it does.
Wait, what is the move you're playing now?
It might work. g5. Oh, you just check and take with a knight. Oh, that was silly. That didn't work at all.
No.
Okay, let's play aggressive.
Okay.
Let's take this pawn.
Really?
Yeah, I'm going to take it.
So, check.
Yeah, it's hard to check with your knight when you're 2 squares away like that. Yeah, and the game goes on.
No, hold on.
The game never ends.
And the game goes.
Yeah, it just never ends.
And the hits just keep
Yeah,
on coming.
this isn't so clear.
You think?
Yeah. So what's the current position? He played king b5, and I wonder has 2 minutes left.
Okay, wait, 96 check.
Yeah. No, it's black's move.
Oh.
Knight takes g3,
No,
king
you
b5.
played some move, right?
I
You
played knight f1.
Knight f1.
Yeah.
So 96 check.
Yeah, this isn't easy.
Now we're gonna go
Not easy.
right here, knight here,
Not easy.
knight here.
Sometimes black wins. Pass pawns everywhere. No, I don't like c takes. I don't like b takes c6 check. Not a fan. I still think there's going to be 2 wins and a draw. I just don't know which game's going to be a draw. All
Wait,
three could be.
I need to get to d6 somehow. Can I go?
The question is this game over yet?
No.
King d7. This game's never going to end either. But Yang Liu's going to win.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
Go back. Come on. The interesting game is this one.
This is the interesting one. Not all of them. Huh? Okay.
I have to go 96 check. I have to play check.
It's not your turn.
We're assuming knight f1 again.
Yeah. He played
I'm
knight
trying to
f1.
refute-
He actually played knight f1.
Okay, so I'm trying to refute that line. Knight e6 checkers. Can I go here, here, here? I don't know.
See, I want to play like knight takes g6 and king b6 and knight e7 check. Whenever I play king b6, you play knight c4 check. So I can never do anything. I could play c7, king c6, and try to mate you in 12 moves.
Yeah, but in the meantime, your knight is going to do some stuff.
Yeah, let's see. Let's try to mate you in
Okay,
12
here,
moves.
take on e3.
Yeah.
Here.
All right, so if I can put knight check anywhere, you're mated.
Right. Now any check is made.
And it's hard for you to check me away, but maybe you can.
Well, I want to go knight c4 and knight a5, and
You want to play knight a5?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, white's better, but I don't know if it's a win. Also, Wonder's not moving?
He moved knight f1, and then he played.
Okay,
What
so,
did,
so this
Mika play?
happened. This
C7,
is
right?
the current game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Mika looked really confident.
Well, he has to play knight e3, right?
Right.
Okay, and he did.
And he did. Mika, what were you planning? Tell
Yeah,
me.
I wouldn't look confident unless I'd figured it out, and then I figured out wrong. But yeah, I mean, I'm confident because I have a king and you don't, and I'm threatening mate everywhere. I just don't see the win.
I can't do my knight, so I have to go king somewhere.
No, king c6. Yeah.
c6. Yeah, so king c6 looks scary, but forced. Okay, king c6. And then knight c4. Maybe king takes d5.
Yeah, king takes d5.
Maybe eventually he's not going to queen the pawn. He's just going to go to the queen side and take all the pawns.
That's also, yeah.
Not out of the question.
Yeah. It looks like king c6 the way his hand's moving. Yep. Then he played king c6.
And a1, they went knight c2.
He moved right away? Wow, okay.
Yeah.
He moved instantly. Wow. No, I wonder wants to play d4, d3, d2, d1.
Right.
And then as soon as he's getting mated, then knight check, and then there's no mate.
Well, he also wants to play knight somewhere check.
Well, I'm going to play king takes d5 here.
Now?
Yeah, because my opponent's going to play d4, d3, d2. Then he won't.
Right. And also I want to go by aforementioned plan. King e5, king g6, king f6, etc.
And this is what happened. And I wonder instantly played the correct move, I think. With
What
no
is that?
computer, king d7.
How is this correct?
I like this move. No, if the guy plays c6, he can't play king c6. So I like that.
Okay, I'm just going to go king e5.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a win. 93 or 90. No, I guess 91's better.
You're trying to hunt my
I
pawn?
want to take this pawn, yeah.
So if I go king f6,
Then I take your pawn.
oh, king, oh, you went here.
I'm going to take your pawn, yeah.
Okay, forget it. I somehow only saw
No,
knight
I
g2.
like the way they're
so-
both playing. I like king d7 right away. Yeah, 3 pawns each. White has a pawn on the 7th.
I'm dying to get my knight to e7. It's going to take me 3 moves.
Yeah.
I cannot do that. Wait, what happened? This is my move? Whose move is this?
Yep. You can play knight f8 check too and see.
This
if you
is
can
white's
win this
move?
It is.
Wait, if I went king e5, you would go?
91. We just
If
looked
I
at
go
it.
king f4, you would go?
I would move something.
Okay, show me what you're moving and where.
I don't know. Check.
Okay, king g5.
Okay. C6, I'm in Zugzwang? Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, still mate.
Or, yeah, maybe.
You lose.
So still, I don't know if I lose.
Yeah, I think it's winning for white.
Wow, look at this.
Impressive.
No, I don't know if this is winning.
Show me
This
the
is a
line.
draw, yeah?
What is this?
This is a draw, yeah? This is my analysis that I'm doing.
Oh,
I think it's a draw. Well, you have to play king h3. This is a draw, I think.
King h3.
Well, what's your other move? Yeah, I think this is a draw.
This is looking, yeah.
This is a draw, yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. All results possible. So what's the current position? This is the current position. Okay, let's look at Chandra's game because his pawn went further.
Oh.
And the bishop got to b5 as we were discussing.
Mm-hmm. Now, finally, I think he...
So rook
he got
b4,
it.
bishop b5.
Knight c4. Wait, timeout.
Time is out.
He did not take it because...
That looks terrible.
Because he's losing if he takes it.
Looks terrible. And what's the time situation? He's
3
got time.
minutes.
He's got time. I like the bishop on b5. When it was trapped on b7, I didn't like it.
Okay, so now we can go just rook c2, rook c8, or...
That's the plan. Then I play rook takes d7 and we shake hands.
Shake hands.
Yeah, draw. Yeah, very hard to win. All these games are very hard
After
to
rook
win.
c2, bishop d7, rook back to d2, rook f7, huh?
I'm not going to play bishop d7.
Why not?
Afraid.
Oh, it's protected twice. Why are you confusing me?
I'm not confusing. I never played bishop d7.
After rook c2, where do you go?
Now you go nowhere. You have no threat.
Rook c8.
Rook d7, draw agreed.
Oh,
I already agreed to a draw. You can't keep playing. We already agreed.
Okay.
Yeah. Now this is very close to a draw. Because I can play like bishop c6, rook b5.
Remind me one more time. I go rook c2. You play what?
I don't have a move.
Then
Okay, I'll play here even though I don't have to move because you have no threat. I already told you you have no threat. And you'll never have a threat.
Rook c8.
Rook d7, draw agreed for the third
Why
time.
rook d7? I'll take with my d4 rook.
Then I take with my bishop. This is the third time we've agreed to a draw. You need a nap or something. I don't know.
No,
Okay,
I'm keep being confused by
But
this
I'm going to
position,
go here
sorry.
because I want to play rook b5 check and play for the win.
Uh-huh.
Black's better. Black's better. If I play rook b5 check, I'm better.
Yeah.
Take all your pawns.
I can go rook c5, but okay.
Yeah, but I didn't see that.
So go back.
Yeah, this isn't so
This
easy.
is the position that you keep saying white is winning and white is just not winning.
This position, black's better. No, but I'm kidding. Yeah, I think this is a draw.
Maybe I need to go rook d5.
Rook d4, rook f4 check.
King c5.
Wow, I don't have mate in one.
Dang. You don't have anything in one.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Okay. And what's your next 10 moves?
Oh, wait a minute. What if I played rook e2 and then rook e8? Still you gonna play something?
I'll play rook takes rook.
Rook e4.
Rook e8's not a threat. It's not defended.
Right.
Okay, what's going on here? Okay, so rook d5, check, and g4. Now this has to be a draw with perfect play, but okay, all three results possible, including black winning. Also possible.
What if I go rook 5 d4?
Then I check you.
I go up.
I play g3.
Right.
Looks like a draw.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, white king has no shelter. Black
Chandra
bishop on
really
b5
muffed
is the
us up.
best. The black bishop on b5, that is the best square ever.
It's really great. You
Yeah.
control c6, d7, e2, d3. Yeah. You went rook c5, I think.
Yeah. No,
With
what he
what
wants
threat?
to do is play rook c5, then double rooks on the c file, then play rook c7 check. Then he's winning because rook c8 check and mate. Assuming he can get all that
So
done.
rook c5, can you refresh? Rook c5?
Yeah. So he wants to play rook c2 and then rook c7. Then he's happy.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And how do we refute that?
Don't ask me tough questions.
Okay.
And what's funny is if I try to sacrifice an exchange and draw, like rook f6, double rooks,
Yeah,
rook
I'm looking
b6,
at
you
that
play rook
exactly.
c7 check first, then take on b6. That's unfortunate.
How delicate.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So what Aviv and I are talking about is here.
Yeah.
And then you win all the pawns, but you check first, and then. Oh, in fact, let me play even
correct.
better.
Rook
Let me play
C8
even
check.
better. Yeah, let me play even better. The king b7 is mate, and king a7 loses both rooks.
Right.
Yeah, even better. Hopefully Hikaru didn't see that mistaken analysis. Yeah, so this is a great plan. Double rooks, rook c7 check. This plan I like. I don't know if it works, but I like it.
So maybe I have to second exchange? Is that possible?
Wow.
Rook f7. No, rook f7.
Yeah, then the game will never end. Yeah. He has to defend somehow. Let's go back to a wonders game.
Whoa.
Okay, so king e5, knight e3, not knight e1. Okay, fine. And he didn't play c6 check. So now
What is the difference?
there's a big difference. c6 check, king c8, then knight takes h4 draws. Now
Right.
those pawns aren't all hanging. Okay, f4. Don't laugh at me. And then I take. You're not laughing at me, right?
Okay.
Okay, good.
This should lose.
Why?
Because it should lose.
Why? It's a draw.
You think so?
I know so. How can you possibly win?
Knight d3.
Yeah, how you gonna win? King d5, king c6.
King here, king here, king here, king
King
here.
d5, king c6. I'm even telling you what I'm gonna do. I'm such a nice guy.
No, the point is king g5, king c5, king f4, h4.
King c5? What?
d5, sorry.
What do you do?
No, I was planning to play king f4, but then h4.
h4, yeah. Yeah, that's probably a draw.
He moved f4 instantly.
Well, yeah, that's what I suggested. Yeah.
But the pawn is already on c6 somehow.
Well, that's even better. How does the pawn on c6? How did it happen?
He checked him.
Yeah, but when? We didn't.
Or maybe he just here.
Oh, he
just
played
thought
king
played
c8.
Instead
Yeah,
of
and
f4.
then he played c6. Yeah, but king c8's fine. I have no quarrel with king c8.
No?
Yeah, c6, and then he played f4.
You have no quarrel with...
Yeah, and after f4, knight takes f4, he'll play knight takes h4. I was playing knight takes h4 right away, which I think draws. But this draws even easier. Yeah, and then he plays knight takes. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So this is going to be a draw. It already happened. Oh, somehow it's king and h pawn versus king. Oh, I know what he did. He drew another way. He actually took the knight. Didn't see that. He just played knight takes knight. Takes, here. Draw. That's actually what happened. Everything drew. They agreed to a draw here after king somewhere.
Cute.
Yeah. Wow. That was good defense. Black played was in a lot of trouble.
Amazing.
Yeah. So the only question is if White had gotten this position with a pawn on g2, how would they have changed everything? We'll never know. Had to have computers run all night. With the pawn on g3, Black had this counterplay by taking on g3. But if the pawn's on g2, maybe not.
Yeah.
So we have a draw, which means the other two games have to be decisive based on our
Theory.
Yeah, exactly.
So probably we're going to
Wow.
host Mika very shortly, who will tell us a little bit about what happened in this game.
Okay.
In the meantime, let's take a peek at the two other games.
And he hasn't moved after rook
Let's-
c5? Yeah, this is... Black's been
Current?
thinking for like 6 minutes here.
After rook c5?
Yeah, because rook c2, rook c7 is winning, so he's got to stop that. And maybe you can't stop it, so he's not going to move. Now, this idea I like. Rook c7 check now. Yeah,
This
very
is the
nice.
last game, or we have another game now?
No, we have the other game. Luke,
So give
Luke
us-
is losing to Leo.
But this game never ends.
What?
Yeah, that's my question.
Wow.
How did that happen?
Wow. Black was winning and he somehow
How did
lost
he
all his
manage to-
pawns.
First, how did you not win the h-pawn?
Wow, White's king went over to the king's side. I didn't see that coming. Yeah, but this is probably a draw already. White's king getting all the way over there to the king side. I don't think he should have let White's king walk that way.
No.
Yeah, and he just takes the pawn. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is a draw.
It looks like time trouble was.
Yeah.
And
Okay, and Luke has
definitely
13 minutes and it's a 2, so he's not going to blunder in time trouble. Wow. That's a lucky escape. And I thought Rook and Knight
Could have been
versus
down
Rook
2 or 3
was going to
pawns, huh?
happen in some other game, but it happened in this one. Yeah, I mean, Yang Liu was just winning.
Amazing.
Yeah, and White even missed this Rook F2, Rook G2 idea. But yeah, it's not that the players aren't good at endgame. Well, that might be. It's when you play 5 or 6 hours, you don't play as well
And
the
you
6th
play an
hour
increment,
as the first
yeah.
hour. Yeah, it's tough.
Very little time.
So this game is still going on, but it's going to be a draw. And we have a draw in the other game with the Wonder Liang, drawing his game against Mika Bertin. And
Akshat,
after Rook C5, Curran has been thinking for at least 8 minutes, and he can't find a defense, I guess, to Rook C2, Rook C7 check.
very tough.
Yeah. So likely we'll only see one decisive game out of the last 3, but very exciting round.
Yeah.
So let's look at the game that just ended.
Well, before that, can we look one more time at the Chandra game just to be?
Yeah, we're on the Chandra game
Okay.
now. I mean, he might. It would be strange if he has 8 minutes and then he loses on time without moving, because there's no defense to this brilliant Rook C5, Rook C2, Rook C7 check maneuver.
Yeah, it looks like he has no defense.
I mean, Black hasn't moved in many minutes.
Oh, he moved.
Okay,
finally.
he just made a move.
Bishop C6, it seems.
It looked like Bishop C6, yeah. So he wants to play Rook F6 and defend
rooks.
after doubling rooks?
Right.
And then he really can't move, but it's okay. He doesn't have to move. What if I play Rook B2 here? That looks dangerous.
It does.
Yeah. Okay, and it looks like he did it with seconds left.
I think Rook B2 looks pretty strong.
Why is Black's clock running?
That must be a mistake.
Okay, there he is. He has a minute 19.
Okay, so back in the studio, we have a new guest, Mika Bertin, who just drew his game. Very exciting game, Mika.
Thank you.
Do you feel a bit disappointed?
I do, yeah. I think
We thought at one time that you might have a Zugzwang in this game. So, I mean, the game itself was not super eventful. We thought that.
What did you think around here, around the middle here?
I thought the game was headed towards a draw until he played Queen A4.
Right.
Okay, and then you were happy to trade queens and move your king
At first
over.
we admired it, but then very shortly after we realized that you could take it.
So we were wondering, when you did Zugzwang him, if your pawn's on G2 instead of G3, if that makes a big difference. Because we thought you could actually have done that. Have somehow, well, we thought him playing F5,
that's
G6,
just
H5
very critical of him.
was just bad. Okay, so actually you were critical of knight E2. I don't know if it matters. Well, you wanted to play G3 right away. But what if we
But
play,
that was the initial, yeah.
But what if we play like King C2 and just move our king around until we leave the pawn on G2?
Right.
I'm wondering if it's like the exact same thing happens if the pawn on G2 saves you a tempo from losing the pawn, basically. You know, when he played knight E4 and took the pawn on G3. I just wonder if that's better. Because is the same thing going to happen anyway? Is he Zugzwanged already? I mean, without playing G3. So eventually, like the same way you play, get the king to A2, and then he has to move.
All right, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not really sure about it. I thought G3 was actually a good move to have because it restricts his F pawn in some
That's
lines.
also true, yeah.
There are some lines where he can get a passed pawn by sacrificing with F5, F4.
Right. It was funny here, if you've suggested king C3 and knight D4, and I was like, after king C3, knight C4, knight D4, he can claim a draw. By saying he's going to play king D7. So you have to be careful. Okay, but you played the way that forces the Zugzwang right away. And then, yeah, it looked like...
I think B takes C6 may have...
Yeah, we didn't think that was best.
That was probably...
But the computer looks like it says it's equal anyway.
No, this isn't working our computer.
Oh.
Yeah, that just always stays there. Everything's equal. We don't want any help. We want to make sure we're always wrong when we do commentary. It's funnier. Yeah. No, we actually don't use the computer ever, so we're...
So I considered king b4 here.
Right, we thought you did king b4 and knight c6. We weren't sure. Then he has to take?
Yeah. And then I play king takes. And I didn't like it because he could play knight c3 here.
Right.
And if I do king b6, knight a4, and I have to repeat.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't see a way through after knight c3. So, yeah.
Maybe there's a second
Didn't we look at the line where
maybe
you
there's a
take-
second Zugzwang and you play here? Because king c7, knight b5 check probably wins.
Knight e4, and then king b6, okay.
Without king b6,
All
right?
right, that's
Yeah.
too much.
It's weird to have a Zugzwang every position, though. You're trying to try to win, and then you just have to wait.
After king c7.
Knight b5 check.
I'm guessing he
Oh,
would.
sorry.
I'm
I
guessing,
assumed that was winning.
I'm guessing he'd play like knight d1 here, maybe.
King b6.
Knight takes e3. And maybe
King
he's
b7?
not in time.
Well, this is dangerous, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
possible.
we all need supercomputers while we sleep. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, also yeah, there was different ways to play. This was the way you chose.
I missed knight f1 there for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't see it coming.
Yeah, we thought you both played well here, but without computers, we were guessing like you guys were. And you took, which I thought.
Okay, here it got
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, here I thought he played knight e1, g2, but this is the same. Yeah. And I think, I mean, like, again, we're not using computers. I thought this drew, and then knight takes the here.
King takes.
Yeah, and then I take this.
Mm.
I thought this was a draw. And even in the game, I thought he could have done something like this also, although what he did
Yeah.
obviously was a draw. But okay, I thought it was a cooler draw, but obviously. Yeah, like here I thought this drew.
Yeah, I did too.
And then f4.
I did too.
Yeah. We were looking at this earlier. And then in the game, I was sure that he was going to play knight takes h4. He took an f4, and I was like, oh, that draws too. Okay.
Yeah, by one
Yeah.
tempo.
Yeah. So yeah, good winning chances at the end. Maybe without g3, maybe b takes c6.
Instead of
Maybe.
king c6.
Yeah, but it's usually in the fifth and
Needs to
sixth
be
hour,
checked
it's hard to
again.
figure
Yeah.
everything out. Yeah.
Yeah, I think king b4 probably wins because the king a Zugzwang after king a5.
Right. Yeah, in this position. So is this your first junior championship?
Yep.
And what do you think? Have you been to the club before?
No, I think it's a really nice club. I'm really happy to play here.
And what do you think of the tournament so far? Playing conditions okay?
Yeah, it's great. Best playing conditions I've ever played in.
You're not the first to say something like that, yeah. Definitely.
And not
Who
the
are you
last.
playing tomorrow?
I think I'm black against Karan Han.
Oh, somebody who actually knows who they're playing.
Yes, and apropos that Quran Hand, his game is finished. Let's all take a
It's
look at it
finished?
together, yes.
Let's have a look.
Let's see what happened in that game. It looks
Hey,
like
that
white
looks
was
like
mated.
checkmate. Yeah, so what
Yeah.
happened? We thought that was White's plan, obviously.
Okay, so rook b2 was played indeed.
So
after
he played bishop c6, rook
yeah.
b2 as
Now
we
he really-
suggested.
yeah, check, back, yeah.
And then he went back. Yeah, now it's
Yeah, now it's inevitable.
Yeah. He mistakenly played checkmate. What should he play, Aviv? Rook
Repeat.
8c7, and then
Repeat,
mate.
and then mate.
Yeah.
So actually,
Wow,
it's
so he
more-
eventually crashed through, but it took quite a long time.
Right.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
And
And the
let's
rest
take a
of the
look at the
tournament,
last
we
game.
can have you
Thanks.
come back here many times, and we have one game left, which is rook and knight versus rook.
Yeah.
Very suspicious endgame play by both players. Black was just winning earlier, but seems to have messed it up, and this is the last game of the round. And
And
well,
this
we
could last.
actually saw the U.S. Women's Championship this year, the rook and knight beating the rook, but King was a little funny in that position. This seems more reasonable.
But this can still happen, right? This can still last some moves.
Well, I mean, if I have the rook and knight, I'm never giving the draw, as you know, because I played on for 50 moves.
Of course.
But
well,
I mean,
who would?
yeah.
What have
Yeah,
you got
some,
to lose, right?
Some people would, yeah, but
yeah.
not me. You got to play on, play on. But yeah,
At least try for 20 moves, see if you can make some progress.
It seems
right?
like it has to be a draw.
Yeah.
I would be surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 90-10. It's going to be.
Then
a
again,
draw.
we are surprised that we have this position, right? When it was white
No,
was
I mean Black
down
with
2 pawns for
fantastic
nothing.
winning chances, and somehow White's king ran over and took the pawn.
Very
Yeah.
surprising. Very surprising.
Reminds me in the U.S. Championship in '94, which I've referred to before. I was playing Nick DeFermian, and I was getting crushed as usual. So I was at home, and I was 2 pawns down on rook and bishop ending, lots of pawns. Somehow I got rid of all the pawns, rook and bishop versus rook. I didn't know how to draw, but I got lucky. Figured it out, but yeah. But he shouldn't have allowed that, which is the same thing here, of course.
Yeah. So let's put that analysis board on top. Yes, here we go. And rook h4 was the last move. Okay, we were looking at this game. There we go.
Yeah, this is going to be a draw.
It's hard to believe that he's going to lose it.
Yeah, he won't lose
It's really hard to win anyways. It's like very specific.
But this position, finally we see checkmate. Everybody's
On the
resigning in
board.
this tournament.
Isn't that the purpose of the game?
And even though Akshat played inaccuracy on his last move, we'll forgive him because it was checkmate.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he always repeats.
And now that we have him in the
Always
studio,
repeats. Yeah.
we have him in the studio.
It's funny, at least half my students would repeat.
Yes.
At least. Yeah,
We
most.
welcome Akshat Chandra, who just won his second
Very
game of the
nice.
event. Not without some heart attack, right? in the
Did you
ending?
expect the Grunfeld?
No, I mean, he had no games, so I just played something random. I
Okay.
mean, I didn't even prepare this line, so I just played for my head.
So what did you think right around here?
I vaguely remember there was a game of Kobe and Sevian from the U.S. Championship, but that's all I knew about this
Oh, where
line.
Kobe won in 1,000 moves?
Yes. Yeah, that
And it
one.
was really 1,000 moves. I think it was 900.
Yeah, it was a lot of
Yeah, he really squeezed him at the end. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I think after knight f6, castle knight d5, d5, I mean, white's better for sure slightly, but I was surprised by a6. I thought he
We
would
were
go
also,
we
rook
also
f8 we
Yeah.
expected.
Yeah, because once he allowed queen h6, it was difficult.
Yeah, we like the queen
We
h6
really love this
f1.
maneuver because that
Yeah.
was a good
We
way
have to tell you,
start.
normally when you come down here, which you'll be doing the next 20 or 30 years for the championship, at least half the time or more, there's some engines running around here, so they can yell at you. We got nothing. So we didn't like a6, but that's just, that's in our heads. So probably a6 is the best. No. Yeah, we didn't like a6.
So
we thought
rook
black
f8,
was,
did
we
you
thought black
expect
was
rook
doing
f8?
fine here. We thought it was just very slightly worse, if anything. But after a6,
Can we ask what did he plan after rook f8? What was
Oh
the
yeah, I was thinking about h3. It's not so easy for black actually because of this g4 idea, and then next move I'm going queen c3 and stuff like knight d2.
and
So
if I play
it's-
queen f6 here, you just play queen f4.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but maybe I would play queen c3 first. I was deciding which move to play first when he was thinking, but then yeah, I was totally surprised by a6 because with c4 I was now threatening queen h6 because he could have just played f6 and then d5 is hanging, so I played c4, but a6 was really surprising.
Now, he had a big think here, if I remember correctly. I guess he was thinking about whether to play f6 or queen f6.
Yeah, f6 looks terrible because knight h4.
It also breaks one of my rules, never play f6. So that's good. So queen f6 you expected.
Yeah, because f6, knight h4, rook e8, something like that. He has to, if he plays bishop d3, I go rook e3 and I win because I'm stacking.
And you play knight g6
Yeah.
and you're,
Right.
you're coming to get him.
So he'd have to play rook e8 or something, but knight takes f5, gf5. I mean, I figured this was much better for sure.
Yeah, we'll
Must be
take
something.
white here.
Yeah. So
Okay.
queen f6 was forced, queen f4, king g7. I think it's all forced. G4, should he say 5, king g7, rook e7. Yeah. So
Did you think he might play king f5? We looked at it a
no,
little.
not really. But it looked too risky. I didn't even think about it much.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so here, bishop c8, I was really thinking about a4 here. Because I wanted to just totally shut him down on the queen side, but I wasn't sure if something like rook e8, takes, f4, he has f6, and I don't know, he's getting some activity, so I just decided to take the pawn. Because after a4, if he lets me play a5, it's, I mean, it's just lost.
we
for
looked
sure.
at rook b1 actually?
Yeah, rook b1, he goes b5, and then I couldn't really see. I think b5 is like the only move, probably.
Yeah, because if you play rook b6, rook f6, that's
Yeah,
looking
then
good.
it's game over, yeah.
Right.
He
Okay,
can
so if he
resign,
plays b5, he can try to get out. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, so I
You
just
just took
decided
the
to take the
pawn?
pawn. Yeah, I mean, I figured it should be pretty straightforward now, but
Took a long time.
Yeah, it
It wasn't so
was,
straightforward. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it was tricky. I probably messed up somewhere, but
But it's very unpleasant for black.
yeah, I mean, white
try
can
to-
torture for 1,000 moves.
We were shocked at this king e5, king d6.
Yeah, it was a little risky probably, but I mean, I just was moving around trying to, I don't know, like get him to make some.
And here we thought you consolidated.
Yeah, we looked a4, a5.
Yeah, so.
We were looking at either d6 here or rook b6.
Yeah, d6. I just felt like the pawn is a bit loose, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't see any clear way for him to take it, but I just felt a little
No, this is just
shaky, so I
safer.
play rook c2. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's surprisingly difficult to win actually here.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be technically winning, but there's probably only one or two ways. Okay, so
And we thought Black was actually getting out of this until you played Rook C5. Then we were like, hey, you're checkmating him. We saw the checkmate coming, but we thought maybe Black.
Yeah,
would-
G4,
Yeah,
Bishop
so G4
C6
just-
was, I think, the decisive mistake.
And he thought a long time here.
Yeah, I thought he'd play Rook F7. Then I didn't have any clear idea in my mind. I wasn't sure what I'll play. Because I can't play Rook C8, unfortunately, because of Rook D7.
Right.
Yeah.
I missed that earlier, and then I was like super mad. And then I don't know now. Well, I mean, I was thinking about somehow to let him take on D7, then I pin him, and then go to this pawn endgame. For example,
You mean this,
yeah, something
right?
like this, Rook D2. No, not
Oh,
Rook
Rook
D7,
D2
yeah,
first,
because then I can't move my other Rook. Yeah, so Rook D2, and then to play Rook D5, and then eventually take on D7, and I think the pawn endgame's winning. So I mean, that's what I was thinking about. But yeah, after Bishop C6, Rook B2, I think it's just over because if he plays something like G3, I was gonna take Rook F3, King 8. He played Rook F3, but same thing, yeah. Yeah, if he played, Rook F3, King A2. If he played G3, I was gonna take and Knight C8. And if King A8, he gets King C7, I go Knight A7. I think it's just winning, yeah.
And then after this, it's over.
Yeah, yeah.
There was actually a funny line where we analyzed, unless we're wrong, where I was like, well, if he tries to sack an exchange, you just don't take it. Like if he does this,
Yeah?
you just
Ah,
go
Rook
here.
C7, yeah.
And if he plays King A7, you win both rooks, which is very funny.
Yeah,
And if he
that's
goes here, you made
You
him.
made him, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah. So like you sacks the exchange, takes all your pawns, drawing
Right,
chances,
right,
but
yeah.
you can't even do that. That's a bad sign. Yeah.
Yeah,
So 2-0
yeah,
sounds good.
yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Is this your first junior or your fifth junior?
No, my first.
First, so it'll be your fifth in 5 years. Okay.
Well, I got invited last year, but couldn't play because I was playing the New York Internationals. So.
And you're 15 now?
No, I turned 16 in May.
Oh, you turned 16.
Yeah.
Okay. So you'll play in 4 or 5.
Who are you facing tomorrow?
Yan Liu, I think.
And have you played at the chess club before?
Yeah, I played you in the round robin last year.
We played?
Yeah, in the in the 100-move game, like.
Oh wow, that's right. I try to forget that game.
Oh, we're gonna have a fun dinner today with me reminding you.
No,
of this
I don't want to remember that game.
I was totally winning.
That game was very
that's why.
suspicious.
Yeah.
I just remember the Michigan game. That was much more pleasant. Now, this game,
You have a tendency to forget about.
Oh man,
games
you
like
had a game against. I don't want to give you bad memories against Gorov.
Yeah,
Wow.
that tournament. Yeah.
Wow,
That
that was like 7 chess games.
Yeah,
That was like
very
800 moves of time trouble. Wow.
Yeah.
That was tough.
Yeah, that tournament, I mean, I was almost winning in every game, but I was playing in seconds every game. So
Yeah,
I
that was
kinda
a
messed
lot
up.
of time trouble. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, great game, great start.
Let's take a look at the last
Yeah,
game of
and
the
then
day.
help us out here.
See, maybe
Help
Akshat
us
can
figure
give us
this
some
out.
insight.
Oh, not this game. This we can
This
figure.
game we don't need Akshat. Yeah.
Yeah, this is more. It's getting more drawn. White's
I mean,
making
yeah,
progress.
White has so much time also.
Yeah, White's
so it's
making
doubtful.
progress.
White's making
I drew
progress.
Salvius Birchies in the U.S. Championship in 150 moves. I tried,
Ah.
but I was not successful.
If it's Rook Bishop, then you have serious
Yeah.
winning
Yeah, that's a
chances.
different
But
story.
Yeah.
Rook Knight is just pretty easy. I mean,
Yeah.
at 2100 held it with me once, so it's
And-
really easy. Yeah.
And earlier, Black was really winning. Wow.
Really?
Black was super winning this game. Yeah.
Oh, which move? I mean, I just saw it.
The whole game?
The whole
Really?
game.
Oh,
Between
wow.
moves 25 and 50.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
You
The
agree
point
with
there
you?
was up to pawns. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, just winning.
Oh,
And also, White blundered. He had to lose all his.
Yeah, it was strange. I thought, I mean, White didn't know the line, which was
Right.
strange after A4, C5, because that's main line, so I was
Yeah, it
surprised.
seemed like he was playing slower in the opening. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good for Black early on when I saw.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just a draw, and he has enough time also, so it's unlikely he'll blunder.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Very well. Okay, we won't take any more time.
No, sure.
We
Good
assume
luck
you
in the
wanna
rest and try to go 9-0. And if you're getting close, we'll talk to Rex and see if there's a Fisher Prize.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, yeah.
So,
All right.
thank you very
Yeah,
much.
sure, no problem.
So this is our very, very last game of the day. Yep, Rook and Knight versus Rook, and I think at this stage we're going to say goodbye to Grandmaster Ben Finegold, who has a very important engagement, absolutely, and I will definitely be able to wrap up. So thank you,
Okay,
Ben.
cool.
Yeah. I think we're going to stay a few more moves and see if they agree to a draw. I'm assuming it's not going to last long. Anybody knows when the 50 move is going to happen? I thought that I saw a capture on move 60 something. 68 rook takes g5. Is there anything after that? Look at move, yeah. 68, move 68. There you go. So after that, am I seeing there's nothing, right?
22 more moves, yeah.
So yeah, so 22 more moves. So move 112 is going to be a draw. Let's take a look at that. Not very exciting, we must admit. We'll wait just a few more moves, just a few more minutes to see if any accidents happen. I don't want to say a draw and then white blunders and we report the wrong result. But I think that Luke Harmon is looking very confident in this position. Keep negging him with the rook. Very hard to win this kind of a position, that's for sure. Very rarely have I seen anybody lose rook and knight versus rook. Maybe just a handful of examples that I remember, and most games are. I've seen many examples of grandmaster play where they just agree to a draw, out of respect. But of course, it makes sense to try to play on. Can we see the current position on a regular board, not on their board? Okay. 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 Here we go. That's the best. Let's do it this way. We are on move. Yeah. Yeah, move 96. Yeah, I don't think that this is going to be going anywhere. And therefore, I think it's probably a good time to sign off for today. We're assuming that this game is going to end in a draw. It's going to have to take a lot of miracles for Black to win this. Just a big blunder. Because time-wise, Luke is in no danger. So we're going to thank everybody who joined us and hope that you will join us tomorrow again at 12:50 Central Time. The game starts at 1 p.m. here at the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. And you can also follow us at uschesschamps.com. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.